and you're connecting directly to the other side of the ball, 10,000 miles away.
Yeah, it
It,
sounds stupid and unrealistic, right? It does.
exactly. The only way you can do that is by connecting directly, antenna
So
to antenna.
what's the globe argument, or what's the globe
They,
side of the explanation of that? Do they have
they
an
saying
explanation or no?
they came up with the explanation of bouncing signals out of the ionosphere.
So
So
like another form
bouncing
of fucking
signals.
refraction, basically. Like, yeah, the waves refract off
No
the
reflection.
atmosphere.
But yeah, you can see the ground waves. They do believe that the ground waves are refracting along the ground on the curve retardedly, and then they also believe that the other waves are just bouncing off the sky and the water and
Bouncing
back
off a
into the
gas.
sky, and then you're receiving it again.
Literally bouncing off a gas. Like, how the fuck can radio waves bounce off a gas?
I brought
Well,
up
how
the
can you send
antennas
radio waves
because
through gas if it bounces off gas? Yeah, that doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. But they say it's charged plasma that's causing it.
No, from Operation, was when they set all those nuclear weapons up at the sky, supposedly. They charged the ionosphere, supposedly.
Yeah.
If you believe that shit.
I brought up
that's
the
all
antennas
supposed.
to the new guy because, the refraction argument, they're saying that you looking at an object, that the image is being refracted upwards by the curvature and the bending of light, right? But there's a claim on the observation with the opticals, but then you can throw the opticals away and connect a device from one side to the other side directly, horizontally. And where is the refraction? Where is that argument, right? There is no refraction between the antennas.
Yeah, these transmissions are line of sight, and they have Fresnel zones. So Fresnel zones get disrupted by the ground. That's why we raise the antennas up into the air so that you don't get disruptions. But this bouncing would just disrupt all the signals. It makes no sense.
Sure, but people that develop these things know where to put them to receive signals and transmit, right? It's not even. It has nothing to do with curvature of Earth at all.
So you have the observation optical equipment. You have the infrared. You can use infrared to kind of cut through a lot of the haziness of the medium, right? And you can make long distance observations. You have antennas, radio wave communication from point A to point B directly. You can also use lasers to point out from one point to another point and see if there's any curvature between those 2 points. So there's many different tests that have been done, and shows you that there is no wall of water between any shore to shore. No, there's no wall of water, any distance. So yeah.
Yeah, I really like having lasers of two different wavelengths, because then you're not just showing that the ground isn't curving away from the laser and the laser's appearing to go up into the air, but with two lasers of different wavelengths, those lasers should be impossible for those lasers to both hit the target, because if those lasers are refracting, they cannot be refracting at the same rate. So one laser would always miss the target if they were refracting. So it would exclude any kind of excuse of refraction.
Exactly. So a lot of people get stuck on the. A lot of people get stuck on the opticals and think, the Glovers have this good argument about reflection, but that's not the only way you can determine if there's any wall of water between the observation or point to point.
Sure.
So there's many ways to do it. So
I'm just wondering, is there any test that you know of, Drace, that where a laser was pointed level and refraction was involved? Where, I mean, besides like a fish tank with a fish tank, we've seen that stupid test where they put a bunch of salt in some water and then pointed a laser at a fish tank and it had a curved line. That's not, that's just that's nonsense. That's not what happens in reality. So, are you aware of any tests that they've done with lasers like that?
Not like the fish tank one. I have one where the military debunked the atmospheric refraction claims that we are under where it comes to terrestrial refraction and all this stuff. I love the fish tank laser video because if you look at it, when the laser is going straight through the gradient, it's not bending at all. But when the laser points down into the gradient and goes down through the gradient at an angle, it does refract. That's normal with flat Earth and works perfect for us. That just works even better for us because the sun would, of course, not be visible at all times because of this. They don't think about any of this and try to exclude it and try to push it into their kind of narrative. But I like Indio's presentation with refraction where he talks about how the military debunked it. I have a little bit about it. It's basically they shot two lasers of different wavelengths, or was it three, across a canyon or something along those lines. And they were trying to see how much refraction would be just shooting it straight across. The atmospheric refraction model would expect quite a bit of refraction, but all three lasers hit the target. That's not possible on a globe.
No, it wouldn't be. Yeah, you're right.
There is no much in the model.
Yeah, you're talking specifically about the God dang it just left my mind.
Yeah, it's the
every core.
No, I'm talking about the analysis of joint effects of refraction and turbulence on laser beam propagation in the atmosphere thesis submitted to the School of Engineering of the University of Dayton. They worked with the military in doing this.
I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were talking about EpiCore.
Yeah, the principles of this, I realized after the fact that we already had perfect evidence that used these same principles to prove all along that the Earth isn't a globe, and that's the Kaneko world record photograph because it was taken in visible light camera and then infrared camera.
Mm-hmm.
And you would be able to see in the infrared the horizon being right here if they were correct. But instead, the infrared is the world record distance, long distance photograph. That's impossible. If the light is refracting around the ball, we would see much more in the visible light because that's refracting far more than the infrared. Infrared refracts almost nothing.
That's a good point, man. Thinking about it now. I haven't heard that before. That's pretty cool. Because from the observation at Kaneko, right, where you observe it from, I think it's they said they were like 9,000 feet, and then they observe 275 miles while the sun is setting behind Kaneko, right? And they can see 275 miles approximately.
Some of the mountains you can see really, really far away. You would not be able to see them if the Earth was a globe.
You definitely wouldn't.
You don't have the excuse of the Earth is flattening out into this much bigger ball with this theoretical refraction we have never verified anywhere. That doesn't work in infrared because it would be so much more. You would be able to see so much more. The world would look retarded in visible light if this is what we're seeing in infrared.
Yeah, but even in real life, with just a camera image, I mean, that's still impossible, and it actually proves that the Earth.
Go to any delta of the river, turn around in the direction of the source, and measure how much curvature you have to the source.
Where's this globe? Where's this elusive globe that we can't find? We've been looking for it for several years now. We can't find it.
Really, man.
All right, so with I'm looking at Snell's law. What does it mean between a slow medium and a fast medium? Is that just the density of the material? Are they talking about?
Yeah, they're talking about the optical density of the medium it's in, or it's going in.
Okay.
I mean, it also depends on which light. I mean, that's just a test on Earth. Snell's law is a test on Earth. Now, if you're talking about sun rays or lasers or any other type of light, it depends on the type of light and the medium. So,
yeah, I'm just checking out Snell's law right now to familiarize myself with that.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm glad you're looking at it, man. It's good stuff.
You gotta love how people will be like, "Yeah, and you haven't found the edge yet." Like, what?
You ain't even found Snell's law yet.
Like, what? Dude? No one even said anything about an edge. You act like that's a good point.
I mean, I see why they bring it up because from the flat Earth side, it's water has to be contained, right? So that makes everyone think that there has to be it's a logic. I mean, to me, it's a logical question to ask, even though there's so many other things that need to be discussed before that.
Sure, decent boy. I mean, there's all kinds of questions. Hey, we're learning from each other every day, so yeah.
The fact that we're not moving, that destroys the globe. Nothing's fucking moving.
And I want to correct you. It's not from the flat Earth side. It's from the natural side.
Reality.
Yeah.
We all experience it the same, Even the most staunch glober you'll ever meet. Even the most asshole glober. Like, it's obvious as fuck. We're not moving,
I don't.
Who do you think is the biggest asshole glober?
For example, I don't think that water is level because I'm flat earther. I think that water is level because water is level.
No, always. Just when it's
regardless.
When folks say, "Oh, the oceans are flat," the oceans aren't flat. Water, when it's at rest, all way flat, but the ocean's no flat. That's a misnomer for you. Try to tell a glober, use that phrase that the oceans are all flat. They think to themselves, "What the fuck?" Obviously, they're not. It's in constant movement, But water at rest, so you always have to add that caveat, or the people just don't take you seriously when you use it as an argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really just wanted to prove the globe to be true, definitively, and it just isn't. That's just the sad truth.
How long have you known, bro? Like, when did you wake up?
2015, about.
Like, I count that up, man. I've done 8 years. I'm in my 9th year and on about Flat Earth, because I found out about Flat Earth 5 years before I came to the server. That was like 3.5 years ago in 1.0. Man, that's what we were talking about earlier on. So I'm in my 9th year, man. It feels like last week that I found it, or last month.
It sort of does, doesn't it?
Hey, we're all in our 9th season up in this mug.
I guess we are. The people that have been here the whole time. Yeah, it sort of does feel like it just happened like last year. It's not even a year. It's like it's been like it's all
season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about
that? It's like, hey, but we're the most patient motherfuckers in the world in this server. We want new people to come in and ask us about this, and they do every day. So that's right. That's good stuff, Creation Bear. Thank you.
It's like, to all the guys that just hang out in the chat, like, is the cameras bothering you or something? I mean,
drives me crazy. The pussies and the posers. They get here and the camera's bothering them. They get nervous. They don't want to fight. They don't want to do this.
Come on in, guys. It's all right.
Yeah, we're not so scary, are we?
You have a chance to get on a winning team.
Or hold on, are flat Earth activists going out there and challenging people to fights and shit?
No, this we're talking about this the conversation. Come on in, put the gloves on. Come on in this arena and swing them hands. You can throw popcorn from the stadium all you want, but
yeah,
put the gloves on.
That mentality, like you're bound to like get challenged by some dude who's just like, "Well, you want to fight me about it?"
Well, I'm not afraid of that either. So I wish.
I guarantee you don't want to meet me in real life if you really have some nefarious ideas.
Yeah, same here. So, but hey, they got a chance to get back on a winning team.
You're here to win. I understand. Did you come here to win this show? Yeah, I did. But well, you have an opportunity now to get back on another team. You can go home and do push-ups and cartwheels and off and whatever the you want to do. You're wasting his time and my time and your own time.
Where did you catch that one from? That's funny.
It's from the Ultimate Fighter, Dana White.
Now you need to take some Eddie Bravo's clips too, and just like chop them up, just like 5-second clips or whatever. It's like motherfucker, you know how it is.
There's a lot of good stuff out there, folks.
Yeah.
What happened to Bravo? I don't see any of. He doesn't really talk about this anymore, does he?
Yeah. Bro's still out there. He's still out there, bro. Yeah, he still talks about it.
If somebody can get Professor David into the ring, dude, I will put money fucking to watch his ass get beat. Dude, that would be fucking great.
Check. Mic check.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
I got you.
Yeah, we hear you, God Rockin'.
Thank you very much. How you doing, Mr.
Utah represent.
That's right. I'll represent Utah all day long here in Big Sky Country, the Wasatch Front, Utah, USA, the most scenic state in the Union.
It's beautiful. I've been through it.
Utah?
Utah?
Yeah.
Utah? Utah?
Who the hell? Utah?
Who the hell?
You guys ever feel like maybe we should have political elections settled by like having them put boxing gloves on and then get in the ring?
Hell yeah.
Good.
You ever realize how easy it is to predict what's going to happen in the next election cycle before it ever comes along? And wonder why that is?
Am I missing something?
Oh, whoa.
Did the Democrats pull another fast one or something?
No.
The term reading the tea leaves means a lot of different things.
They're doing one right now. No, there's a fast one going on right now. There's this big move towards conservatism, or however that's pronounced.
Is it real though?
I'll tell you what, Lou. I have a good way of figuring out, like a good indicator that's coming up in a few days that'll determine whether or not what you're saying is true or not. Tell you what, if 114 passes here in Oregon, then I would say you're wrong. If 114 does not pass, then I'll say, hey, yeah, Lou might be right.
Well, I wouldn't use Oregon as like a testing ground for the rest of the country by any means. But what is 114 again? I think you told me once.
Yeah, what is it?
It's a bill that it doesn't say it in the ballot, but if you read the fine print that's in the bill, you'll read it very clearly. It effectively makes it so potentially it's odd wording. So potentially all guns would be illegal for all citizens, except for police in Oregon. The whole state.
I would expect that. I would expect that to pass in Oregon. I would not expect that to pass almost anywhere else.
Yeah, but that's just it. Like, we're in the same country, though. We're not in the same state, but you and I are in the same country. So, like, what I'm saying is, what happens in one place, like, it's likely to be happening in another place. Like, what I'm trying to say is it's not to say that it necessarily doesn't affect you. I mean, it might make people move from here to where you live, but I'm just saying, like, it just gives them another victory. Like, it just gives them an arm up, the tyrants.
It's another step in this direction. It's another back step on the war front, basically.
Yeah, well, we got over 1 million proud gun owners here in Utah. I don't think they're going to go along with that one. big hunting.
Like
you said, though, it's not really
especially
shown
on
there.
the West Coast. They are pushing hard and winning over there on the West Coast.
Yeah, there's a lot of hunting and goes on around here. People travel from all over the country to come here to hunt elk and deer, and they do that where they pay some outfitter to take them out, pay thousands of dollars to go get this big elk with a big monster rack on it and whatnot. There's a friend of mine used to rent the property to a guy, and the other guy I know, his name was Fred Johns. He was the outfitter. He built a big cabin. He was charging these guys like $20,000 to come out and get an elk. The guy that he was leasing the property from got something like 30 elk permits to thin the what's it called, elk, thin the flock, or it's not a flock. What are they?
Thin the herd.
The herd, right?
That wouldn't work on the globe, sir.
Yeah, yep, yeah. They have to shoot them on the globe.
You sound like the Illuminati with those elk. Those elk are talking about you like you're the fucking Illuminati. They're like, that fucking guy.
Anyway, a lot of hunting and a lot of outfitting and a lot of gun activity here in Utah. It's all recreational, type stuff or whatever. But yeah, I don't think the people around here are going to give up their firearms too easily.
That here shotgun. Did somebody cock a fucking pump action shotgun? A Remington, an 870. Did somebody pump an 870 just now?
They took our jobs, but they ain't taking our guns, Eric.
Nah.
Yeah, no. So, like, for Orion out in Oregon, like, yeah. Look, dude, if the Democrats win in that, I don't know if that's really much of an indicator of anything. Like, but because like it's just to be expected over there. We're losing. We know we're losing ground over there. But the problem is like when you come to the heart of the country, like the heartland, it's weird. Like Democrats are different than Democrats out there. Democrats out there are all like running around screaming with their blue hair and like, showing their, like stripping like as a protest or gluing their hands to posts, like. But in the middle of the country, there's a lot. The people who do vote Democrat are still pretty normal. They're not like your Democrats.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't expect it to pass. I expect it to not pass. And that's not to say I disagree with you when you say that there's a conservative revolution of a sort in this country. But you're saying it's being put forth by the powers that be on purpose.
Part of social engineering, for sure. I don't know the exact reason for their end goal quite yet. I not quite got my finger on it, but there's a concerted push of manipulating people towards the right. Yeah.
So I mean, is there anything you'd point your finger at specifically as a indicator of that?
I think it
Fox
has
news, maybe. I don't know.
Whatever. If you really want me to put it down, I think it's as long as you look at it through a transhumanist lens. Like transhumanism is like a technocracy. The techno giants, they don't like borders. They don't like governments. They want to make the rules, and they're doing that. So you've got basically this one world government, this one world organization, this one world order. Who wants to rewrite? They don't like the old rules. They want to make the new rules. Therefore, the need for a great reset. It's fascism. It's techno-fascism. Fascism is typically a conservative, a right-handed kind of view, not a left.
Wait.
Wait.
Wait, how are you connecting them? Like, where's the connection?
All right, so the tech is technocracy. So think of it this way. So like think of the words, what they mean. Like in a technocracy, the technological giants, or which in the past has been like fascists, when those who rule the means to production and so on and so forth are also the government, that's fascism, right?
Well, here let's be specific enough, but a little bit more broad. Let's just use the word collectivism, because technically socialism, fascism, and communism fall under the category of collectivism.
Think about it again. Great Reset. Think about this. You will own nothing. They which means they will own everything. You'll be happy, which means that they will provide you with your basic needs. So that means it's a fascist type of a rule by those who govern all resources, like the access to production and your rights, like all in one. It's
yeah. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing with that. But the question I asked you is, you said that there's a push from the powers that be, maybe even the same powers that taught us the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space.
You know what? Perhaps I haven't mislabeled as from a push, and maybe it's all natural. Maybe it's just the fact that the left took it way too far, and now a lot of people that rode in the middle are shifting to the right. Maybe it's natural. I just don't think it is. I can see a concerted effort.
No, I think you're right. That second thing, that second guesser, yeah. That doesn't describe it entirely, but that describes it about 70%, I'd say. Yeah, you're right.
All right, well, check this out. You know, on that vein, do you think that do you think? I mean, it's already been established that they're calling Trump a Nazi, or anybody that's a Republican is a Nazi. That's not what a Nazi is. It's totally misprescribed the way that, you know, anything that has to do with Republicans or Democrats. It's like they've totally taken control of everyone's idea of what Democrats and Republicans are in a political system. That has nothing to do with, you know, with what America is. And I'm not saying America's pure, you know, heart. It never was established that way.
Yeah, in Mexico, America, we don't have any Republicans or Democrats. So yeah, it has nothing to do with America.
Well, you're not in Mexico, you're in Boston. So what the fuck are you talking about?
You know that in New Jersey, they're saying now that if you want to own a gun, you're going to need insurance liability. So you're going to have to buy like a really expensive insurance to be able to carry.
Where?
Like, hey,
New Jersey.
On that vein, you know, what's it like living in Mexico if you want to own a gun?
Anyways, moving on. So yeah, New Jersey. now they're saying that liability insurance to carry.
How much is that? I bet it's like something outrageous, like $600.
Whatever the insurance company wants to charge you, whatever they say, you know, the insurance companies, whatever they make it to be.
You know what? Like 5 years ago, you could buy guns on Facebook.
Hey, I want to point out something naturally occurring after that policy that Gemsy just described is made. You know, Gemsy, that means that the rich will afford guns, but the poor won't afford guns. That means the rich can afford to effectively defend themselves, but the poor cannot.
It really comes down to
land of the free, home of the brave, my ass.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really comes to mentality. But
so they're saying, hey, we're not gonna take your rights away from carrying a gun, but if you want to carry, you have to pay a liability insurance. If you don't have insurance, you can't carry. Just like you know, like operating.
So they call it open,
like driving. We're not gonna tell you can't have a car, but you cannot drive it if you don't have insurance.
If you're licensed.
Hey, Gemsy, let me ask you a question about that.
Everything that has a license, that's permission from the government to do what they want you to do. Or It's like you have to register with them to get permission to do this.
We're talking about insurance. The license is different.
So Gemsy, do you think that poor people living in poor neighborhoods in New Jersey are more likely to be the kind of people that would need a gun to defend themselves against common criminals? Or do you think that rich people living in rich neighborhoods of New Jersey are more likely to be the kind of people that need a gun to defend themselves? My question is, which one do you think is more likely to walk down the street and get mugged on their way home from work? Someone living in the poor neighborhood or someone living in the richer neighborhood?
Well, obviously in the poor neighborhood.
Like it's obvious, right? The answer is the poor neighborhood, right?
They also have these rules that if you want to have a gun, you need the gun in one room locked under a safe, and then the bullets in another room locked under a safe. And whenever the killer comes, you have to open the safe, get the gun, open the other safe, get the bullets, put them inside the gun, and defend yourself.
That's just like in Arkansas and Texas. You can like carry a gun on your waist. You think anybody's gonna fuck with you when you're openly carrying a gun?
Well, wait, Helio, that's technically legal, I think, in every state. That's open carry. I'm pretty sure it's legal.
Well, no, I don't think it's legal in California.
Well, actually, I'm not entirely sure. I'm a little foggy on the details, but I think, but Helio, I think according to federal law, it's actually illegal for a state to make a law against that. Which is why the 114. So the 114 I was mentioning earlier in Oregon, I think that's one of the.
Hey, marijuana's still federally illegal too, but people.
Okay, anyways, I know. Like Helio, can I finish the point I was trying to make, Helio? Like I was just trying to say that the 114 law I was talking about out here, the 114 measure law. Yeah, what I'm trying to say is, if it passes, it actually conflicts with federal law, making it illegal, like unconstitutional laws. Like what I'm saying is, it's an illegal bill technically, which I don't know what that means if it passes. I don't know. It's just some weird.
It does mean,
I don't know what happens. I need to talk to a lawyer about that or something.
I know exactly what it means, but anyway. Go ahead.
Didn't recently a federal judge say that the city's administrators cannot deny you from carrying a concealed weapon because of the violence around the cities? The federal judge, they ruled that the cities cannot make policies to deny your.
Right, it's actually illegal for them to require you to have a concealed weapons permit. So,
yeah, but now what they're saying,
you can open carry or concealed carry, like that. That is, it's pretty much it should be that.
I think now they're gonna
Wild West. But go ahead, Jamesy.
They're gonna do. I think that the having liability insurance is gonna be bigger than what is showing. I think eventually they're gonna be demanding everybody that carries a gun needs insurance for it. If something happens, you have insurance, right? But if you don't have insurance, you cannot carry.
What type of insurance? That means you're going to have to pay a lawyer that's going to defend you in court, and all. After
you're not going to pay the lawyer. You're going to pay the insurance companies. The insurance companies are going to.
No, I'm talking about if you have to shoot somebody with your open or concealed carry weapon, then you're still going to have to go to court because there's going to be police investigating.
Not if they're dead.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about they basically say, no, we're not going to deny you from having guns. You have your Second Amendment, right? You can carry, but you need insurance. Get it?
Oh, I'm quite aware of this.
What he's trying to say is they're only allowing access to guns for the rich in that state, not poor people.
Well, in a certain sense, I mean, I can go buy a fucking shotgun
not in a certain sense, like indefinitely.
I can go buy a shotgun right now, or I can
the fact that they're saying that they need insurance to carry means that you might shoot somebody and be found guilty, like for defending yourself. That's the way I take it. Anyway.
Yeah, man, what if they mean like if you break a window on accident, you got to replace the window? Like, where is it even for at all? It's pointless. It doesn't even make sense.
Accidentally shoot somebody in the face when they're, when they're trying to attack me, then that wouldn't be an accident, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, I'm wondering what is this insurance like? What are the words behind it? Like insurance for what? Like insurance, like if a thug, a stupid thug, tries to mug me and I gun him down while he's got a gun in his hand, pointed at me, like, what am I supposed to? Is the insurance company going to pay me or his family? What the fuck is this insurance for? I don't get it. What insurance? How is this insurance involved?
I would never be involved with that kind.
Hey, as a politician, I don't know, but there's bills about it going now in.
Because they want to regulate. They're actually violating the Second Amendment when they do that shit. So
it's almost like a loophole, right? Like kind of like a
no, it's ordinance. It's not law.
Who benefits? No reason why insurance companies need to be involved. They're just inserting insurance companies. It's another Ponzi scheme or something like that. I don't know. Like, maybe I don't get what a Ponzi scheme is, but
you're gonna buy insurance for your gun.
You're kind of close there, Lou. So it's not a Ponzi scheme, Lou, but it's something close to that. It's manufactured jobs out of thin air by the government, effectively. Is what it is. But at the same time, it's also restricting access to guns for the poor while allowing the rich to still have access to them.
I mean, you might as well buy insurance for a knife that you can kill somebody with. Whatever.
Yeah, but Helio, what is the insurance for? Nothing. So they're paying money, and someone's sitting in the office next to a phone, doing nothing, accomplishing nothing, and getting paid for it. The rich people are paying for it. Meanwhile, the poor people that can't afford to pay for this service, they can't get a gun. They can't get a gun because they can't afford to pay for this guy to sit in front of an office, sit in front of a phone in an office and do nothing. They can't afford to pay him to do that. They don't get a gun.
Of what banks do.
Like you defended yourself, and because you had insurance and killed a dude, now your insurance is going to cover his burial. Like that's like the only way it would make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Or hospital bills. If you shoot the guy that is attacking you, and then he has to go to the hospital, maybe you have to. Your insurance will cover it.
No. Well, no, but okay. All right. I guess that's different because life insurance covers your death because insurance is there to supplement income in the case the person is not there as the individual currency to pay it or to fulfill whatever obligation monetarily there is. That's what insurance is for. At least death insurance. So what I don't know what is the ideology behind car insurance and all the other. Well, I guess okay. So a car, in case you get into shit and you can't afford to fix it, I guess your insurance should cover that. But I don't know.
I don't buy guns legally. I just buy them, or acquire them. There's no reason to.
That's the reason we pay into these insurance companies, and they take it out of our checks. We don't see that because the company, when the company is made, they get all of these options. And one of the options is to ensure give the option for their employees to get this benefit, but the money comes out of their check regardless. You know what I mean? Like it's built into the business structure, so that when they hire somebody, they can afford the insurance because it's coming out of the currency that person is giving value to that company.
The insurance are the bankers.
Well, what somebody said earlier about how it's for the rich, that's probably true. That's probably what it's really about. So like they can kind of use the insurance companies as a way to.
Nobody's gonna have to kill anybody with a gun.
They can either say you don't qualify for this insurance or you do, based off of a person's standing. They're basically a social credit score. Like if you got an outstanding score, so yeah, we're gonna give it to you, but not that guy over there. Like it's a good way to just indiscriminately choose who gets the right.
Not only legal people can buy guns and they're put in the system. Right? As if.
You see what I'm saying? If it's illegal to carry without insurance, and they can deny or allow insurance through a private company at whatever they choose.
I didn't even know this gun insurance thing was a thing, Luke. Is that really a thing?
It's not here. It's where I think Jemsy, wherever was it you who said it?
Yeah, I think he's in like New Jersey or freaking Boston or in California. People, no, that's not a thing in the South or the Midwest. I mean, we don't have. When you buy a gun, you just have a gun, and if somebody fucks with you, you shoot them in the face.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. You're right.
I mean, you can get a shotgun easy. You can buy that shit at a pawn shop. Not very complicated for us in the Midwest.
You might want to start thinking about shooting the guy because your insurance might go up.
I don't have any fucking insurance that I'm paying for, so what? I don't know what insurance you're talking about. If I buy a shotgun from a fucking pawn shop, I'm not gonna. I don't have to contact an insurance company.
Wait, so is it like car insurance?
Wait.
If I get shot in the arm, I can just call my gun insurance and they can help patch me up, or how does that work?
Well, I mean, if even in pawn shops or like if you buy it brand new or if you buy it, somebody coughed it up in it and got a pawn on it, you can buy a gun, at a pawn shop, but you still have to go through the background check. I would pass a background check. I'm not a felon, so I get, within a couple of days I'd have the gun that I said, hey, I got the money, you got the gun, boom. But that gun would be registered to me. But if somebody attacked me, I could shoot him in the face.
What a waste! What a waste, right? I mean, because let's keep it real. When you're looking at a beautiful piece of hardware, you can't even use it the way that you imagine you would. You know what I mean? Like it's stupid as shit. Let's like going.
I have baseball bats and knives and I even have a machete. I mean, I can kill anybody in many different ways. I don't have to have a gun to kill somebody. So I don't know what.
Yeah, but you have to have a gun if they have a gun.
Yeah, don't bring a knife to a gunfight, right? But I mean, you can still. I mean, if they don't know how to use it, then you might be able to kill them with the machete if they don't know how to use the gun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't count on that, though.
Yeah, that's why you want to have a shotgun at least on your property. You just want to have a shot.
Or a Glock, it's easier to draw quickly.
Sure, but I mean, a shotgun can cover, like a lot of coverage. Whatever. Either way. But if you have a Glock, a pistol, you want to practice with it so you know how to use it when there's a threat. Shotgun, just like pointing, just like it's a big spread. Like almost nobody within a short distance can survive a shotgun blast, even if they have freaking Kevlar on and all that kind of shit.
So if you guys, if any of you want to know, I think most of you probably fall into this category, all of you. But if you advocate for gun rights and also the right to concealed carry anywhere across the United States, then that means that what you advocate for is something called constitutional carry, if you want to know what the official term for it is.
Sure, but I mean, are you... I know you are. I'm just saying, for the people that are listening, the reason that the 10 amendments to the Constitution were established is because they went to the Constitutional Convention and said, no, that's not good enough. And so then they give the first 10 amendments. I mean, this is the history of it. Whether it's true or not, it's sensible. In my mind, as an American or whatever, sensible for me. Would you guys concur with that? All of us Americans here? Or even non-Americans?
Yeah, everybody's based their constitutions off of the American Constitution. Almost everybody.
Nobody can go to England unless they're hunters, and it's highly regulated. But anyway, and that goes for the same for a lot of people, except for like the Swedish. They're actually required to own guns, but that's another story. So, Second Amendment doesn't require us to go own guns. It actually gives us the opportunity to own guns. Now, with what was that act that was passed under Bill Clinton, where
just like how there's a lot of
having to regulate our guns, and shit.
You don't want anybody to respond to you. You just want to talk over them when they start to.
No, I just remember when everybody started having to register their guns, because it wasn't like that in the 90s. You could just buy a gun and you didn't have to register it with the federal government. Go ahead.
No, I actually want Creation Bear to fucking go. What were you saying?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's on you. What were you saying? I want to hear it.
No, I was just saying. You were joking, and I was just joking.
Yeah, I know. I want to hear it. I want everyone to hear it. I know what you were saying.
Yes, Helio does want to rumpus the room. Yes. I don't know.
Okay, I'm a dick. All right, cool. I'm a dick. All cool. So, in the 90s, they you didn't have to register your guns with whatever pistol you bought, or you didn't have to go. What was the name of the act that was passed in the 90s where you had to start getting the background tests and all that kind of stuff? It happened in the 90s. Okay. Hey, CB and Lou, I apologize. Since you guys are so talkative, go ahead and...
We were just joking.
No, you started whispering, and I wasn't sure who you were whispering to.
No, I'm just talking about, I can't remember the name of the act where it was like a really big deal about like everybody in America has to go under this act and this is a thing, I just remember it like mid or late 90s. There was a certain act passed where everyone had to start registering their guns, in America and stuff. And I can't remember the name of the act. Anyway, sure somebody will say it or find it eventually. I wasn't trying to rumpus everybody. My bad. But at the end of the day, if you have to defend yourself with a gun or a bat or a knife or a machete or whatever you have to do, you have to do what you do.
Hey, look, Helio, you don't have to walk away all shitty about it. I was just saying because I was just responding to one thing you said, and this happened 3 times in a row. I would start talking to you, and you'd be like, I don't want like, dude, be like, we're just talking. Be like, you don't have to like hold the floor. It's not like that.
No, yeah, I apologize. All good. I love you guys, man. You guys hold the forum together, and we all do it together.
Hey Lou, I want to talk more about that conservative revolution, Republican revolution thing again.
I bet you do.
I think a big part of I think the cause of it naturally occurring. Sorry, with Ron Paul went to Trump.
No. It's not natural though. That dude, to say it's natural, I can.
Let me just finish, dude. I'm not talking about. Just let me finish. It's not that Trump is necessarily positively anti-war, that any politician is, but he was advertising himself as anti-war, and at least it seemed like he was at least not necessarily so pro-war while he was president. And the point I'm trying to make is that back in the time of Bush and Cheney, like back then, there were a lot more Americans that fall into the category of dumbass, brainwashed Republicans that watch TV and think the Iraq War is a good thing, and these terrorists got us on 9/11, and all that sort of stuff. And like, the thing is, those numbers of those people have drastically reduced. See, now these days, the Republican Party is much more so representative, not necessarily entirely. I'm not saying that bring much people in there, but it's more so peaceful, like, anti-war people. And so what I'm trying to say is, it's not so much that there's a Republican revolution as much as there's simply a anti-war revolution. And if the Republicans are the only ones that even have an inch worth in that direction, the Democrats are going the other direction, well, then it's only natural that would happen.
You're being faced with a whole bunch of fucking Democrats that are posing as Republicans all of a sudden. Like, Trump was the fucking lead in that. Trump was a Democrat most of his life. He's an old man. He only is recently a fucking Republican. You understand that? Like,
he's a character.
I know. I'm not denying what you're saying. But what you're saying has nothing to do with the point that I'm making.
Coming out of that whole like celebrity fame, the Kardashian shit. You think he's an actual Republican? No. Come on.
I wasn't saying that, dude. I wasn't saying that, Lou. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
So what are you saying?
Not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm simply.
We're concerned. Really doesn't matter at all. Those are characters, and they're fronts for everyone.
Helio, can you please put yourself on mute? I don't know what the fuck you're saying. You're not part of the conversation.
No, I'm listening.
All right,
but I will.
Look, Lou, you were making the claim. What I'm trying to say, that there is a deliberate push for deliberate encouragement.
Yeah.
From the powers that be, for people to be Republicans. What I'm saying is, I think there's some natural occurring factors that are maybe making that appear to be that way to you, when in fact that may in fact not be happening.
Shit doesn't just like rise and fall like a nice natural wave. Okay.
Yeah, I call it stank. I said I was going to shut up, but I call it stank.
But it is happening that way. Why? Because
no, it's not. It's not a natural wave. It's an unnatural. Like it's a tsunami. It's a tsunami, dude.
Oh, shut up! Shut the fuck up, Lou. Okay.
Why? Why? You're speaking up, muted, like completely muffled, like all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Yes, that's why. So you can hear what I'm saying, because you can't hear me if you're talking over me.
Go.
So
Elijah, explain the stank. Explain the stank.
It is true. This switch that's going on, and I agree with Lou, without his interruption, that it's unnatural. Now, if you're not, you have to be what we perceive as a conspiracy theorist Now think of a conspiracy theorist as someone who actually logically makes deductions, rather than someone who believes in every conspiracy theory. Now, in this sense, if you were me and you were watching, I don't know, maybe you had a link to all of the mainstream sources of information on top of independent journalists, meaning you're also paying attention to, I guess the whoever we like, because these people, I can't even say they're independent journalists because they now have become the people that I considered the pundits of yesteryear. So instead of a pundit talking head on CNN, you have somebody like a who's in the middle, like Redacted or something tonight, or like a fucking like one of those people in the middle, The Hill. That's the new middle. Then you have people like Kyle Kulinski. People like these are influencers that, to the public eye, people who are looking for alternative sources, they think that these people are genuine. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But you can tell by the content that they're putting out that there's an agenda. So there's not just one, there's two agendas. One for the Democrats and one for the Republicans. And
right,
then
sure. They're genuine in their vein, aren't they, Elijah?
And then there are the people that are directly in the middle. All three of these positions, the fake ass, the Green Party, and independent people, they have the rhetoric that they go off of, which is, we can try hard and whatever. Then there's the right, and then there's the left. But they're all controlled, and you can tell by the mechanism in which people flip. So people have flipped to Republicans, meaning like all the people that I knew that wasn't political in the first place considered themselves all of a sudden Republicans because they're like, oh, I like this and I like that. Information brought to them by this new wave of journalism. And they think that they're getting involved by agreeing with the new wave journalism. It's not an actual natural switch. It's just people deciding, here's a person who's propping up my worldview, and I'm going to agree with that person. And then there's a number of people trying to push that narrative, while there's a number of people on the other side that push that narrative. None of this is natural.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sorry for being short with you when you tried to tell me to shut the fuck up.
No problem.
No, sure. And also, Elijah, I completely agree with you. Are you talking specifically about, hey, check this out, we have an upcoming election which I'm not going to participate in, but I do pay attention to what's going on. Do you think it's important? Okay, I asked you a question. You're not going to answer it. So
yeah, it's important only if you're paying attention to the structure. If you're paying attention to a person who's handing you an ideal, even though it might be true in a vacuum, there's always an agenda. Like, so
I mean, it's important for propping the next presidential election in that way.
So to your question, is it important in general to make a choice based on the way they've set it up? Absolutely not. Because when I was involved in that process and I decided, well, I have to be informed to make the right choice, guess what? When I got informed, they said, oh, no, that's the wrong information. And when I was like, no, the information you're peddling is wrong, they just said, shut the fuck up. So unless we can deal with that happening, or unless you're focused on that happening, meaning you came to the table as an individual with an ideal, looking for a politician who would represent when they start saying, "Oh, I'm in the general, therefore I'm not supporting you," actually, yeah, until that changes, it's a waste of time.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you an amen on that one, Elijah. That was a brilliant explanation of what's going on right now. Yeah.
I struggle with Orion because he wants to challenge me on like political stuff where I say it's all fake, and he's like, "No, all you guys are losing because you think it's fake." You know,
because you're speaking.
Hey, check this out.
We in generalizations. Wait, I want to ask you a quick question. Can I ask him a specific question about his claim? So, how specifically would the powers that be inciting or encouraging a Republican revolution, conservative revolution, whatever, how would that benefit them specifically?
How the hell?
Because both sides are working towards a futurist, transhumanist agenda. One which is a techno-fascist type regime that we're starting to see right now. Like one that a couple of years ago you would have laughed at me fiercely, but today most people will probably agree with me.
All right.
Okay, so what do you? That's so broad. That is a completely broad answer. You were not specific at all. Be specific.
Trump will definitely win the next election. What do you guys think about that? I know.
Can we give Lou an opportunity to answer my question with a specific answer?
I don't know, man. I'm thinking about running. I'm thinking about running for president, and I think I have a good chance of winning. So I
don't think Trump's gonna run. I don't think Trump's gonna run.
I'm gonna run. Oh, for me.
He doesn't need to run. Any Republican can win.
Y'all are smoking drugs.
I'm sorry, it caused craziness. Go ahead, guys.
Answer to Orion's question. Like, I'm not just gonna say whatever the fuck I want to say non sequitur to what he's asking. So here's the deal. In my Joe Biden voice. This isn't directly an answer to your question, but you can tell that they have the same interest because they're running off of the same propaganda machines, aka the media, the way in which we receive our information. So now you say, what interest would it work towards? Well, the preservation of the paradigm. Just like we have a paradigm where all of these world countries are beefing, but we know that even though they're beefing on the outside, they have a common goal not to overturn the idea that we live on a ball. Because together, that allows the industry to continue. Whether they agree or not inside the paradigm is irrelevant. They have a mutually common goal to keep the paradigm of the heliocentric model running so that everybody in the pot can get the money that they want. That's the same thing happening with politics. They don't all agree on the but they have a mutual benefit for everyone to believe that the system is meant for them to make choices in a way that they actually impact it. That's
right. The system.
I don't think that's logical. I don't think that what you said is logical. I just simply don't.
It's not logical because people. How are they going to access? This.
Well, can I ask you guys? Wait, can I ask either Elijah or Lou a slightly more specific question? Is there any?
Before you justify your rebuttal. I mean, because if you ask me to justify what I said,
all I can say. I mean, I'll try to, but all I can say is I tried to follow every word you were saying and it just was a little too broad. Like I do kind of agree with you in the sense of that, like maybe Helio, I'm talking. What are you doing?
I'm being a dick.
All right,
just mute up, dude.
What I'm trying to say is, I agree with you in the sense of maybe the Republican Party and the Democrat Party being large establishments that kind of function kind of like the way McDonald's or some major institution does, where it just kind of sucks just because it's big. You know, when you expand and you duplicate something, it loses quality and it's harder. Your vote counts less, whatever. So in that sense, I slightly agree with you, but it didn't quite answer my question still. And so I'm just going to answer. I'm going to rephrase the question and make it a little more specific. So can you or Lou think of a specific political policy that would benefit the powers that be, that would result through a Republican revolution here in America today? Like one that would be detrimental to us, but beneficial to them, and would come as a result of the Republican revolution here today. Like, tell me, what specific policy are you afraid of? Like us invading another country, our rights being taken away, something like that?
Why is he talking about politics? We're not even talking about it. Go ahead.
Helio, please, goddamn! Like, this is why people leave, and it's killing the stream. Shut up, or be a part of the conversation. But you can't do what you're doing. So the answer to you is free and fair elections. The idea of it, and why I can say it's a policy. It's not necessarily what anyone is running off of, but it's something that both sides or all sides are going to have to accept from them, because they both agree that the system, because of their fake ass narrative about Putin for 6.0 and then the Russians and all of that, they're creating a new infrastructure in which everyone is going to have to accept that voting is now legitimate, to quiet the rumblings that it's not legitimate. So they are gathering under the orifice of free and fair elections to continue the very thing that everyone is questioning.
This actually makes no sense in my mind, Elijah. And you told me to shut the fuck up, but I'm not. You can't vote your way out of this shit.
No, I vote with Elijah, man.
Well, I wanted to say that Elijah is
I disagree
and incorrect at the
completely,
same
and I'll
time.
shut up now. I want to hear your fucking explanation why you can vote your way out of this. Go ahead, and I think
Orion is also the third party. We had three parties in this conversation. You continually tried to get yourself in the middle of it, and continually got told, "Please back off." Okay, and do not try to come at us for this. Just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so Elijah, I mean, I guess I should ask you a clarifying question about what you said. So are you saying we should have anarchy, no rulers, or what are you advocating for exactly?
Is that the beginning of straw man?
No, I thought that's what you were describing as the solution to our problem. That's what you said.
No. What I said was, they are giving us what they call a solution to an actual problem. What's that got to do with what I'm saying? I didn't say anything about what we should do. You asked me what they mutually benefit from. And I said people believing that elections are free and fair, which is exactly what they're working on, a new infrastructure for everyone to accept, so that no one questions the very thing that we're questioning. The legitimacy of actually taking your time and energy to be a part of a system so that you can actually affect change, right?
I'm a little confused on what you're saying. So are you trying to say you have doubt? Are you trying to say there's fraud going on to the point where your vote doesn't count right now? Or when you say infrastructure, are you talking about something changing like soon? Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, bro, how you talking about politics and you don't know what I'm talking about?
Like, you just said changing the voter infrastructure. What do you mean by changing the voter infrastructure?
Elijah, it's so frustrating. I understand. He's red pilled. He's red pilled on the earth, but he's totally blue pilled when it comes to like the voting process and how ignorant to the idea of social engineering, and it's.
Oh yeah, it's really my ignorance. It's not you guys fucking up with your words and thoughts. Yeah, it's just my ignorance. Yeah.
No,
I didn't fuck up at all. I just described it perfectly. If you want to try to describe what I just said,
well, yeah. I mean, I've asked you for any evidence for this, unnatural conservative revolution, and you presented no evidence for it. So, what reason do I have to believe you, Lou?
I haven't had a chance to speak since you asked that question like 30 minutes ago.
Well, here's the thing. Lou is justified in what he's saying, and he's backing up what I'm questioning, typically because where the hell were you in 2016 when everyone was calling out, and we can't really talk about this because the live could be taken down, but the fact of the matter is in 2016, a lot of people questioned whether they were fair. Then they basically gaslit and strawman by answering a question on that, which was a question about voter fraud. Okay? So now they're revamping the way that we vote, and you need to do some research on back in 2016. Right? This is the information that he can maybe look up. Okay? So Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, right? He's a part of the group that is developing the technology that we're going to be voting on in the future.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I was asking about. So that is what you're talking about. I thought you were misspeaking.
Okay, but I'm not. This isn't an argument. Okay, this is me telling you what's going on, not me making shit up. So based on that, that's the justification for what I'm saying. I'm saying, actually, the one thing that they actually want, that they mutually benefit from, is our belief that this shit is actually fair and that we can actually input things ourselves into the system as a tally to make decisions as a whole. That's an idea that in theory works, but in practice is flawed because of what's going on.
Okay. So are you talking about them making all voting purely electronic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. Care to post a link to that, or tell me what year they say it would be implementing federally? Or I'm guessing you're talking about?
No, actually, stop. That's actually one of the really big hot buttons that they censor is, voter this and that.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yo, hold on. Why the hell do you think, we talk about flat earth day in, day out. Sometimes we let the word vaccine slip, but these days, because the magic trick is kind of over, they kind of laxed about it. I mentioned EF. Just think about what those EF abbreviations, right? EF. I mentioned that, and Geo's channel gets taken down. You don't think that's going on?
What do those abbreviations mean? Your name?
Yeah, I thought about that, but I thought you would catch on based on the topic of the conversation.
Oh, right. Wait, yeah. Sorry.
Electromagnetic frequency.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can deafen the live stream if we need to, but that probably shouldn't.
No. The point that I'm making to you is that's a hot button topic because we literally can't talk about whether us putting in our energy to do this, that, and the third, a part of this system, whether or not that's legitimate. We can't even talk about it.
On that topic, though, Elijah, I do have a specific question to ask. And I mean, this is a little bit whatever, because I kind of already can guess the answer, but still, you have to ask yourself this, Elijah. And keep in mind, I've thought about doing this myself, and whatever, is that you can volunteer, Elijah, to, work at your local election office. And if you're part of the system there, you at least have the option to see whatever fuckery might be going on firsthand. Or stop it, that'd be a good thing to stop it if it's happening, prevent it. Making yourself part of that would be a good way to prevent it.
Yo, Lou, this is crazy. I don't know who, Orion. Or do you know people did that already? Why don't you go ask them what happened in 2016? Are you serious?
Oh yeah, I know. A lot of weird stuff was caught on. Well, I'm gonna hold on.
No, a lot of stuff independent not true, you just go to the other party. And then that cycle repeats. And then you're dead. Or you don't care anymore, which is what they're banking on. So what I'm saying is the thing that keeps this whole thing alive is the ability to, within the paradigm, go from one side to another. So,
okay, so can I ask you a clarifying question about this, Elijah? Is this a set in stone thing? What I'm asking you is it possible to live in a world where we have Republicans and Democrats here as the two main parties in the United States, and one does actually represent criminals and one represents the people? Is that a possible thing, or do you consider that to be completely and totally impossible?
That's completely. I don't know.
I don't know. Is there a precedence for it, at least?
Are you telling me that there's literally a benevolent side and like a demonic side? Like that's.
No, I'm not talking about. Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't ask the question that way I meant to. I meant that in the long-term future tense. Like, would you say that this would continue on 100 years into the future, and like even then, it's still going to be a false dichotomy?
Bro, it's already been 100. Like. Question to you.
Actually, well, yeah, but I mean, like, wait.
My clarifying question to you now would be, well, is there a precedent for such a thing?
Well, I guess you're right. People are stupid. Maybe you're right by default, just by people being stupid.
Is there a precedent for the thing that you're asking is possible? Has it happened in the past?
I think in smaller countries, maybe. But I don't know of any specific examples offhand, no.
All right. Well, when you research that, get back to me.
Yeah, well, it's good to remind ourselves that, it's just important to advocate for freedom, as opposed to advocating for less freedom.
Is it possible? I want to know your reasoning. Why did you ask? Is it possible that there could be a side that's all for good and a side that just is anti-good? How did that go? Anti-good?
Well, actually, I have a good answer to that. So I campaigned for Ron Paul in
dickhead.
Well, I have a campaign for Ron Paul in 2012, and I think it was starting that year that the libertarians began to abandon the Libertarian Party and began to hijack the Republican Party to make it the new Republican Libertarian Party, make it the new Libertarian Party. And so that started in 2012 with Ron Paul, and Ron Paul didn't end up becoming president, but after the campaign, he wasn't campaigning anymore, but the people that were trying to do that, including myself, never really stopped. In fact, we continued on right through to 2016 and beyond. And we are still to this day. But, it's just a long and strenuous process. But yeah, ultimately speaking, myself and plenty of other people, they like, I can even remember this one part that kind of reminds me of this one moment, where I was at a libertarian in 2016. I actually went to a Gary Johnson speech and rally. And Gary Johnson, by the way, if you want to know, it's just like Bush and Cheney and Obama and whatever. He's a New World Order shill, whatever, shitbag or whatever. But anyway, so I was walking through like a crowd of like 200 people in this place in Portland. It was like indoors or whatever. And like I was handing out all these flyers. And like at the very end, right as I was about to go towards the exit and start handing out more flyers at the exit before leaving, like these two guys, both around the same age as me, like they both like they took these flyers from me and they looked at it and they kind of looked at me and started talking to me. But like you could see the look in their eyes, like it looked like they were almost about to cry, but not like really, but like they were almost kind of sad, like oh no, you're taking yourself and your stuff or whatever. You'd be like, oh fuck this, I'm ditching this ship, I'm gonna go hijack that ship. Anyone want to come with me? Anyone want to stay? Fuck you, or not fuck you, but like, what I mean, like, stay if you want, but I'm not fucking staying, And like you could see the look in their eyes. You could actually see the look in their eyes, like them, like almost kind of like this funny scared look. But anyway, the point is, yes, there are a lot of libertarians that want to hijack the Republican Party, and if that becomes reality, then it won't be such a dichotomy.
All right, Orion. So here's you're living in a moment in time. You just described to me who I would be if I was the Bernie Sanders people that decided to jump into the Democratic Party to take over to make change for the Democrats. All they did was get
Start over? I couldn't hear the beginning of that.
And once again, asking for your financial support.
So what you're describing is exactly the people who were Bernie Sanders people, and because they lost, they continued. They decided to get subsumed by the Democratic Party in hopes that they could make change. Gato Ocasio-Cortez thought that was the change, but it was actually bullshit. So what I'm saying is, there are people, if I was still on that train, I would still be linking up with all of the people who still to this day are Bernie Sanderites that believe in his message, not from 2020, but from 2016. He isn't even that same person. Not that he was the person he presented in 2016, but I'm just saying. Like
it's a method, right?
Those people from 2016 are still pushing to change the party from within. That's what you just described to me. So
no, that is not what I just described at all. You are completely and totally wrong, Elijah.
All right. So what were you promoting, though, Orion? You know, when you were doing that, what were you trying to promote?
I was promoting people ditching the Libertarian Party, which is a third party in the United States.
Okay, so
hijacking.
Hold on. Let me ask you something. If you're going to ditch the Libertarian Party,
you're not even let me finish answering the question. What are you talking? Helio, shut up.
So people, including Bernie Sanders, jumped ship from the independent side of things to infiltrate the Democratic Party. Okay, so we're still in parallel ground. Continue.
Yeah. So what you're talking about is meandering nonsense, Elijah. The Democratic Party is just a bunch of meandering nonsense. The Green Party is a bunch of meandering nonsense. I've gone to lots of rallies and lots of meetings for both. The Communist Party is a bunch of meandering nonsense. This is all collectivism. You need to research collectivism, Elijah, and then maybe you'll understand the situation a little bit better.
No, he does. I'm pretty sure. But anyway.
And the Libertarians were taking over the Republican Party. Oh,
no, that's not even.
Yeah, Elijah, possible. You do not know what collectivism is. You should research it and understand it, and understand that you should be opposed to it.
This was a total ad hom from the coherent point that I just made and the parallel I was drawing, because it's not about rhetoric for me. It's about the form of an argument. And all I did was throw the form of your argument back at you with different rhetoric. And you're like, well, for these people,
I wasn't making an argument. I was telling a story.
I don't know what you call that, but I call that special pleading. Oh, no.
Well, what argument was I making?
You were making the argument. I heard what he said. Go ahead, Elijah.
It's not an argument. You were making a statement about what's happening with libertarians. I was like, that's interesting. The same thing happened in this instance. And you're saying...
No, except it's not the same thing. You think it's the same thing because you don't know what collectivism is. That's why you think it's the same thing. Do you want me to explain? Let me explain to you what collectivism is. Like, just listen, Elijah. Let me tell you what collectivism is. So...
No, I'm good.
Socialism...
I'm good.
Well, I'm pretty sure you don't, because if you did, you wouldn't be saying the things you're saying. So I'm just going to say it for your sake and the audience's sake.
I agree. What if I agree with Elijah? Am I saying disagree with you? I'm disagreeing with you, and so me and Elijah disagree with you. I heard what you said.
So socialism, communism, and fascism. These are three different forms of collectivism. They all fall into the category of collectivism. And then we have another way of ruling the economy because
in a certain vein,
the government, the government does dictate the freedoms. Ultimately speaking,
but this is a major red herring, dog.
Okay, I'm okay. I'm just saying it for educational purposes, so we can hopefully be more understanding of each other. So can I finish? I'm almost done. I only have a few more words.
Go ahead.
So what I was going to say is that there's also this other category that's not collectivism. It's called individualism.
But people think that the independents are hijacking the Democratic Party. So independents are hijacking the
Independence is not a party, Elijah. There's no independent party.
The Democrats, yeah, you're right. I concede. The Democrats are actually infiltrating the Republican Party along with the Libertarians. So what are the Republicans doing?
Yeah. Okay. And what policies are they putting forth that are detrimental to us? Can you list one? The ones that you're talking about that are infiltrating it? Can you list a policy that they're putting forth that are detrimental to us?
You can't answer any questions, can you? All you do is just ask more questions.
Yeah, because you guys are just full of nonsense. Just vague as fuck nonsense.
What did I say that was vague?
Wow.
I just
everything you said, every word you said is vague. Every word you and Lou ever say about politics is completely and totally vague. Nothing any of you ever say is specific, which is
because we don't follow the fucking magic. That's why, Ryan. We don't follow the magic. We don't. Go ahead.
Dude.
Maybe they got a little carried away, but still, you guys are very vague.
I'm not carried away. It's magic. It's magic.
Helio, you're not even listening.
Helio,
I've been listening.
Ryan was being
please put yourself on mute, Helio.
Yeah, please, for now at least.
Orion, I've barely spoken. You're just mad at me, and you guys are both talking about me. Like, I'm sorry you disagree with me. Like, my whole point is I've lost faith in the system that you have tons of faith in. Okay?
No, it's not that I have tons of faith.
I don't know how to reconcile that with you, man.
No, it's that I feel like it's not a good idea to give up, and you're saying it's a good idea to give up at this point. I'm saying, no. I'm not saying you should have faith in the system, but that's not to say it's a good idea to give up, is what I'm saying.
I gave up on your system. I gave up on the system that you are touting.
He's trying to say that we should use a broken system to utilize the broken system to make change.
Well, logically speaking, you shouldn't give up based on the fact that all you have to do is fill out a bubble and put a piece of paper in an envelope, or at least that's what you do in my state. Based on the fact that that's what you have to do, you shouldn't give up.
I don't know how old you are, but dude, we lost a long time ago. Like, you guys are so late. You have no idea.
That's what I'm trying to tell
actually,
him.
On the contrary, Lou, I think we might be winning. I mean, it's not so much like there's a Bush and Cheney or Bush and Gore like going on, like just as it is before. Like people are at least a little more mindful.
Now I'm gonna have to get super belligerent, I guess. Like I guess we're all just gonna be talking on equal ground now. Like fuck it, this is what y'all wanted, right?
Go, Eli. Go ahead, brother.
Yo, like Lou is correct. I'm still new. Lou's experienced more than I have. I just woke up to this. I was waking up to this when I found this place. When Sassy, I don't know if you were around Lou. I know you were here, Helio. Because Sassy kept thinking that I was still a Democrat and still like drinking the Kool-Aid that any of that shit matters. And I was like, no. I understand it. Why? Because I wasn't vague then. I could talk about it for hours because I knew the details about every fucking thing and I had it all chronologized. Is that a word? I had it in chronological order. I had all my videos. I had all of my documents, all my notes, all of my newspaper clips. The fuck are you talking about? I spent years trying to wake people up, trying to get them to go vote and do something. Okay? And it was through this that I understood that was all for naught. Because unless the system itself isn't so corrupt that I can't even mention the shit or it'll get taken down on YouTube, unless that's not the case.
Elijah?
Why?
You said you were campaigning, right?
Why? The bottom line is the bottom line. Like you're trying to say, well, we didn't experience what we experienced. Well, we're saying we'll just give you more time. That's all.
I just wanted to understand you a little.
Ryan,
You said you were campaigning.
Campaign for what?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. What did you campaign for, Elijah?
No, I'm
asking
me. You. Yeah.
I campaigned for Ron Paul, and then later on Rand Paul, and just libertarian policies.
Why would you do that?
Because that's logical. Is that a sufficient answer?
What makes you think that Rand Paul is anything like Ron Paul in his policies?
No, they're different.
Well,
they're different.
I'm not saying he was, I was a little bit reluctant.
I like
Rand. It was either Rand Paul or nobody else. It was either Rand Paul or Trump. Like everyone else on the board was just bullshit.
Yeah, I think Rand Paul should have been the presidential candidate.
You don't even. You don't even know how Donald Trump fucking got elected. That's it's fucking crazy.
No, I was saying when I say bullshit, I meant known bullshit. Like when I looked at Trump, I was like, well, I don't know who the hell this guy is, or if he's good or bad, but it's just put a question mark next to him in my mind.
You're asking if they have a policy that literally gets Democrats to go Republican, and I'm trying to explain to you that it's the mechanism that kind of siphons your thinking into making you make that choice. In the same way, I know for a fact Donald Trump got elected because it was the plan of the Democrats to make him the candidate by using the Pied Piper strategy.
Now, hey, Elijah, I'm not even in contention with that.
Okay, can
you answer a question of mine? A specific question of mine that I have about you, Elijah. So you said you were campaigning, right, Elijah?
Everything that you see was staged. Like you asking me about what I campaigned for and what my positions on politics are and what policies that's irrelevant, dog.
I'm starting to doubt that you even did. If you're not even willing to answer the damn question,
why should we?
How about you add my name, the one that goes along with my face? Maybe look up my photos on Facebook or something, or ask about me, or speak to the journalist that I fucking know to say some dumb shit like that.
I don't even know what you're talking about now. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the rebuttal to what you just said about I'm starting to think that you didn't even campaign, and I'm telling you.
Well, can you answer the question? No. Can you answer the question? Elijah, I'm not even trying to question that. Elijah, I'm trying to go to a different point. Elijah, just let me ask the question.
That's why I'm not trying to answer it, because I'm showing you how.
All right. So in other words, you're just intellectually impotent.
What you're saying is.
Oh, God. What is it that he did that disrespected you that got you to dislike him?
This is not what I'm hearing is that Orion thinks that you should pay attention to politics, which we do, but and I agree with Elijah on this point. Why you're going to have to convince us why that's important.
Well, I know why.
We do.
But the mechanism is broken. He doesn't know that. Like I know.
So can I ask you a clarifying question about that? Are there any solutions to fix it?
If the system worked the way that it worked,
from Orion,
the way that we believe that it worked, then I would be all good with what Orion's saying. What I'm saying is, on my journey of participating in the system, I found out, it's bullshit. In the sense that
because you're a dumbass Democrat. That was
in the sense that the entire thing is controlled. So much so that it's not like you start locally and build yourself up. Sure, you can, but you know what happens? People like Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who commits political crimes to do this, will literally
that actually clicked for me. I was like, oh, okay, now I agree, and now I get what you're saying. You led him down this. You said, well, you asked him about the slave thing, and he's like, well, I don't really understand fully the rights of slaves and all this stuff. Ding, ding, ding. That's the point. That's the point you were trying to make, Eli, that I don't fully understand the rights. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So I felt like you guys found common ground there, but I don't know if you saw that. But just to add, overall, in general, I feel like I came from a similar path. I was the Democrat that sort of like evolved and changed and got, grew into the right. And then, I was getting really passionate about like political subjects. I think the last thing that got me really heavily invested was the Blasey Ford trial or the hearing or whatever. I was like, got super interested in that, and then was getting like having long debates after work, politics with friends and stuff like that. So I've definitely been down this road, but I'm more like Eli. I'm like, shit's rigged, dude. Like I'm past this now. It's a stage, a lot of actors and stuff like that. So I'm a bit in agreement with Eli on this one, but I know people are passionate about this, Orion, and maybe there are some issues and things that are important, but I think overall, like, especially on like Eli was saying, high profile Trump and all this, like, yeah, I mean, I'm not buying any of that stuff for sure.
I was super passionate. His question to that was, what policies did you support and advocate? Like, fam, we were passionate, bro. Like, we were. Like, I wasn't. I was screaming at everyone that I've alienated myself from my friends, and they used to love me for my intellectualness. Whatever the word is, until I started talking about politics. Then when I was like, oh, okay, I get it. It's all bullshit because the earth is flat. They really jump ship. So it's like...
He was specific to ask you that question, too, because he already knows my story. He already knows I did do the Ron Paul thing back in the Ron Paul days. I voted for Ron Paul in the primary election in 2011, but didn't vote in the presidential because I just wanted to give my support for Ron Paul. Even though at that time I still kind of knew it was all bullshit, but I was like, if I'm going to just, why not? My
candidate wasn't even on the ballot, and I wrote them in. You know who I voted for? Motherfucking Jill Stein, and I wrote her in. You think that fell on deaf ears? Damn sure did, because they all fall on deaf ears, my man. It doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you want.
Yeah. But I'm not being defeatist about it. So he didn't ask me that because he knows that I know all the same shit that he fucking knows. So no, he wanted to go at you, who is a Sanders guy. Like, what's wrong with you with Sanders?
Yeah, because he sees an opposite, and I'm trying to explain to him, no, fam, there's no such thing. Like, they want you to see an opposite. That's why you're asking me specific questions about Bernie Sanders, because just the fact that I would say that I would support him, I'm sure triggered you. Like, I don't even know what I was supporting, other than his message on, we want kids to go to college for free. That was attractive to me because I couldn't fucking afford college.
Which is retarded, which is my point. My point is the policies you support are stupid as fuck, dude. That's my point.
It could be retarded, but that's not your point. Your point is that people should be active. Now you're telling me that what I was active for is garbage. That's not your choice.
Yes, affirmative.
That's not your choice, nor your problem.
My choice? What the fuck does that mean? My choice? What are you talking about?
It's not your concern what other people vote for. Unless you're trying to be exactly like what I'm saying.
So at this point, I don't know, maybe we should go into a room and talk about this.
Yeah, I wanted it to be a living wage, not increase a minimum wage, a wage that actually makes sense, because by golly, by G, just fucking let it be beyond me to say that and this is a meme, so I'm not going to sit here and act like this one is mine, but I heard a man say, working 40 hours for $1,000 is disrespectful. No, what he said working 24 hours for $20. No, working 8 hours for whatever $20 an hour is disrespectful. And when I thought about it, I was like, that's true. I'm working a whole fucking 60 minutes for $20? I'm not, but I'm just saying, like, that is kind of
$20 an hour. That's pretty good, isn't it?
No, I understand. I understand how we typically. I understand how we typically think about this stuff. $30 an hour is more than enough to fucking have a decent living, especially in a lot of places. It's way better than in the city. You're gonna get way more.
Not when the value of the dollar is going down drastically. It's not.
Okay, I know that. It's called modern money mechanics, dude. I fucking know. So anyway, back to the point that I was making. I don't even remember because he just says shit that is, and it's like he's saying it, and I know he's saying it because he thinks that I don't know, and I'm like, how is he hearing me talk? But it's like he's hearing a different thing come out of my mouth.
Do we really have to talk
Elijah, you were just pointing out a problem, but you were pointing out an improper solution to an actual problem. Meanwhile, I'm over here, and I know of a proper solution to the problem you're illustrating. So you illustrated the problem quite well. The solution.
Talk about a solution.
Falls flat, like flat, whatever. Flat Earth. Hey, how about flat Earth? You know.
Okay, Lou, Creation Bear, whoever's listening. I might be drunk. I'm really not. Did I propose a solution?
Don't think so.
There's no end to these kind of discussions.
He's a high level troll, fam. Like there's no way. Like he's just because in Flat Earth, like the questions, everything, the questions he asks are so fallacious. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's something that I think because he believes in the politics, he's willing to come at it the same way a Glover would, right? So he's willing to just be unfair in his reasoning or unreasonable in his reasoning, I should say.
I think it's more like I'm just advocating that we don't have a quitter mentality.
Dude, everything that you're saying relies on having faith in the powers that be.
The system.
Oh, no, that's definitely not true, and I definitely don't have that faith you speak of, so I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, you do have faith in the system. Yeah, you do.
Well, so wait, hold on. So let's be specific here. Are you trying to say that I don't believe in voter fraud? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, crap.
You don't even know what I'm talking about. I made it a very I think, and I hope that this resonates with everyone. I never feel like I'm giving life 100% because we all have that voice in our mind where it's like, oh, you should go to sleep now because you have that thing. You should wake up now because you're going to be late. You should save your money because, like, don't buy it. Like, we never listen to that voice.
It's called discipline.
Yep. Yeah.
Maybe you're not disciplined.
I'm not. I know that for a fact.
Once you join the army, then they'll teach you that.
Yeah. Or I could read the Bible. Same difference. Well, no, let me not say same difference.
That's not going to fix
yeah, because that also teaches some people discipline. So it just depends.
Well, if you could just tell yourself to be disciplined without learning it somehow, then you're not going to get disciplined.
I wouldn't propose that that's possible. That's not. I didn't say that was possible.
I mean, you hear, if something inside you says, no, don't do that, it's not a good idea, maybe just start listening to that voice.
I agree. It's hard, though. Willpower is hard. Willpower is just like just like muscle strength for some reason. Like I'm like a scrawny kid when it comes to willpower. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. What are you, Christian?
Yeah.
Sounds kind of a mediocre, yeah.
Because what does it mean to be Christian? That's just like when people ask me, am I a flat earther? I go, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have the time to dump on them. Like somebody said, like there's this meme where this guy says, "Yo, don't emo dump on me." Like somebody was like, "No, I don't even. How can I insensitively do this? No, sensitively do this." What example? Anyway, somebody goes through an emotional trauma, right? And then he starts telling his friend, and his friend's like, "Whoa. I did not give you permission to emo dump on me." Is that fucking crazy or what? Like you tell somebody who's about to start telling you some deep shit, and you're like, "Nah."
Not a very good friend, I guess. Unless you're always a big drama queen, you finally say, "You know what? Toughen up, man." What happened? Finally, everybody's silent in here.
Is anybody out there?
Just not if you could hear me. Is there anybody home? Relax.
Nah, dude, no, I don't want to take it back, but I definitely remember long nights at the bar with like a couple shawties or whatever, just arguing politics, dude. It's like that's what happens. You just get into these like 3-hour arguments. It's just what happens.
Yeah, it's endless. No one ever changes their mind about nothing.
Yeah,
it's pointless.
But that's the thing. I used to change people's minds, just like I do here in Flat Earth.
I've never seen it happen.
Well, that's because I wasn't carrying rhetoric. I was carrying a mirror. Not a mirror. I was carrying a scrying mirror into the information that people didn't know about their side.
I see.
Can I give you guys some? So it's not just about changing minds; it's also about informing those who are informed. So I'll give you an example of this that's very important. So 114 here in Oregon, I prefer people to vote no on it. So by simply informing 3 random women, one of them in a credit union and 2 in just a grocery store parking lot as I was walking through it to get to work, by simply just telling these individuals about 114, I just asked them first. I asked them some question: "Do you vote?" They said yes. I asked them, "Do you know about 114?" They said, "No, what's that?" And I explain it to them. And as I'm done explaining to them, they say, "Oh yeah, well I'll make sure to vote no on that." Or one of them was like, Point is they were saying, make sure to vote no on it. So it's not like I changed their mind, but I certainly did have an effect. I think it was positive for preserving rights.
Okay, that's fair.
Have you asked anybody, or have you looked into a perspective where anyone is saying don't sign, not because not within the paradigm as in sign or don't sign, but have you heard anyone saying I wouldn't sign and this is why? And it has something to do with being given the right, and they're arguing that maybe it's something that is already granted to us by just being here. Have you heard any of their arguments towards this?
Are you talking about the arguments for 114?
What did I just say?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
What did I just say?
But no, I was just clarifying. It seemed like he was saying something else.
The reason I'm asking is because
that's what he was saying, right?
I told you previously a story about how a friend who lived in California was against the proposition.
Don't tell me the story. Just answer the question. What is wrong with you?
Because you're not understanding what I'm telling you. That's the most disheartening thing right now. You're not.
No kidding.
Okay, whatever. Well, good luck, bro.
Freedom leads to prosperity. There's nothing complicated about that.
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with asking for permission, though.
Ask me for permission for what? What are you talking about? You're not making any sense.
It was like the daddy thing, like asking daddy for permission.
Daddy, what are you talking about, Creation Bear? I don't know what you're saying.
How does he not get it? I don't get it.
It sounds like you guys are like saying like, I don't know what the hell you're saying, but it's nonsense, whatever it is. It's clearly not coherent.
Creation, you hopping online?
Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah.
I don't know. It must be what I'm smoking, man. Should have never let them make it legal here. Now they got all this crazy weed.
Oh, that wasn't.
Where are you at?
That was you're in New York, right?
Yeah.
That's what
I don't know, man. A man and a woman were just screaming at me on the street for walking on the dirt side of the road, and they thought I was trespassing on their property, and they were walking down the street and driving down the street to scream at me. And they seem quite sober. I think people are just crazy. I don't think it has anything to do with any drug.
They probably heard you speaking all that nonsense, and they said, "This guy's crazy. We don't want him near us."
That's called a public easement. You get to walk down the, even if there's not a sidewalk, the edge of the property.
It would be one thing, it would be one thing if there was a sidewalk and I was like walking off the sidewalk onto someone's front lawn, and they were like, "Hey, get off my fucking lawn!" That'd be one thing.
Right.
There's not any fucking sidewalk on this street, dude. There's no fucking sidewalk on this street. I'm walking on gravel on the side of the road, and they're like chasing me down the street a few houses to yell at me to not walk on their property. You're like, what the fuck? Like I was asking her, like, which house are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, lady? She was just like screaming hysterically at me from inside a car. And there's her husband. Her husband ran down the street and was like yelling at me from a distance. And I was like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to go over there and talk to him about me hurting his feelings? Or what? Like, whatever.
Say, what do you want? Say, what do you want me to do? Walk down the middle of the street? Crying out
be
loud.
Like a lady.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, I don't think it was drugs that made that woman crazy. I don't think it was drugs that made her man-child of a husband crazy. Like, I think people are just stupid and fucking crazy.
He's a super
carrier. It was probably the vaccines, the brain damage.
Oh, wait. Careful, Jemsy. We unmuted, or undeafened.
Turned her into a carrier.
May have been the jabby jab, Jabby jab cereal.
Juicy.
Whatever.
Maybe it's that time of the month.
Talking about video games, this is a video game app. Talking about Roblox.
Video game? Where'd that come from?
People, build them in platforms and they sell them to you.
As you know, I'm kind of a gamer.
I gotta get one of those.
No, you don't.
So funny. Give me a President Trump.
Supreme Leader Trump. Supreme Leader.
You spoke over the president.
Whatever.
One more time.
You weren't supposed to do that.
You weren't supposed to do that.
You know what, Jimsy?
You're fired. You're fired.
Go home to mommy.
I got unemployment now. Yes. Whole year.
You don't get unemployment if you get fired.
Yes, you can. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, like, let's say you get fired for stealing from the till. Yeah, you don't get unemployment for that. You have to go to a hearing or something if you insist on getting unemployment after getting fired. They have to hear why you got fired and all that garbage. Then they make a decision.
Are you serious right now, Bill?
That's the way it worked in California anyway.
You like that, guys?
After all the politics talk, I feel exhausted, and I didn't even spoke. For some reason.
Your brain's tired from listening.
Do you think,
I think so.
maybe we need to donate a GoFundMe to Jimsy?
Yes.
And once again, asking for your financial support.
Maybe it was because it was above you.
Forget donating to Helio. Send money to that guy.
No, I don't think I will.
Please.
No, thank you.
Actually, that's so funny. I actually have that on here.
No, I don't think I will.
Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Just because someone can know that the earth is flat doesn't mean they can't be brainwashed to believe other things that are in fact not true.
Well, you have to go, okay, they lied about this flat earth thing. What else is totally upside down?
Well, yeah, but that's my point. Not, that's not to say that everyone questions everything equally. What I'm saying is I've been
questioning
know the earth
everything.
is flat and stationary and still be brainwashed to think that X is true.
You might still be brainwashed into taking the jabby jab or something.
Yeah, exactly. Or at the very least, believing that the cocoa moving through the air is a real thing, when in fact it might not be.
The which?
I mean, my best friend falls under that category. My best friend, he's a flat earther, but he still at least 75% for the most part, or whatever, I guess effectively does, yeah. Like he sometimes kind of does it, but for the most part, he believes in the cocoa moving through the air. He didn't take the jabby jab, but he believes in the cocoa moving through the air.
I'm having trouble understanding what's moving through the air.
The cocoa.
The Solo 19 cocoa.
Oh,
the thing that started back, in 2020 or whatever.
Oh, the invisible enemy.
yes, the invisible danger. It's gonna get you.
It's got us afraid of, the thin air. Now we're hiding in our houses because of the thin air might get us.
Gentlemen.
What a psyop.
Gentlemen.
What?
Can you hear me?
No.
10-4.
Okay. Ryan, is there a problem with the topics that you can't talk about in this room? Is there a reason that you have to keep bringing them back up, bro?
Speaking coded language.
I don't give a fuck, mate, with your codes. Go and talk in another room, eh? Grow the fuck up, dude. You've been banging on about politics all night. You've been skirting around medics all fucking night. Are you some kind of shell or something? You're trying to take this place down? Is that what it is?
I don't think
I'm doing good with the coded language. Let's just go back to flat Earth.
Yeah, just go back to flat Earth. Thanks. Cheers. There's a really good fucking idea. I mean, it is a flat Earth server. We're talking about flat Earth. After all, other servers are taken down. We're talking about off-topic subjects. After all, after all,
and so the point still stands. Yeah, the point still stands because I don't have to talk up. Hey, I don't have to bring up off-topic subjects to simply make the point that someone can still know perfectly damn well that the Earth is flat and still be brainwashed to think that things that are true that are not actually true.
Yeah, well, when off-topic subjects come up, get the fuck off them, eh?
All right, just de-escalate there.
De-escalate, dude. I'm about to come to America and de-escalate the fuck out of it, bro. Chill out, guys. Stop wrecking the channel, eh? See you later.
All right, tough guy. All right, it's Tuesday night, 24/7 Flat Earth discussions.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
We are live.
We are
on the
flat.
We're live on the interweb. So,
Gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not. That might not be true.
So now we got nothing to say. After we got yelled at. We all got scolded, so now we're all sitting here in shame.
He is right, though. I mean, I'm a fan of old dudes, so I didn't mean to play that. Damn, it's just so perfect. I had to click it, but I hope he didn't take that as me like joking around or anything. But yeah, he's right. We don't want to. If we just logged in tomorrow and the server was gone, like that wouldn't feel very good. You know what I mean?
I don't know if that's happened. I mean, I guess it happens. I just never seen it happen to anybody I know.
Yeah, I don't know how many other servers you've joined that are flat Earth or whatever, but like, yeah, there's a bunch of servers that have been completely wiped out. So yeah, we just want to avoid that at all costs. So I'll just reverberate what old dude was saying. Like, yeah, I mean, I agree that if you have to make a point, like Orion was making a point, sure, speak in a little code. But we definitely were like talking about it heavily there. Things that have gotten Helio or Roger's YouTube channel like got some strikes just for talking about some of the things we brought up recently. So he's not wrong.
Shut up and be good slaves.
Yeah.
Censor yourselves, damn it.
We're being trained, how to be good little slaves.
I mean, but the ultimate point is like it wouldn't feel good if we logged in and it was gone. So let's just.
No, we're here to stay, folks.
So would you say that the freedom of speech leads to prosperity?
Of course.
Oh, I guess that's just another example to illustrate what I was saying earlier, that freedom leads to prosperity.
Of course. In a corporation where people are lorded over and scrutinized and criticized, and they don't work as hard as people who love their work environment, where there's like nice things to do, like nice break room and nice benefits and good pay and nice vacation time. And you see what I'm saying? If the people are happy, they're more productive.
Yeah, but I claim the freedom to make you unhappy.
What's that?
But is that freedom or is that something else? That sounds like something else to me. Like, in what specific way do you mean? Like, do you mean by like striking it with your hand? You're not allowed to do that. That's assault. That's not a freedom. That's assault.
No,
like,
but
in what specific way do you mean?
Do it.
But I mean, like, if you wanted to say something to him to hurt his feelings, like an insult to him, yeah, you can say that. You can do that if you can manage to hurt his feelings, or he's got a heart of stone, and you can't hurt his feelings. You know, I don't know.
Hey, Ryan, do you want to hear some hard truths right now?
No.
Are you ready for this?
No.
Drum roll, please.
If it's not
I'm going to say it anyway.
Related, if it not,
I'm going to say it anyway.
Related,
Shut up, Jimsy. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to say it anyway.
Well, before you say it, should we deafen something or not?
No, I'm going to say it to you in front of everybody because you're the one that's been freaking talking about this shit. This is not a free speech platform.
Yeah, I know that.
Are you aware? Okay, then why are you talking about that? And then we tried to tell you many times over the past hour to stop talking about this, and we don't talk about politics on here, but you kept bringing it up.
I didn't bring up politics, Helio. What did I say about politics?
I'm not yelling at you necessarily. I'm just like, bro, this isn't a free speech platform. We can't say anything we want to on this Discord channel, or especially in this room, and especially since it's being broadcast live on YouTube. And for the sake of the channel, you already know this, and so it's just like, bro. And so we try to keep it focused on flat Earth. We can get into politics, chat a little bit about religion every once in a while. We're just like, oh yeah, we've been through all that kind of stuff, bro. I mean, there are plenty of places you can,
Here you keep going and you're not saying anything,
motherfucker. Fucking neutrals.
What's the new people? What's the questions for the globe?
I have just like listen, I mean, Orion, you've been here long enough to know what the format is, and you
and I just followed it, Helio.
No, you didn't. Now you are, but you didn't earlier, and that's why.
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. I will avoid that. Thank you.
Okay, Orion, you're grounded. Go to the VC check-in and bring new people in.
And fucking other than that, I love everybody, and I still love Orion too. I just want, like, he was acting all pompous and saying, "Oh, this is a free speech." No, this place.
I didn't say that though. I didn't say that. No, Helio. What I said was I was just talking about the freedom of speech in general. I wasn't talking about this platform. I was just talking about
we don't even have that in general either. So anyway.
Well, yeah, and I was just saying it's a good idea to advocate for it in general. Is what I'm saying. That's the whole point.
Stop talking about free speech. There's no free speech here, so stop talking about it.
Well, wait. Well, the point the joke I was going to make about that though is, well, what about talking about the freedom of speech to say the Earth is flat? We're allowed to talk about that, right?
I mean, you can walk down the street and say Earth is flat, and people look at you weird, but I don't even mind that either. It's just like, show me.
They're not trying to take that away, so there's not much to talk about.
Yeah, no, but on this platform, we talk about flat Earth 24/7, and we do talk about related topics. For the most part, we try to keep it focused on flat Earth because for some reason they will let us talk about that. But if we talk about some other, like, especially like with the election near, if we get too deep into that, they're probably really kind of about to get crazy because they've already given me a couple strikes. I had one that was released and stuff. Anyway, just wanted to.
They're about ready to round us all up.
yeah. It's just like that. They don't want to hear us talk about, especially flat earthers talk about politics. Anyway.
Hey, guys! I just got a great idea. What if we made like a movie? Like a futuristic dystopic movie, and it was like them rounding up all the flat earthers to put them in a globe re-education camp or something. I don't know.
That would make a great movie, wouldn't it?
Flat Earth
globe re-education camp.
I would just be like,
I would pay any money to watch something like
that. yeah, but it might wake somebody up. Like someone might be like, "Wait, what the hell is this really about?"
Oh no!
Every time I watch movies, I wake up. Yeah, I'm a wake up person when I watch movies.
If they did that to me, I would just act like what is that character Buddy from the Elf movie? What is that, Will Ferrell or whatever? I just act a damn fool.
I think I probably would too. I think I would be like,
if they put you in a re-education camp, you just act retarded.
I'm just going right back.
Oh yeah,
clown again.
No, guys. You know what would really happen? What would really happen is we would all be the first ones to get out. We would graduate first because we'd all go in because we know the globe better. And they're like, oh, you know the radius of the globe? Yeah, we know the radius of the globe. You know the spin, like the orbit around the sun, miles per hour. Yeah, we know that. And then we just pop out the side like, yeah, we know the globe. You know the globe. Yeah.
That is a good point. Just give me the AP exam right now. I'm ready.
I promise I'll teach it when I leave. I promise, Master. I promise.
Yeah, it's like you can test out of high school early or whatever. That's brilliant. We would definitely do that. Yeah, but I also just wouldn't mind being a class clown. Just act a damn fool.
Who knows, man?
Then they'll just, take you down to the guillotine room.
Yeah, put me in the rubber room.
It's like they might decide you're too fucking smart for your own good, right?
Right.
Just get rid of you.
Yeah, we're probably not supposed to talk about FEMA camps here either, so.
I think we can talk. See, it's just like, I think we can talk about FEMA camps. We can talk about 9/11. We can't talk about Boston Marathon. And we definitely can't talk about the SH. The other.
Well, the Boston Marathon is just as fake as SH.
I know. We all know this, or not all of us know this, but yeah, it's just like, but we try to keep it on flat Earth because we get a lot of new tonight. I mean, there's not a lot of new people here, but so we try to keep it mostly focused on that. As far as in a live stream, now inside the server, there are other rooms where you can go and just talk to each other about.
I never go to other rooms. I don't
either because this is the funnest place ever.
Yeah,
but
if you go to another room, it's like you and one other person or something.
Yeah, it's more fun to. Well, I mean, I like to talk to individuals sometimes. I'll sit, dude. I talked to last weekend. Talked to what's her name? Cash.
Oh, what's her name?
Keep in mind, guys. I said the words re-education camp, not what Dan just said. So you don't have to actually say that. You can just.
Oh my God, I never imagined in America we'd be tiptoeing around like a bunch of fairies.
I know it's weird.
Keep in mind, Dan. I don't think it will last.
So we can keep the channel alive, so that we can get new people coming every day asking about flat Earth. We just go through the redundant conversations. We're quite aware of. Most of us are quite aware of all the other nonsense and bullshit. But YouTube, to keep the channel alive and the information flowing. Fine. I mean, if you guys don't give a shit about that, even if I didn't have the YouTube channel running, if we got like total shit show here with almost everything that's on our mind, the Discord wouldn't even last. So we actually
it would just implode.
Yeah. So that's why it's heavily regulated, but it's also, just speak your mind, but just know who you're talking to, feel the room, and if something comes up and you want to talk to someone else individually, you want to message them. It's an opportunity to meet other people too that are, maybe they want to talk about it too, and you can find another server, or you can find another room in here, talk to them. But for the most part, this live stream room is to meet new people. And to present information, on the YouTube stream and that kind of stuff. It's not necessarily for us to just like go over every freaking hoax and all that kind of shit. We're not doing that.
We have a specific purpose with this server anyway. Specific topic. That's what we're here to talk about.
Well, the server itself, for Flat Earth, but the live stream specifically is for Flat Earth. But you can go to different rooms in here and talk about other stuff with other people. You don't have to be here all day. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty big server. You don't have to stay in here all day. If you want to talk about something else, that we don't prefer to be, in this room, there's plenty of other places to talk to other people about it. You can just request that someone else comes to another room and talks to you about it. It's not a big deal. Like that waste of time that we were talking about politics for an hour and a half.
Those conversations never go anywhere except to get people's panties in a bunch.
Yeah, they just keep people going back and forth. If anyone thinks they can find a solution through politics, do it on a political server.
Yeah, that's what I was just like, Anyway, and I thought Orion knew that, but he just kept bringing it up. Bro.
All right. Well, he's been talked to.
Yeah. It's done. Yeah, I mean, it's like, hey, I'm guilty of it sometimes too, but it really has more of a historic. When I talk about it, it's more historical than like modern politics, because everybody's been played throughout the centuries, as far as all that goes.
Yeah, so I said it before and I'll say it again. Someone can still know perfectly damn well that the Earth is flat and stationary and still be brainwashed to think that something is true when in fact that thing is not true.
Sure.
Yeah, the thing is, Orion, I think they've been trying to say that to you.
That goes for everybody.
Hold on. Someone's been trying to say that to me? Care to elaborate?
He knows that. I was just saying.
What does that even mean? What does that mean, Creation Bear? What the fuck does that mean?
Verbatim.
It means that some of your beliefs might be incorrect. That's all.
Okay. So I acknowledge that. I may believe something to be true that is not true. Yes, I acknowledge that. Yes.
Okay.
I was just making the point that applies to everyone wrong. As a potential thing logically.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay then.
Yeah, you're not wrong for sure.
As far as like modern politics, I mean, it's some people are involved. Hey, vote if you want to. Don't vote if you don't want to. Boom. If follow the mainstream news.
Weren't you just told us not to talk about politics?
I was going to say, Helios we just decided we were going to drop that. So,
all right. So, what's the next topic? Do we have any new people in here?
Next topic is the same as the last topic and the topic before that. Flat Earth.
Bitch! I'm just playing.
Did you guys know that some people actually think the world is flat?
What?
It's a thing now.
Amazing.
In 2022, what's the matter with them?
But wait a minute, guys.
What on earth are they thinking?
Yeah.
There are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures. There are fossil records.
Fossil records of the Earth.
Have you seen these fossil records?
Fossil records of Earth curvature because the globe is a fossil.
That's right. Now you're catching on.
There you go.
Have you seen these fossil records? Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures.
The numbers, well, no, the figures.
No. Oh, interesting.
Oh,
that's
really
from the Big Bang Theory.
I know, but that's what we hear every day. Is just like, you just don't understand math, and it's like as if math is going to prove the globe and show us this physical.
It's just that they roll out a chalkboard with an equation that covers the entire chalkboard, and they go, "See, this is the proof." And all of us go, "Well, we don't know that kind of math, so they must be geniuses." That's how that's supposed to
read
work.
the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
Fucking math, bro.
I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Period.
Math. Math is reality.
Dude. That one's stupid. I think there's one person that comes to mind who says that.
That's Red's rhetoric. It was Red's rhetoric.
There's more? Oh, God. But yeah, they're saying math is reality, but reality isn't math.
Math is reality. That's what he said that when he was talking to Jeranism. Yeah, math is reality.
Stupid. That's just
right. Even Tesla called him out on that stuff.
He must have.
He said, they go off on these all these equations and that have no relationship to reality.
I guess Michio Kaku would disagree with him, right?
I know he came out and told us the truth. He's like, yeah, none of these astrophysicists I know ever use a scientific method. Hell no, we just pull numbers out of our ass, basically.
That's pretty much what he said.
We're wrong. We're probably wrong. To 10 to the 20th power or something.
Yeah.
Cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120.
There you go. Yeah, it's 10 to the 120th. Holy shit, that's exponential above what you said, 10 to 20.
This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
All these guys tell the truth like once in their career, and then we make a meme of it. Like Bill Nye says, I want you to listen to me. The Earth is a closed system. No, we're not leaving the Earth.
Yeah,
Nobody can leave the Earth.
It is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Thank you.
The master, bro.
I love this guy. He's just right behind me with the real quote.
Well, how about you need to capture some of the clips from that Wakey Wakey vid with the astrophysicist in Germany. That chick was totally freaked out, bro.
That shit is flat.
Wakey Wakey was like, he started asking. He was like,
Where's my Neil deGrasse Tyson? I'm waiting.
Oh, that one? I thought you were talking about the one that girl that Witsit told. She was like, "What? The Earth is flat? Oh shit! The Earth is flat."
Yeah, that's a good.
Oh shit! Just like I suspected.
I'm talking about that astrophysicist that Wakey Wakey talked to in Germany. You saw that one, right, CB?
I'm not familiar with who that is.
Oh, let me find the
Is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
I'll find it. I mean, you can get some good clips from that one.
Why did this guy let out some secrets? Cats out of the bag? The European astrophysicist?
Well,
I love talking.
There's also Dave Murphy talked to an astrophysicist one time, and that was about an hour long. There's probably some good clips in that one too.
Allegedly, Dave Murphy.
Yeah, allegedly, Dave. Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, he was on Jaron. I hadn't seen him for years. He was on Jeranism the other day.
Oh, was he?
On a live stream, yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, he hasn't been around for a little bit. I haven't seen any live videos from him.
Yeah, he believes in the Old Testament, but says the New Testament is a fraud.
I'm aware of all that, but it is.
I think he drinks his own pee-pee, too.
Yeah, that's another talk for another thing, but But anyway, but he did have an interview, like a live interview on somebody's channel where it was him and a couple of hosts on their channel and an astrophysicist. And they just talked about flat Earth, and they didn't talk about drinking pee or religion or anything.
Yeah, I've never seen a real astrophysicist try to debate with a flat earther.
Yeah, he roasted his ass.
Yes, I mean, Joe Rogan was saying he was going to have, this was years ago, he was going to have Eric Dubay and Neil deGrasse Tyson have a little debate on his show, but I guess Neil got he canceled. Understandably.
You almost said Mike Tyson there.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh?
Yeah, even Mike Tyson's a flat earther, folks.
Yeah, bro. And guess who? Oh, check this out if you haven't seen this video. But I'm thinking about it. You guys know who Jim Brewer is?
Yeah. He's based.
Comedian.
Yeah, he's the guy with this.
He had Sean Hibbler on his show a couple of days ago, and Sean put it up on his channel. And Sean produces Eddie Bravo's stream on Rockfin. So yeah, you guys got to watch this. It's like 15 minutes long. It's good stuff. I think I played it the other night. It's really good.
Yeah, Jim Brewer, he's like so overly dramatic every minute. He doesn't.
It's freaking brilliant. He's brilliant, man. The Bruniverse. But yeah, he had Hibbler, he makes all kinds of different flat Earth videos and stuff. So now he's talking to, Jim's talking to, he's a famous comedian, and he's talking to Hibbler, and he's been talking to Eddie Bravo and stuff. So yeah, I mean, he's definitely a flat earther. He hadn't said it yet, but I mean,
good old Eddie Bravo.
We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're around planet, only but people telling us.
Exactly, Mike.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Mike Tyson.
When they asked me to jump in the conversation,
he was a good guy all the time. I just, as far as a celebrity, Mike Tyson, I always liked him.
Yeah, he's a big pothead now.
Yeah. And he's like, well, no, I'm not going to even say.
What if he used to smoke weed back in the day when he was a champ?
Probably. That's not the right link. What the fuck are you posting?
It wouldn't matter. He would just murder you if he was high or not.
Oh, man, he's really cool.
When they call on me to jump in the conversation, start flat smacking, this is how I sound.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know nothing about numbers. I just know what I can do. How about kill this mother?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he was always a good guy or anything. I mean, that's what I was saying. I was about to say some shit, but I ain't going to say it.
Yeah, that's my flat smacking style right there.
Yeah. Like, I ain't a good... I haven't always been a good guy, and I can't promise I'll never do anything bad again, But, but I like Mike Tyson. Shit. But there's that video with Brew and Hibbler. He interviewed Hibbler on his channel. You guys will like that video. I think I played it the other. And if you haven't seen this this freaking Jim Brewer, somebody he put out a on his YouTube channel. He put out one of his there's two of them. One is the major thing that he put out, a major comedy show. He put out, it's called Somebody Had to Say It. And I can't believe See, a lot of the shit we censor ourselves with, he says it on YouTube, and they haven't taken his shit down. Well, why can he say it and we can't?
He probably says it in a way that, sort of.
No, I promise you, it's not in the way, bro. He freaking goes balls to the wall. Watch it. Just telling you, bro. You gotta watch it. He doesn't.
Well,
he doesn't hold back, bro.
He's not talking about the.
No, he's talking about. Yeah, he is. That's pretty much the whole video. He's talking about that. We can't talk about it, but for some reason he can. And if you haven't seen this, I won't play it on here because it's not our video or anything. But dude, watch this one. It'll blow your freaking mind. I can't believe it's still up on YouTube. Cool. Probably going to listen to it again now because you guys are boring. I've listened to it like 4 or 5 times. Because he's hilarious. He's the guy from he was one of the characters with Dave Chappelle in that weed movie where Dave freaking stole weed from the government. Half Baked, yeah. He's the other guy in Half Baked,
Yeah, his eyes are like constant. They look like they're stoned all the time.
Yeah, he doesn't even smoke weed. I mean, if you hear him talk, if he tells you about his life and stuff, he's like, I don't get high, man. I just look like I'm high.
Yeah, he just looks like he's completely decimated.
Yeah, he's a trip, bro. He's awesome. So anyway, yeah, watch that freaking show right there before YouTube takes it down. I don't know how long it's gonna be up there. But he has a podcast he puts out all the time, and he's had freaking all kinds of. He had I think he had Owen Benjamin on there. He has all kinds of people on his podcast too,
right?
Comedians and stuff. So, but he had Hibbler, who makes a shitload of flat Earth videos and stuff.
I've been seeing Rob Schneider making a few appearances lately.
Nice.
A funny guy.
Schneider appearances not on his show.
No, I'm just saying that.
Are you talking about making like a YouTube channel and stuff?
No, he was just on like the 5, Fox.
Oh, he's coming back out. Yeah, I haven't seen Schneider in a long time.
He's got some political ideas that he's sort of spouting. He doesn't like all the libtardness.
Really? Well, I mean, as when you're watching somebody on a movie or a TV show, you don't necessarily know their political or spiritual affiliations or whatever. But yeah,
and most people in Hollywood are libtards.
I mean, Snyder's a Jew, so it's hard to kind of see where he would stand. In just a real talk. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll see if I can find some Schneider. Oh, Schneider, I like him. He's.
I met him one day.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Making a movie down in Orange, California. It's a baseball movie.
You think my baseball? I'm just playing. How'd you get the beans above the Franks? Or the beans above the Frank?
I know it's like, I don't know, a team of kids that play baseball or something. Like one of those movies. He was the coach.
Oh, well. Oh, shit.
Probably an Adam Sandler
movie, right?
Produced.
Yeah. Oh,
my buddy
I know what
works
movie
for
you're talking about. I know what movie you're talking about. I can't think of it.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a pretty big movie. Oh God.
He seems to make cameos and stuff like in Adam Sandler movies.
Yeah, Rob Schneider, man. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he did the hot chick and where he magically went inside this girl's body. It's a goofy movie. All right, well, I'm going to bounce out of here.
Yeah, me too.
All righty, everybody. You have a good flat night. See you later.
Flat today in the park. Think it was the day after Halloween. Since nobody's talking, I can go ahead and play this Hibbler talk with Jim Brewer. It's about 15 minutes long. It's not overly.
Helio, you're just jabbering. What are you doing? Let's have a real conversation, brother.
No, I'm actually trying to not talk because I have to go to work in the morning.
Oh, do we need to put a ball gag on you?
I was talking to someone else just now, Godrock. Did you not hear me talking to that other guy?
I did not.
We were talking about different actors and stuff because we were talking about comedians and stuff. So is that a no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, then what did you hear?
I just hear you like sing, kind of do blah bitty blah stuff like that.
Okay. Is there anybody you want to talk to besides me?
No.
Well, yeah, but what's wrong with that? What's wrong with Helio singing as a song?
In here, but you.
Well, there was a couple people, but we were talking about something, and you just came in and said I wasn't talking about nothing, but I was talking to. See, Ryan was listening to what I was talking to about. We were talking about Jim Brewer, and he put this video out with Hibbler, and I'm about to play that video. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about Jim Brewer, and I showed him, that Jim Brewer's comedy special. And as a matter of fact, Godrock, and you should watch that one that I posted right here in the live stream voice text. You heard all that, Orion, right? That was making sense. I don't know where you're saying it wasn't making any sense.
I didn't say that, did I? I just said
it kind of sounded like you said I was just blabbering and just going on. No, I was actually talking to somebody about Jim Brewer and different Hollywood comedians and movies and stuff. But
hey, can I interject here for a second? Godrock, he was doing something called filling the air. Which is not necessary. It's not a bad thing. Like, we actually kind of need that.
I guess neither one of you are getting it. I guess yet. I guess I'll just tell you. I'm just kind of messing around with you guys, just trying to lighten things up a little bit. Maybe get involved in the conversation. Whatever. I'm not a complete moron. I mean, I know sometimes I probably sound like.
No, we definitely know you're not a moron, Godrock, and I just wasn't sure if you were. Right. Just the way that you came in, it sounded like you weren't listening to what we were saying. That's all.
Well, I was, but it was boring, so I just thought I'd kind of jump in and kind of give you a hard time, like a little.
All right, cool. Hey, you're like all of our big brother, man. I mean, it's just like. Dude, I respect you. I respect you so much, man. I love your content. Every time you jump in, bro, man, it's I respect you, man. I never want to disrespect.
You guys are all great. You guys have all been great to me. I've been here for like going on 4 years now, maybe 3.5 years.
Yeah,
and it's been nothing but good. So thanks. It really has.
You're the. I'm the biggest asshole on here, and you're. Well, hold on. Let me think. Who's the? No, it's probably me. I'm probably the biggest asshole on here.
I've probably had my moment.
Yeah, but I haven't really heard you disrespected. I don't know. Have I? I've disrespected a lot of people. But that, either way. But God Rocket, man, every time you come in, you like, for the most part, feel the room and just like follow the combo. Hey, but check this out. Like I said, I actually do have to get off the mic because I didn't get enough sleep last night before I went to work. And I do tonight. I have to get to sleep tonight. But if you haven't heard this talk, and it's like I said, it's very short. It's about 15 minutes. It's with Sean Hibbler Productions. He's done like all kinds of really cool truther videos and stuff. He's talking to Jim Brewer, who's a famous comedian, Hollywood star.
Yeah. So which one is it? Jim Brewer, that one?
Yeah, the Brewer Hibbler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that on the music bot. I think he'll dig it.
Yeah, play it. I'll listen.
Yeah, it's not very long. Now the second video, listen to that. If you got, if talk gets boring.
What, the Adam Sandler one?
No, the Jim Brewer. Somebody had to say it one.
Okay.
That's his stand-up routine. And it's really, really good. So,
I think I've seen one or two of his stand-up.
Good.
He is pretty.
Yeah, he was in that movie. Shit, now I can't even remember the name of it. Something about had Dave Chappelle and.
I think Dave Chappelle's overrated, but I guess he's fairly popular, and I guess he's sometimes funny. I don't think he's quite as good as everybody thinks. That's just I don't know what it is about him. He doesn't.
Hey man, who knows?
But he's all right. Of course, obviously.
I mean, some people just don't. I get you. I mean, I don't like every comedian that everybody else likes either. So check this out. This is just a talk with him and Hibbler. First time he talked to him.
There's your flu last year. Here's your flu this year. Literally doesn't even exist.
Let's say hello to Sean. You put this film together? I'm starting to see this all over the internet. It's a full-blown film for people to watch?
Yeah. It's a 1-hour documentary. Yeah. Okay. I've made document. First of all, thank you for having me on the show. I'm very blessed to be talking with you,
It's a pleasure. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been making documentaries on alternative theories and truths, things they don't want us to know. Probably about 2015, 2016, I started. A lot of it was on YouTube before they would ban stuff and just take it down for no reason. So I was hammering them with so many topics, from 5G, chemtrails, you name it. I was just hammering, building an audience. And as we all noticed the last couple of years, they really stopped anything. I mean, it's like I can't even upload. That trailer you just showed, I put on YouTube. They removed it right away. And then I made a censored version. I was just telling Mike this. I made a censored version, Jim, where the word coronavirus or flu or anything is bleeped out.
Yep.
Even flu I bleeped out just in case. And then I blocked out the words on the news banners. Everything was blocked. They still hit me with medical misinformation. And I go, I've never replied to these clowns over at YouTube. I go, let me reply. And I go, can you please reference the visual or the audio that's medical misinformation, knowing damn well there's nothing because everything's censored, everything's bleeped out, and they didn't reply, of course. Now I'm on my second strike on YouTube, so you
will not discuss the situations of the new world order that you are a threat to our democracy. I love that word, a threat to our I want to laugh when anyone says that, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking, like I was telling Mike, that they're just watching these at this point. They're not. I used to think it was like a software that would scan for words or images and be like, ban it. But now, because of what I did this on purpose. I go, let's test this. Let's see what happens. I knew I had one strike. I go, I don't think this is going to give me a second strike. There's nothing said technically, right? And they still gave it to me. No excuse. There's no reason, just medical misinformation. So now I'm on 2 strikes and I got to be careful. But thank God for Rockfin, because, my Rockfin channel.
What is that? What is that?
Rockfin is like what YouTube was in 2013, say whatever you want, and you can have there's many talents there. I produce Eddie Bravo's show. Look into it. You were on the show.
I love Eddie's show.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the episode that you and him were on together.
Yes,
because we kept having the technical difficulties. But yeah, I edited that. I edited it with Soros's face and Schwab's face when you were doing your voices. That was, I had nothing else to do because you were off. You couldn't connect on video. It kept cutting out. So I'm like, perfect. Let me just put some visuals over this. But
the job that she did with the wonderful and talented Lady Gaga is
extraordinary. What did you give her for the work she did with Lady Gaga? Did she get an island or a small continent?
No, when we're done destroying Ukraine, she gets Ukraine.
Eddie's show's doing really well. But yeah, Eddie's on Rockfin. His show, look into it. Sam Tripoli, he's got a couple shows on there, including Tinfoil Hat. I mean, that's a great podcast. There's a lot of people.
Love them. So you put this out, and how's it doing?
It's doing well, man. It's not about just putting the information in a film for the world. It's about putting it together in a way that grasps them. Anybody can put something together about, what's going on lately in the last couple of years.
Right.
I'm on YouTube. I'll keep it clean. But everything that's been going on, we all can put something together to show someone. But I always want to make a film or a documentary where when you hit play, you're just going to stare. You're staring at the screen until the hour film is over. And that's how I'm trying to set it up, where when it's not really for people like us in a sense.
Right.
I think it's people
preaching to the choir.
Yeah, we would enjoy it. And you might learn something new. Who knows? But it's for your neighbor, your cousin, the person that calls us crazy people. This is my job in this earth. This is why I'm here, is to make films for your neighbor and your cousin and your brother, your sister, whoever. That's how you guys are nut jobs. Watch this then. It would never see the day of light on YouTube, unfortunately. And that's the only complaint I've ever gotten on the film so far. It's only been out for a couple weeks, but the only complaint is, why isn't this on YouTube? I'm like, are you kidding me? On YouTube?
Have you tried it? Have you tried dumping on YouTube
my
yet?
trailers down.
Oh yeah, if you got 2 already, then one more and you're done.
The full film, it's instant. They were probably licking their chops waiting. Is this guy, YouTube's probably like, is he gonna upload this? Because he's gonna be gone now. And I'm like, I'm not touching YouTube for a while. I'm not gonna do anything. So it's on Rockfin. If you're a subscriber of Rockfin, you just watch it. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because again, the talent on there, the shows on there, the content on there is amazing. $10 a month. Everything's unlimited. You get to see everyone's stuff. It's amazing. There's a lot of free stuff on Rockfin too. So you don't, but the film, you can watch it on Rockfin or go to fluvid-19.com. And then you could download a copy directly to your phone, directly to your computer hard drive. And I always tell people, look, if you want to donate, support, and rent the film, $5, you get it. Put it on your platform, or, if you don't got 2 strikes, put it. People are sharing it, but do whatever you want with it. You own it. Email it to your neighbors now. Burn it on a DVD. Do whatever you like.
You just answered a question for me, because the first thing I thought of was, I'd love to put this on my Patreon page. Yeah. So you're okay if I buy it?
No, I'll just send it to you, boss. Yeah,
I will put it on my. I know my Patreon members will love.
Sure.
How did you meet Eddie? Like, how did you guys all come together? Because you're not a comedian, right? Like, how did this all come about?
I'm just a filmmaker, man. Years ago,
filmmaker,
producer. Many titles. I do everything myself: the sound, the directing, the editing. I'm up all night for months and months. I don't subcontract anything. I do everything myself. Including the Photoshop, the DVD covers, the graphics, everything I do. Eventually, one day, maybe I can afford to get some help, because it's hard. to do it all yourself. With Eddie, years I don't know, I want to say 2016 ish. He was doing a comedy show in Hollywood, Comedy Store, and I think he's heard of me at that point. Obviously, I've heard of him at that point, but some of the Flat Earth documentaries on YouTube I was making years and years ago, he was a fan of it, and he would watch it and stuff. And I go, hey, I saw he's going to be on the Comedy Store. So I just went there with my buddy who got VIP, everything. So we just go in there. And after the show, I had said, Eddie, because I never showed my face before. It wasn't fear. It was because I've never watched have you ever watched a film in your life where you're like, dude, who's the editor? Why doesn't the editor tell me? I go, who wants to see me?
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
But eventually people were caring. They're like, who is this guy? Is this a company? Who's this production company? Hilbert Productions. So it's like, okay. Let me. Eddie was actually one of the first, if not the first guy to see me. And I go up to him after the Comedy Store. I go, hey, I'm what's up, Eddie? And he just thought it was probably some random guy. What's up, dude? I'm like, I'm Hibbler Productions here. What? Oh shit, what's up, man? So we talked for 10, 20 minutes, all in the circle and stuff. I left. We talked on Instagram, 2016, chat back and forth. Eventually we built a friendship and we'd hang out, and a lot of the comedy shows him and Sam were doing, I would, hey, you want to come in? So I would just always be with him. And then once he told me he wants to do a show about a year ago, and we got get things rolling, but he just goes, dude, can you be the engineer? Can you produce this? Can you do this for me? I'm like, of course. Who wouldn't do that? So now every week I go to a studio downtown LA, and we knock it out. I bring it home. I edit it. I'm known for, when you're watching something, even a podcast, believe it or not, I'm showing visuals. They're telling the story about some UFC thing, or they're telling the story about this. I want to show it. I want people to be like, and you still hear them, but you're seeing it now. Yep. And that's just, and I think that's why he chose me in that sense, because he knows I'm not, I'm going to go the extra mile to make sure that the audience is entertained, the audience is not bored. And I had my own show on Rockfin for a while, Level-Headed Podcast, that just after 7 episodes, I started my films. I got busy. My co-host got busy, but the Hibbler Effect's coming soon. I'm gonna have a podcast on Rockfin pretty soon here once I'm done with my next film. The Hibbler Effect will be on Rockfin, so I'll be back ready to have guests on and do my thing like I used to, so I'm prepared for that. But yeah, Eddie's a great guy, man, and we've gotten along for so many years now. We're on the same frequency, and every time I watch your show, when me and my girlfriend, we watch your show all the time.
Hello, Fada.
What's going on, boy?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, man?
Pretty good. So you have a point or two you'd like to share?
I actually just have questions.
Sure, shoot.
I just don't understand the concept of flat Earth. Can you just briefly explain it?
Yeah, I can do it really briefly.
Thank you. I'm actually writing a paper on it for school.
Well, the whole idea is Earth, when directly measured and observed, is flat.
Yeah, but what evidence do we have for that?
So the main thing that we do is we take the metrics of the globe model, right? And we go out and we look and see if they hold true in reality on Earth, right? So for example, the globe model says that the Earth has to drop by such and such an amount over such and such a distance. We go to check to see if that drop is there. And guess what? It isn't. It's just level as far as we can test, as far as we can measure, as far as we can observe the whole way. So the thing is there really isn't any evidence for the globe claim at all. The default is just what we observe and experience, which is a flat stationary realm.
Well, wasn't there this whole experiment where they shine a light from a far distance, and if the Earth was to be around, they wouldn't be able to see the light, and they wouldn't.
Talking about the Netflix thing, right?
Isn't it like a proper like a investigation that they did though?
No, like what does that prove exactly? You shone a light and you didn't hit your second target, but what does that mean? Does that automatically mean that the Earth is a ball with a specific radius, with a specific drop rate, and all these things that they claimed? Like, no, that's not how you would prove that. There's all sorts of reasons why you would miss your target.
Like what though? Like light is not affected by gravity, so it wouldn't fall.
It does diffract through the atmosphere. It spreads out, right? It splays out.
Yeah, but like how would it it would just,
okay. So it sounds like what you're saying is he missed his second target, therefore Earth globe with radius of 3959 miles. How do we get to that?
Wait, sorry, repeat yourself. What?
It sounds like what you're saying sort of is he missed his target, right? So therefore Earth globe with radius of 3959 miles. I don't understand the connection.
Well, if so you're telling me that if light was if they shine a light, it would be refracted in every direction except for the second target?
No, not necessarily. It's just a hole that he didn't get it through. I mean, it'd be hard to probably do that in a gymnasium at a school or something.
Oh, like you're telling me like he just missed.
It diffracts through the air and different things like that. There's all sorts of reasons why the light wouldn't reach. But if you have like a controlled test where you've got like a laser or something that is level, you're controlling for things like refraction and stuff like that, we can't seem to find this curvature that's supposed to be there at all.
Well, it wouldn't just refract in every if you had like a laser shining straight towards the second target, it wouldn't just refract and it just would not show on the second target. Like it travels in a straight line, right? Like the same way the sun does.
It's not exactly straight. It's always diffracting and stuff like that. You can get a collimated ray, which is like a laser, right? But even that is still going to diffract to some extent. But the point
it would to some extent, but it would still be able to be seen on the other side. Like that's how lasers work. Like the most powerful lasers say, they can go for miles and miles.
Yeah,
it's very accurate.
That's the point. We can. There's lots of tests where we can see them way further than any distance you should ever be able to see them on the globe. If that curvature rate, that drop is actually there. That's the point. I don't know what happened exactly in Jaren's case, right? But there's plenty of tests, plenty of documented instances where, we can see the laser at a distance where you shouldn't have been able to.
I don't know, man.
Yep.
You got to convince me a little bit more.
Sure. Well, there's
check this. The FE core. I think you might be referring to the FE core laser test.
FE core, John D, stuff like that.
Yeah, John D. He has done some optical and laser tests and microwave tests as well, and that's just to name a few.
Wait, what's
the FE core? Right. Well, with the FE core, with the laser test, they had a collimated laser that they panned across one leg. It was 5 miles. I think it was 12 miles and then 25 miles. Now, if there was a hump of water in the way, are you saying that laser was that they could see it from the other side because it was?
Why would there be a hump of water in the way?
Yeah, it's supposed to be dropping off.
You said that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, well, no, there's no hump.
Well, it's dropping off. The laser would be however many feet in the air the Earth was supposed to drop off by, right?
Yeah.
Right. So it wouldn't be able to hit its target at all, but there's plenty of examples like FE core. They hit their target, like you just said, over 25 miles. That would be something like 400 or 500 feet, somewhere around there of curvature drop. You should not be able to hit a level target at a distance like that with that much drop off.
Yeah, if you had someone from the other side of the lake observing that laser, and if it was, with the number that he was saying that you're like, what do you mean 3959? That's the radius of Earth, supposed ball Earth, right? So if you were on the other side of the lake and you had the laser pointing straight, which would be level with the surface of the lake, if it was curving down or away from you, then anyone on the other side of the lake, 25 miles away, would see that laser pointing up in the sky. They wouldn't see it directly across the lake.
And it wouldn't hit a level target across the lake. No chance.
Yeah.
Okay. Then moving on from the laser, then how do you guys how does gravity function? Do you guys?
It doesn't. That's an excuse for the globe. They need a story about how things stay on the globe and how the celestial bodies interact and all that kind of stuff in the globe model, right? So that's what that's for.
Yeah. But then how do you explain how you're sitting down right now and you're not floating around?
Well, okay. So I need gravity to explain that?
Yeah, but you just said you don't believe in gravity.
Well, is it something that I just have to believe in, or is there verifiable proof for it?
Well,
okay, let's start here. What is it? What is it? What is it? Why do I need it to sit down?
Do you know what centrifugal force is?
That's not gravity.
Well, if an object is rotating at a very high speed, there's a force going in towards the core of the rotation, right?
That's a separate thing from gravity. That's a separate claim.
Certainly is.
True.
No, wait, chill. Let me explain. Because the Earth is spinning, right, very fast. Or you guys don't believe that?
No, there's no evidence for that either. But now you've gone on to another thing. We were just talking about gravity.
Yeah. I'm telling you, if you.
That's not even the claim, though. So why even go there? That's not even what gravity is claimed to be.
Yeah, it is. Gravity.
No, it's not.
It's a force that's holding you down due to the rotation.
It's not even claimed to be a force.
So what is it?
It's claimed to be the bending and warping of space-time. Bending and warping of space-time by masses, right? That's what it's supposed to be.
Sure. And centrifugal force is definitely a thing.
Yeah,
we can experience that.
Let's not be confusing here. Let's be clear, though. It is not what you just said, but it's also what he just said. It is what they teach us in school, is what keeping our feet to the ground.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be centrifugal force, though, because that only happens when something's spinning, and it's the outward force when you start spinning something. So,
I just want to get to the point with him. He asked him, how am I sitting down if not for gravity? I'm asking him exactly how gravity, aka space-time curvature, how is that causing me to be sitting?
That's what I'm.
How is that causing me to be planted on the Earth? Why do I need that?
The question isn't how. The question isn't how has it been demonstrated to be the cause? Is the question.
Yeah, exactly. How do you know that that's the cause? Why would that be the cause? Tell us how you know.
Well, I can't, I didn't really go into too much detail in researching it, but there's they've calculated the rotation of the Earth, the speed of the rotation of the Earth, right?
Okay, but that's a separate thing again.
That's a separate subject, though. That has nothing to do with what the question is.
Yeah, but it comes.
So wait, okay. So let's get it clear then. You're talking about the rotation of the Earth, and you're tying that to gravity. Are you saying that this large mass that is rotating causes space-time to bend, which therefore means that things stay on top of the ball?
No, well, no, I'm not saying gravity has anything to do with space-time. I'm just saying.
But that's what they say. That's what the claim of gravity is.
That it's warping space-time?
That's what it is. Yeah, it's not the Newtonian mass attracting mass. It's defined under relativity as the bending and warping of space-time. So masses are bending and warping space-time, causing these gravity wells for things to fall in. Basically, that's what you're telling me is that's why I am planted on the ground. I don't see it. I don't see any gravity well that I fell into.
Okay,
I don't see the curvature of space-time around me causing me to stay planted on the ground. I need proof of that.
I think we should ask this guy the 3 points. Let's just that's probably the most appropriate thing to do. So, first question: do you know of any time in the past when anyone's ever directly measured the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value of 3,959 miles, and the method of how they did that? Who, where, when, how?
What? Wait, ask again?
That's the question to you,
ask again, yeah.
So do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the Earth and detected curvature?
direct measurement of the Earth, like how big the Earth is?
Well, no, not how big the Earth is, but just curvature. So they tell us that we're on a ball, right?
Yeah.
And a ball has a radius, which is the distance from the center to the surface of the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so if they give us this radius value, which they did teach us in school, 3,959 miles, you know that number, right?
Yeah. That's the radius.
So what I'm asking of is has anyone ever measured a direct segment of directly measured an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah. Well, there's a formula for
of the surface of the Earth and detected curvature of the Earth on the surface.
Yeah. Well, there's an arc length formula, right? You get the radius.
We don't need a formula.
Yeah, but how many satellites are in the air right now?
Well, before you have the formula for the radius, what we need is the direct measurement of the arc segment that he's talking about. We have to have the direct measurement of curvature to work with in the first place before we can calculate a radius.
Yeah. What? Well,
so how's that done?
So how do you explain like the pictures from space, like down to Earth?
You're jumping to another thing. Those are just pictures. No. There's all sorts of ways to make pictures.
I'll tell you what. So they're just fake as far as we know. Next. Yep. So yeah, done with that.
Okay. So then the pictures of the flat Earth are real?
Well, yeah, that's all you have. Take the Earth's surface.
Wait. Hold on. Let's be clear here. When you say pictures, are you talking about things made with photography, photographs?
Yeah.
You don't have any of those at the globe.
Let me just explain it to you. So listen, Fada. It's impossible to the best of our knowledge. So we live in a closed system. First of all, we live in a closed system. There is no vacuum of space. We're inside a container. All right. So now we don't know the dimensions of the container we live in. We don't know what it's made out of, but we do know that we live in a fixed volume and we live inside a container, which would be inside that, because the demonstrations that we have so far of gas pressure existing is inside a container. We do not have demonstrations of gas pressure existing without a container. And since we have consistent gas pressure, 14.7 psi in the X value form here at sea level, that means that to the best of our knowledge, we are inside a container with a fixed volume. All right.
No,
when you're asking me, so listen carefully. When you're asking me a question like, has anyone ever taken a photograph of the whole flat Earth? Like, understand, we're inside a container, and to the best of our knowledge, the vacuum of space doesn't exist the way they describe. And to the best of our knowledge, there isn't any place, there isn't any reference frame that you can go to do such a thing. Do you understand?
Yeah, but you said how's the Earth a closed system?
Because we have consistent gas pressure. So, yeah, it's basically just as simple as that.
Yeah, but what defines an open system?
Matter can go in and out, and energy can go in and out of an open system. Mm-hmm. And a closed system, energy and heat. Yeah. So a closed system, energy and heat can go in, but matter cannot go in or out.
It's contained.
But
it's contained, so there's no.
No, you guys said that the Earth is flat. So what shape is it?
Yeah, so right? Flat's not a shape, though.
Okay, but what do you guys? You just believe it's flat? Like it's just flat? Like there's
no. It's not belief.
It's not like an actual thing.
No, it's not belief. It's directly measured that way, which invalidates the claim that it could be spherical.
Who measured it?
Well, we were talking about this with laser tests, right? Via laser transit, you send a laser over the Earth. You're supposed to be measuring an arc segment of this curve that should be there. The laser remains low.
That doesn't answer.
Who measured the flat Earth?
Okay, you got to just hold on.
Pretty sure that was already answered.
Yeah.
By you saying who measured it over and over and interrupting everyone, you're never going to get your answer.
He's triggered, and he's not just listening to the answer. He's just grasping for the globe, basically.
Yeah, sorry, and I wanted to just jump in. Sorry, and you guys also. I was just paying attention here. You guys did not answer who measured the round Earth.
Yeah, true. We didn't get an answer.
Yeah, no, I'm letting you know right now. Like, how, okay, tell me how.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that answer. Nobody measured the round Earth.
Okay,
There
but
is
who
no
measured
such
the
thing.
flat Earth? Who measured the flat Earth?
I told you. Dr. John D is one person who's done it.
But how?
FE-Core, we can post a link to that study if you want it. FE-Core. Also, long distance observations in this server from various members of it as well that falsify the globe claim and its claimed metrics and all that.
Okay, but can you briefly explain what the experiment was to measure the?
It wouldn't be an experiment per se. You're not testing a cause and effect, but like I said, the gist of it is you send a laser over what is supposed to be an arc segment of the Earth, like he was talking about, right? It should be a stretch of the Earth where you're having such and such an amount of curvature based on the radius that they claim, the size of the ball, right? It's supposed to be dropping off by a certain amount. We do not register that drop. We can't measure it. All we ever get is a laser that just stays level.
Okay, but that doesn't measure the radius of the Earth, does it?
No, it doesn't. Of course not. There's no radius to measure. Not a spherical radius. It just stays level. Right? It's got a curve. You got to listen. It's got a curve, right? Which means it has to be dropping over distance, right? It is. What I'm saying to you is the laser is showing that it is not dropping over distance. For example, at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet of drop based on their claims and the dimensions of the claimed globe. 66 feet of drop. You don't see that. You don't measure that with a laser. The laser just stays level with the Earth the whole way where it should be dropping by 66 feet.
Okay, but that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so to be clear, that would make the radius 0.
Exactly.
No, well, you're saying the Earth is a big round, like flat. It's a flat, right? It's a big
I'm saying the surface is flat, which rules out the possibility that it could be a sphere.
Guys, hold on, guys. His question, what he's really asking, like, there's a little bit of a. What he's really asking is, like, on a map, if you were to draw a map of the whole Earth that we can walk on or sail on, he's asking what that shape would be.
I know what he's asking, but I think Aristophanes' first answer was the exact answer that should be.
Helio, just let me speak a few more seconds, Helio. But to answer his question directly, the answer to that question is unverified.
That's a good answer too. You can't verify that the Earth is flat. The Earth is observably a level stationary plane.
So if a plane were to fly,
the extent of it. We don't know the extent of it.
So if you're to fly in a straight line, you don't turn at all. Will it ever come to an end? Like if it's flat, there's no way that you can come back around, right?
Yeah, that's correct. The answer is yes. You would eventually come to an end. It's undetermined how far out it is, but it would be out there somewhere because it's a fixed volume that's required in order to have the gas pressure that we have.
Yeah, but nobody's ever done it, so. And
nobody we know. Hold on, Helio. Nobody we know has ever done it.
I'm pretty sure nobody's ever done it. Yeah, are you talking about dead reckoning? Because you can't even navigate in a straight line, so that's kind of a ridiculous claim.
How would you not be able to navigate in a straight line?
Really? You're talking about dead reckoning? What?
Well, obviously it's not going to be like dead straight. Like we all like a plane flying in a straight line is not like, there's like a wind and shit that's going to like take it off course, obviously.
Wait, then how are you going to know where you're going?
Okay,
when you get to a place where nobody goes.
Wait, so you're saying that Earth? So you're saying the Earth?
You're going to be the hero that tries that the first time?
Helio, the guy's trying to.
So you're saying, like, to my understanding, you're saying that Earth is just an endless piece of land?
No. Actually, no. Quite the opposite. No. We are saying the opposite of that. In fact, actually, it's the opposite. So, in order for infinity to be a real thing in the realm of physical reality, someone would have to demonstrate infinity in physical reality. So if you could show me, take for instance, somehow, some way, an infinite number of apples or an infinite number of buckets of dirt or something like that, you can show me 10,000, you can show me 10 million apples, but you can't show me an infinite number. So since nobody can physically demonstrate infinity, it's just purely a concept. So there's no logical reason for us to assume that the Earth itself is actually infinite. But beyond that, there's actually a much more important reason beyond that. to that would be not an assumption, but an actual knowledge. Why we actually know that the Earth is not infinite is because, well, actually, no, this wouldn't be exactly knowledge, but certainly a good reason to doubt it is that we are in one way or another, we are inside a fixed volume. So the air we breathe, and from the surface and up and outwards, southwards or northwards or any direction, we are in a fixed volume because it's a fixed volume that is required in order to have the consistent gas pressure that we have right now that we're breathing. And so, no, since no one's physically demonstrated infinity, and since we know that we must have a fixed volume in order to have the gas pressure we believe, it seems that things, as far as the laws of physics go, it indicates that, yeah, the Earth is it's not infinite, it's finite, but it is big nonetheless. But it's not a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. We are inside a closed system.
Okay, but if it's not infinite, then there's an end. So you're telling me...
Yeah, and so the end would be... Yeah, but keep in mind, the end wouldn't be a cliff. The end would be a place where you would come in contact with a wall of some kind that would extend up above you and behind your head in some form or another. We don't know what it would be made out of. We don't know the dimensions of it. It might be one shape, it might be another shape. We're not trying to make any claims. We just know that we are inside a closed system, which means that there's a physical barrier above your head, in front of you, behind you, and to your left and your right. It's just really far away from you somewhere. We don't know where, but there's a physical barrier there that is causing you to have the very gas pressure that you breathe right now to exist.
Okay, I understand that point, but in all the years, of everyone trying to figure out if the Earth is round or flat, no one's ever loaded a jet with however much fuel and said, let's just travel in one direction until we hit the end.
You can't.
Yeah.
Well, wait. The Navy claims.
Hold on.
The Navy claims that they've explored this part of the Earth, though.
They explored what part of the Earth?
You're not allowed to. It's just as simple as that.
The Navy claims that they've done it.
No, even if you were allowed to, you can't.
Well, let's let this guy know that the Navy claims that they've done it, and they said that they found a landmass the size of the USA beyond Antarctica.
Yeah, I mean,
now, you could call bullshit on them. Maybe
out of my bird stuff, but
yeah. You could call bullshit. I don't know. We can't verify it ourselves because none of us have independently gone there and checked it out, right? But they say they've done that.
That's pretty much saying, hey, just grab an airplane, fly in a straight line, and see how far you can go. It's just like, you first, man. You first.
Exactly. I don't want to go.
We'll never hear from you again.
Well, I don't have the resources for that, right?
Nobody else does either. You can't just fly in a straight line south and try to see how far you can go, because when you get further south, it's very dangerous territory, and there's no air. There's no place to refuel. There's nowhere to go.
It's a funny thing to ask us.
Tell me the reason they never found it is because they just run out of gas. And
no, guys. Can I please say something here for a second? Fada, we're not making the claim that no one's ever gone and found the end of the Earth. In fact, I personally, I'm not going to speak for everyone else in here. I'm just going to say myself personally, I'm actually making the assumption someone has, but that group of people, they're not interested in telling you, and they're not interested in telling me, and they're not interested in sharing this information. Why? I don't know, dude. Don't ask me. But, I'm just saying, that's just it. I'm saying, more than likely, that's what I'm guessing to be. Now, I don't know. Maybe what Helio's saying, was correct. Maybe no one has ever gone to the end of the Earth, wherever it is. But my guess is they have. They're just not going to fucking tell you, dude.
And another thing, though, is this kind of a funny thing to ask us about, because all we're talking about is just measuring the Earth, where we are, to test for this curvature that it should have if it's a globe, right? That doesn't in itself give us any knowledge about what would be at the outer limits of this place, right? Why would we know just because we measured a stretch of it here or there, right?
Okay, but
I think somebody else said they had a question, right?
Yeah, there was a lady that wanted to ask a question. I think
she went to VC check-in if someone wants to help her out.
Okay, wait. Moving on then. I have a question. So do you guys know how? Do you guys believe that NASA sends rockets to space, to explore Mars and shit?
No, it's a thermodynamics violation. The claim of space. No, nothing goes there. It doesn't exist.
Wait, what's the thermodynamic violation?
Well, they're talking about having a vacuum next to a non-vacuum, right? The non-vacuum would just fill the vacuum. And they'll say that gravity is the reason why that doesn't happen. Right?
So what's going on with like NASA, SpaceX, Origin? What are they building?
They're putting on a show. They're not going to space. It's a thermodynamics violation. Like I said, a vacuum next to a non-vacuum, that doesn't happen. They can't demonstrate it. They have a story about how it can happen, but it can't be shown. They can't, get a vacuum chamber, use gravity to create a non-vacuum within it right next to the vacuum. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. Such a thing doesn't exist. Like Orion was saying to you, the Earth is contained. It's an enclosed system. There's no way out. There's nowhere else to go. They're not sending things into this outer space place, and that's not what the sky is. The whole model, the whole cosmology is false. So they send things into the air. They can launch a rocket for sure. You don't see it go to the thermodynamics violation of outer space that they say that it goes to. And in fact, they go parabolic, right? They go up and they come down. And they just land them somewhere where you don't see it. That's it.
Well, no, but they record the landings, no?
No, but you can't. You can't say that it lands somewhere that you can't see it. Like, surely someone's like trying to prove them wrong, right? Like, surely someone's gonna find the rocket.
Well, if they want to tell us that there is a open system on the Earth right next to this infinitely expanding vacuum with all these other worlds and planets and things in it, right? It's on them to demonstrate that that's even a physical possibility, right? Nobody has been able to do it. We asked for a demonstration of the vacuum next to the non-vacuum, and we get, well, that can only occur on these grand scales. We can't demonstrate it. We can't replicate that. It would have, we'd have to set up a test the size of the Earth. Well, that's convenient, but we already know that the Earth isn't curving, right? And outer space is a part of that globe story. So we just know that that whole model is not correct, right? It would have to be a globe. And then the globe goes hand in hand with the outer space thing, right? It's all this cosmology, right? You falsify the radius, you falsify the curvature, the whole cosmology falls through. There's no globe. That whole story is incorrect. That's not what reality is.
But they send the live streams of NASA sending rockets out to space. Is that all Photoshop? It's just a hoax?
Not necessarily. I mean, they can send things to high altitude, right?
Yeah.
High altitude exists. You can send things high up in the air. Also, though, I mean, what uncut videos are there that shows it going to outer space? Shows a rocket.
There's a lot of uncut videos. Maybe you guys don't believe in it. I'd understand if you guys don't believe in it.
All right. Well,
there's live streams of rockets being sent to space.
SpaceX, almost every one of their launches, SpaceX's launches are now live streamed on their YouTube, and you could say, do you guys believe in a maximum height? If you you're saying
yeah, it would be enclosed at a certain point, right? I don't know exactly where that barrier would be. Probably at least 60 miles, perhaps further than that.
So there's an atmosphere on Earth then?
Well, yeah, that's the air. But what we're saying is that it's not an open system, right, that's held together by gravity, that is physically contained, right? So there would be a barrier at some point that they wouldn't be able to get through.
Do you guys not believe in satellites or anything like that? Just a good question.
Satellites are based on the globe radius. So as described, as claimed, no. But you can have things that are high up in the air. You can have balloons. You can have stuff like that, right, that you can transmit signals off of, right?
Okay.
Yeah. They can definitely have stuff in the air, but the way that it's claimed to be done, using a globe radius with orbital mechanics and all that, well, you would need the radius to do it like that.
Mm-hmm.
And what about other planets, outside of Earth?
Wait, so
other planets. It's not a planet.
Okay,
it's not a planet.
So what is it what would you think Mars or Saturn is? It's just have you ever looked through a telescope?
Yeah, they're lights. They're lights in the sky. They're wandering stars is what the word planet actually comes down to. That's the etymology of the word planet.
I have a question. So these satellites, they're very far away from Earth, right? Extremely far away?
I don't know how far though. I mean, the claim is thousands of miles, right? I don't think that that's true.
So it's a. What do you mean you don't think it's true, bro? How wouldn't it be true? Like we have.
I don't see any evidence of thousands of miles. That's all based off of the globe story, using the radius, using the orbital mechanics. That's why.
No. There's ways to figure out how far a satellite is, right? You send out, because how a satellite works, you send out information. The information gets relayed to the satellite, and it comes back down to you, right? The time it takes for that information to be relayed back to you, that you can find the radius from that, right?
That's assuming the medium between you and it. They're saying that it's a vacuum, right?
So how does a satellite work in flat Earth then?
You just have other things that are up there. You know, the first satellites were actually balloons. I don't know if they're all balloons per se, whatever they have up there, but that's one way you could certainly do it.
So you believe that there's satellites up there, and they're very high up there?
Yeah, I'm saying that you can have planes, balloons, other high altitude equipment and stuff like that you can bounce signals off of, for sure. It just wouldn't be a tin can falling around a globe that's never been measured or shown to exist in a vacuum that violates thermodynamics. I'm just saying that scenario is not how you would do that you would have to do it some other way. You know, balloons, other whatever else you could put up high in the air, sure, but not
They stay up there.
Sorry?
Like, I believe like the fuel issue was like a problem when you guys were trying to find the edge of the Earth or whatever. How would a satellite stay up there fighting against gravity or whatever gravity is to you guys? Like, how would it just stay floating up there? I feel like it would eventually run out of fuel.
Yeah, I think you're right. They would have to be maintained. There'd have to be maintenance, right? And satellites have orbital decay too, according to their story. So that would have to be maintained also. No matter what it is, it would have to be maintained.
Well, satellites go out to die. Like, unless it's like the International Space Station, most satellites go out there for a certain like amount of time, and then obviously they can die, and then like whatever happens to them happens. But
yeah. So
it doesn't make sense for them to be able to stay up there for so long. Like, are they going to go up there specifically just to fill it up with fuel?
They're not going to be able to do it based off of orbital mechanics using a globe radius that has not been measured or demonstrated, right? That's the crux of what I'm saying. That's what it all comes down to, is you need that radius value in order to do any of it the way that they say that they do it. So we can speculate about what they actually do instead, but at the end of the day, their story doesn't hold water if they can't get us that radius, right?
I mean, they got the radius.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, so we got the radius. How did they do that? That's what we need to know.
They take a picture. Actually, you don't believe in pictures?
No. You need to have the radius first, right? Because, like, remember what I said? You need the radius to get the orbital mechanics, to get the things into space, to orbit the ball, to take the picture in the first place. So the first thing you need for any of that is the radius, and that would have to have been done from the ground. So how was that done?
I don't know, man. You tell me. But
exactly.
No, yeah, but you tell me though. Like, what's your point of view on that? Like,
exactly.
The one telling the story, bro.
It hasn't been done. There's no set number, or there's no like set size to the Earth.
Well, they claim 3959 mile radius, and they've had various different figures that they've thrown out within that ballpark, but somewhere around there, 3959 mile radius globe. How was that measured? Who did that and how?
But that's like the round Earth is measured that, right?
That's the claim, yeah.
So flat Earthers just think that like it's like impossible to measure because of how big it is?
No. I'm saying that we have tested for it, right? Because it's supposed to have a certain drop rate on the surface that goes along with that radius value. And we use different things like the lasers, the long distance observations, the things that we were talking about to see if that curvature is observed. It's never observed.
Okay, that's the null hypothesis to what used to be the flat Earth being flat, right?
So we've got the null hypothesis, right? Where is the measurement for the globe radius in the first place? We're nullifying this thing that hasn't even been demonstrated to begin with. I don't see why we have to be in the defensive position. Where is the measurement for this globe that we've already checked for and found doesn't exist? Where is it?
Well, okay, but my question is, what do you guys believe the size of the Earth should like? So you're telling me throughout all the years that we've been on Earth, yeah.
But I've already got a question on the table, and we keep getting away from that. How is this radius obtained?
Well, what we believe in, we sent satellites, we sent stuff up to space, right?
Yeah, I told you already about that. You have to have the radius in the first place to have the orbital mechanics for any kind of space stuff.
You need the radius of the Earth? No, well, you don't. Like, so in order to send a rocket up to space, you'd have to launch it up, and then you'd have to use what's it called? You'd have to use the gravitational force to get the exit velocity, right?
Yeah, and do you think that those metrics are going to be the same on a ball the size they claim the Earth is versus a ball, let's say, the size Jupiter is? Would the low Earth orbit be the same distance? Would all those distances be?
Well,
would the spin of the Earth be the same? Would escape velocity be the same? No, it wouldn't. All that stuff changes if the radius changes, so you have to have that number first and foremost.
Well, you could do like try and error, right? Like you could send like rockets up, and then like you could like assuming that there is a curvature of the Earth, right?
That's not their claim, though. That's not how they claim they did that.
I was going to say, I think we already assumed that they did do that. They tried to send a bunch of rockets up. They had a lot of failures, and then they finally did what? They sent a rocket, in the right trajectory, and then it started falling around the Earth, and that was the first time that it was orbiting around Earth. Right? Isn't that their major claim?
Well, they already had like a rough ballpark for the radius worked out before any of that. They say that they had a rough ballpark radius thousands of years ago, right?
Yeah.
No, well, with orbital mechanics, though, I mean, as far as like that all goes, the rockets were the things orbiting. They would put a satellite, dump a satellite into space, and then see where it's orbiting around the Earth. Well, not the rocket itself, right?
Yeah, but to even get close, like they already had to have a rough radius, and they say that they had it 2,000 years ago.
That was on a chalkboard. That was on a 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, but that's all based off of what they claim, the direct measurements of the Earth itself, right?
But isn't that how you prove it? Like a theory, you have a theory, you do an experiment, and then you prove it, right?
Okay, but that's
theorizing the radius of the Earth.
You use
experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, once you create a hypothesis, then you test it, and once you discover that your hypothesis is correct, then you repeat it, and if you get the same result over and over, then it's called a scientific theory, which is proven to be true. Now, as far as like rockets in space, that has nothing to do with science at all.
So where did they claim that they got this radius value to begin with, though? How was that determined?
Well, I mean, they could send a rocket up to space, like not space, but they could send it high up enough to see the curvature, and then they'd be able to see how far it went up, right?
How high would that be?
However high it needs to be.
Well, that's what I'm asking. How high is that?
Well, I don't know the exact number, but
right, because they tell us that even from 250 miles altitude where the ISS is supposed to be, even that wouldn't be high enough to really see it curve, because at that altitude on the 59 mile radius ball, you'd still only be seeing about 3% of the surface, and the horizon would still look flat. So how high do we have to go before they can do that? They say about 700 to 1,200 miles would be where you'd really start to see it as a ball, but they're saying that they measured it, in 250 BC. Right? Did they go 700, 1,200 miles altitude in 230 BC?
The ISS is a quarter of that.
What source do you have? What source do you have that they measured that in 255?
Well, that's the claim is Eratosthenes, right? That's what my name is based on. Yeah, heretic with hair.
That's just a claim, right? It's not proven.
Yeah, but they said this is where they say they got the whole basis of the model from to be able to do any of this stuff you're talking about, right? This is where it all started. They said this started with shadow angles, right? Observing the sun, measuring the different angles in different places at the same time, right? That was where it started. They've also done different things like measuring angles to a horizon, stuff like that. Angles, which are flat plane geometry, but anyway.
Throw a rocket up high in the sky, and then you create it to do what they call a gravity turn. Have you ever heard of that term?
Gravity turn?
Yeah. Have you ever looked at the gravity turn?
No. What is that?
When you see this is what they call it. I don't think it's a thing, but when you see the rocket like arcing.
Oh, yeah.
They call it a gravity turn, so it's catching up with the spin of the Earth. They call it a gravity turn.
Well, the rocket doesn't catch up with the spin of the Earth. Like, are you saying like for it to like exit, to have enough velocity to exit the atmosphere?
No, it doesn't exit the atmosphere. Anyway, you don't even know shit about
the rocket. No, I do. Trust me. Like what we believe in order for, because the atmosphere is very heavy, it's very thick. So in order for a rocket to get out into space, they'd launch it up and then they'd have it spin with Earth, right, using the gravitational force to gain velocity, and then they need a certain exit velocity in order to shoot it out into space, right?
You gotta have the radius to do any
the
of that.
atmosphere went to zero.
What went to zero?
All of a sudden, it's thick.
I'm gonna post what a gravity turn is, just to help you out. Even though I don't think it's real, I'm gonna post it in the live stream voice text.
But to do a gravity turn, to get escape velocity, all that stuff, you have to have the radius first, because if it's a bigger or smaller ball, then it's rotating either faster or slower, and the distance to the orbits and to get out of it and all that stuff, all of that changes.
Well, we have the radius, and we've done like multiple experiments or rocket launches, and many of them have been successful.
Okay,
they have the radius, and there's a reason that most rocket launches are not like. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just say most leave from like Florida, right? Do you know why they do?
Because it's a good place to land things out at the ocean where no people see.
Well, no, they could do that from like anywhere up here, right? In Canada.
Yeah, they could do it anywhere on the coast. I suppose. But it's closer to the Bermuda Triangle, I guess. So.
No, but
it's the most southern part of USA.
No, but there's a reason.
Ask him something, mate. You seem to be going around in circles, and you can't get the fact that we need a radius.
Yeah, so we're wondering how that was established.
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in here.
Sure.
To just kind of make things a little easier as well. Moving away from like the whole radius thing, I just wanted to ask, what do you guys think of the moon? Like, because I have a telescope, so I can see the moon is like a sphere, right? So, what are your thoughts on that? And I have a point I want to get to. I just want to see where you guys are based on that.
You saw the entire sphere moon? I mean, oh wow, that's
I mean, we only see one face of it, so I'm not seeing a sphere. But that aside, like that is an aside from the conversation here, which is these guys are claiming globe. They're saying that the radius has been measured and worked out already. We're trying to get to how that was done.
Right.
Get that. Yeah. We can't go on to any other heliocentric anything until we have that, because that's the basis of the whole story.
Yeah, right.
Where's this globe Earth?
But just
even if the Earth, even if the moon is a sphere, what about this? You think the Earth is a globe? Even if the moon is a sphere, it doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere.
Right. But how would you explain like a lunar eclipse then?
It doesn't work with the globe anyway. But we need to get the radius for that globe. And we're just leading them on a wild goose chase by asking for it anyway, because we already checked for it and know that it doesn't exist. But how do you think it was done?
Well, they did. A lot of philosophers did it in many different ways. So they measured with stars, or they also did like the 2 points. I know you guys brought this up. The 2 points on like a mountain, let's say, based on the sun, and they would get let's say two cities. They would measure how far each city is away from each other. And they'd be able to calculate.
And so that uses assumptions, right? You have to use assumptions about sunlight in order for that to work, to give you a globe radius.
He might be talking about the Eratosthenes.
Yeah. So the first thing that they do is they assume that the light comes in parallel, and therefore the only reason that you would see diverging shadow angles is due to the curvature of Earth's surface, right? So if you don't make that assumption, then it doesn't work.
Right.
And actually, there's no reason to think that sunlight is parallel, because it's never observed that way.
Right, but
how do you guys see horizons? Like when the sun is setting, what do you guys see?
No.
I see the horizon, which is too far to be Earth curve. Sorry, go ahead, Miko. You wanted to add something to that?
No. Oh, sorry. I was just kind of here. You can answer that. I just forgot it for a second. No worries. It'll come back to me.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, so the horizon. What do I see? I see a horizon which is too far to be affected by Earth curve. That's another thing that we're talking about.
But the sun is just too far to see.
When you're observing the sun,
let's just address that point that Mauky Mouse brought up. The horizon, right? What do I see? Well, this is one of our key points here: is that the horizon is too far for the globe model.
Okay, but like when you're observing the sun with the horizon, like what do you like? You believe that the sun just rotates on top of the flat Earth?
Okay, so now we're going to another thing again.
No. Like, is that what you like? What do you, how do you believe that the sun works? Like,
well, we can't just keep gish galloping around though. Like when we get onto a point, we have to hash it out and get somewhere with it. It's just going to be, well, how about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? And
no, but really okay, trust me, I'm getting to the point. So just tell me how does the sun work in a flat Earth?
Like the sun is observed. It's observed to move around, right? You've got time zones, that is the sun moving. You've got day and night, that is the sun moving. That's what you observe when you go outside. You see it move across the sky, right?
Okay, beautiful. So when you're say you and your girl take a stroll down to like the beach, and you're watching the sun in the horizon, the sun sinks under the horizon, right? The sun goes beyond the horizon and then it gets dark.
It goes beyond the horizon.
What's the horizon? If it's flat, there shouldn't be a horizon.
Yeah, like it's not true. It's a vanishing point. It's an optical limit, right? It's got nothing to do with this physical Earth curvature that you guys think that it has to do.
Well, no, but you can see. Like, you believe in stars?
I can see them outside. There's no need to believe in it.
Okay. If you can see them, you know how bright they are, and we all know that the sun is a star. I'm getting to the point. We all believe that the sun is a star, so we all know how powerful star.
No, we don't believe the sun is a star. No, we don't believe the sun is a star.
You don't believe it. So what's the sun?
No. These are separate things. The sun is the sun. The stars are something else.
Hey, wait.
Can you explain?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I can answer your question, guys. Listen carefully. They do have one thing in common. The sun, moon, and stars all fall under the category of unverified lights in the sky. Now, someone might tell you a story about what they are. They might tell you they're a burning ball of gas in the vacuum of space. They might tell you they're a bunch of glowing unicorns flying around each other in a circle. But going up to it and touching it is actually directly validating what it is. So, proving what something is and someone making a claim as to what something is are two different things. So they're unverified lights in the sky. Demonstrating what they are made of, the composition of them, is a different thing. So if you can go up to a star, get a chunk of it and bring it back, then we can know what a star is. Until then, it's just guesswork. And someone might tell you a story about it and say, like, oh, this is definite fact, but that's just a fucking fairy tale story.
Mm-hmm. What we can verify is that the sun lights up the entire sky. The stars don't do that. So based on the things that we can verify of these lights in the sky, they're not the same.
I just wanted to run it back to the sun and the shadow point. Sorry,
back to the horizon actually though, because we didn't finish that. You brought up a good point there. Oh, sorry, this is Miko talking. You had something that you forgot about earlier. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so for example, I was wondering if it's, let's say it's noon in the West Coast and then 3 p.m. on the East Coast. If you call somebody that are in both cities, and they both put like a stick in the ground, or just stand there, the person on the East Coast, their shadow will be longer than the person on the West Coast, whose shadow will be pretty much just right under them. So I was wondering how like that would work on a flat Earth, because on a round Earth, you get the curvature.
I'll tell you real quick. The sun is just close and small. That's how it works.
Sorry.
So you guys believe that the sun?
Let me just answer his question. The sun is just close and small. That's how it works. You can demonstrate that on a table, right? Put a couple cans of beer on a table, right? In a dark room, shine a light above them. You'll see diverging shadow angles based on where the light is. We've got one sort of off to the side, not getting direct light from it, right? It's going to have a longer shadow than the one that's right underneath it, etc.
So you guys believe like the sun just goes very, very far away?
Yeah, it just goes far away.
Stops reaching you. Okay, so then why is it that sometimes we see like half the sun under the horizon? Well, how does that explain it? Sun going too far away.
Sometimes that is what it looks like. It is what it usually looks like, actually. Sometimes it just fades out. Other times it does seem to shrink. Depends maybe on how distant your horizon is. Like, you can't always see that far of a horizon, but we can, most usually it seems, see a horizon that's much further than the globe should ever allow for. That's the whole point that we're trying to get to here, is that the horizon itself should be at this set distance based on the parameters of the globe. We're consistently seeing it way further than that, like much further.
So you guys just believe that the sun is like really, it's like a lot closer than what we believe in.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not shot. It's okay. So do you guys believe that the sun is a ball or is it also flat?
I'm not sure. It might not even be a physical object per se. It could be some sort of apparent phenomenon. We don't know what it is even. I do think it's closer though.
No,
I don't think it's 3 million miles away through a vacuum, which we already argued is a thermodynamics violation, right? I don't think that. No.
Oh, do you believe that it's in? Okay. Do you guys? So you said it's like we're in a, what did you say earlier? Like an enclosed space or whatever?
Yeah, contained.
Yeah. So do you believe the sun is inside of that or outside of it?
Don't know.
So what do you know about the sun?
Verified.
So you know nothing about the sun. You just know that it's just a light. That's what you guys
pretty much. Yeah.
But I feel like we've gone so far with technology and shit that we'd have this like went on to like what's it called, research what the sun and the moon are, right? Like we wouldn't just we've gone so far to the point where we wouldn't just leave the sun and be like, whatever, fuck it, it's just a light in the sky, right?
Well, look, the whole thing, that all this research that you're talking about, it is based ultimately on heliocentric assumptions, right, which go back into the ancient world when they started trying to prove this globe idea with the shadow angles and stuff. The first assumption that they made is that the sun must be very large and very distant in order to cast parallel light on the Earth, and if it does that, then the curvature of Earth's surface is the reason that we have the diverging shadows, the same diverging shadows that we can get from a flat surface with a smaller and closer light source, right? So it all comes down to the assumption that we're on a globe in this whole heliocentric paradigm, right? And then they just keep expanding on these assumptions that they have.
Do you believe
can I just get in for gas?
So if it's a closed
you guys
system,
are saying, you guys are asking.
Yeah.
Hang on, you guys are asking us what the sun is. Do you guys know what the sun is in your model?
Yeah.
You guys actually know?
It's a giant ball of gas that's constantly not exploding, but it's constantly combusting.
So it's a giant ball of gas.
Yeah, it's
with nuclear fusion. Remember that part?
Do you guys believe that the sun, it's hot? Do you guys think that the sun is hot? Is the sun hot for you guys, or is it cold?
It's warm when I stand in sunlight.
Okay, so where do you think the warmth is coming from? Do you not believe it's gas? I just want to know what you guys think of the sun. Is it not gas?
We don't know what the sun is.
Hold on. Do you guys have short-term memory loss? I just said 5 minutes ago, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the wandering stars, which over the last 100 years we call planets, wandering stars, which is just another kind of light in the sky. The sun, moon, stars, and planets all fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky, validating what they are. No one has ever done that to the best of our knowledge. Now, it's not to say no one's ever done that, period, but no one's ever done that to the best of our knowledge, directly validated what any of these things are.
So you believe that all the planets have create their own source of light?
Well, they just are light sources. They are luminaries, light sources, but they're just unverified as far as the composition, what's powering them, whether they're flat or spherical or whatever shape. It's just unverified. They are unverified lights in the sky.
The distance, the location, the size of these things, nobody knows. Nobody knows what they are. The globe can tell you a story about what they are, but it's just that.
But aren't you also telling me a story? The story of what the sun is just like nothing just makes sense on the Earth, or
well, if you start from the assumption that we're on a globe, right, that you need the parallel light, right, from the sun to have the diverging shadows and all this stuff that they argued, then you can start to build up a story like they've done, right? That's what they've done. They've just built up a story.
So if Earth is a closed system, then that means no energy or matter is transferred, right? Everything is just within the Earth system.
Yeah. Thermodynamics number one. Yeah.
So when you're standing in the sun,
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
So a closed system, energy goes in, so energy is transferred. A closed system, energy and heat can go in, but matter cannot go in or out.
Yeah. So energy goes in. So you guys believe? So the sun warms up the planet, is what you're saying, right? So you believe that the sun warms up the planet?
Warms up the flat Earth. The sun warms the flat Earth. Yes, inside the closed system that we live in.
How does it do it? So
like,
okay,
yeah,
we know that. Okay, do you guys know what heat comes out of? Like where heat comes from? Like, what are some heat sources?
Are you asking us what powers the sun? Or is that what you're trying to ask us?
No. I'm asking you, like, where heat comes from. Like, how do you heat your home?
With electricity.
Different types of heat.
Okay, so if you go up to a light bulb, and you turn it on and it gets hot, what do you think is being released from that light bulb? Heat?
Yes.
Heat. What's heat? Okay, heat's like that's energy, right?
I think so.
Okay, well, heat is energy. Okay, and what do you think that heat is made out of? You think the heat is just heat? Like it's just heat? Like that's just the way it is? It's just hot? Just because it's hot? Like what do you think comes out of it?
You can use it to make water boil.
Okay, heat is heat. Okay, well, I mean, it depends on what kind of stove you're using, right? If you're using an electric stove, then okay, yeah, your form of energy is electricity, right? But obviously, there's no electricity up in the sun unless you guys believe that there is. Oh, I mean, you guys don't believe that there's anything, right?
Yeah, okay, so what's powering it is unverified too. Yeah.
Okay, so you guys ever heard of xenon, like light, or the? Do you guys believe in the periodic table? Or like all the elements. I'm so lost. Like, I don't know why you guys.
What reason do we have to doubt it?
No, okay. So you guys do believe in it. Like you guys know that it exists, right? Like hydrogen gas, oxygen. You guys believe in all that?
Yeah, we're not stupid.
Do we have any reason not to?
Okay.
You're gonna try to get into.
I'm just asking. I don't know why you guys are getting so like. I'm just asking. Like I don't know what you guys believe in at this point, right? Your views are different than mine.
It's just super simple. It's super simple. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you come in and say, "Hey, do you believe this? Do you believe that? Do you believe that?" Are you trying to figure out where we can, find a common ground, or are you just say, or are you trying to say, well?
No, yeah,
there's a lot of things that I used to believe. Hold on. I used to believe that the Earth was a globe. I don't think that's the truth anymore. I don't have to believe in flat Earth. It presents itself, and it's a level stationary plane everywhere I look. Now, do I believe that the sun is 93 million miles away? No, I don't believe that anymore. So this word believe, you're just throwing it around like we should. So you don't believe this? You don't believe that? No, I don't believe it anymore.
Yeah, well, I respect your decision, and I respect like what you guys like think of the Earth and all that. But I just want to know, like, because I know that you guys are trying to false. Like, to me, I just want to explain like my point of view. So to me, like, I believe in all the all like what the scientists found, like all like everything on the periodic table, all the gas, all the elements, all that kind of stuff. Like
we do too.
Okay, I just want to know like
table.
Where.
Sure, I don't have a problem with chemistry. I don't have a problem with
chemistry.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we're saying to you though is that the Earth is measuring not as a globe; it's measuring as non-curving, right? That's what it all comes down to. So that whole globe model that can't work without that fundamental basis of the radius and the curvature, right? But we're not just hand wave denying like everything,
Well, yeah. I just kind of want to find some common ground. No, where we have.
So am I. That's why I'm saying it's like you just keep saying, "Do you believe? Do you believe? Do you believe?"
No, I don't mean it in any disrespectful way. I'm just like because
maybe it's a language barrier. We do have knowledge of these things. We just don't buy the official story about their claim of what Earth is anymore. Now,
I want to know.
There's a language barrier. This guy needs a few beers.
I want to know where he was going with the light source. Do you claim that the sun is a light bulb? What are you saying about the light bulb? Where are you going with that?
I'm not saying that it's a light bulb, but I'm saying that there's some sort of energy being emitted from it that is heating the Earth, right?
And what kind of energy would you say that is?
Well, it's got to be a gas, right? What
got to be, or it is?
Energy. Well, to me, it is. From what I
It
believe,
is,
and
and how-
from what the what
And
I
how
mean,
did
a
you
quick
come
Google
across-
search.
how did
A
you come
quick Google
across
search
that?
I can look it up for you.
Well, guys,
I'm
I
obviously
think
not
a better
even
question is,
I'm not a
Mikey,
scientist.
has anyone ever demonstrated what the sun is? Has anyone ever taken a sample of the sun?
Well, no, but you can. We have
Well,
rays.
you see, that's the problem right there, Mikey. That's the problem right there. You see, when it comes to definite proof of things, not just low quality of evidence, low quality, or low standard of evidence kind of nonsense. Someone might show you a CGI image that looks cool, or tell you a story that sounds cool. But the thing is, in order for me to actually know for sure what the sun is, someone has to take a sample of it and.
But it's too hot to take a sample of. If you look at Mercury,
that's not my problem. Is the thing. You see, that's the problem with the person making the claim as to what it is. I'm not making a claim, Mikey. You got to understand. None of us in here are making any claims as to what the sun is. But there are people out there that are making positive claims. But their positive claims are baseless. They're baseless claims because they have not directly validated these claims. So while they have baseless claims, we have no claims, which is much more rational.
Okay, so what heats up Earth?
But it just sounds like you guys are
Other than
obviously.
Yeah, the sun.
Yeah, it's just unverified. The sun, what powers the sun is unverified. Okay, what powers the sun?
Why are you saying it's obviously? Why are you saying it's obviously the sun? What if it's something that we can't see? You can't say it's obviously
you feel it coming from the sun.
Right? Okay, you feel it
heat coming from anything else?
Yeah.
Do you feel heat coming from the moon? Do you feel heat coming from the stars?
Yeah. Do you feel heat coming from an exhaust pipe?
What does that got to do with what we're talking about?
No. Okay, so you tell me. Okay, so that's something you can feel it.
It's not even a
but
good
you tell me that you can feel it. You're telling me that you can feel it, but you can tell me what is coming out of a gas pipe, right, or an exhaust pipe? Sorry.
Well,
So that would be a source of heat that you can identify. So
but you can also identify what's coming from the sun, right? Well, who's to say you can't? If you can, tell me that you can just catch the gas particles that are coming out of an exhaust pipe.
Wait, hold on, Mikey. I'm not saying you can't. What I'm saying is no one has, to the best of my knowledge so far. I'm not saying that you can't. Although, to be honest, though, a little bit I doubt that you can't. But I don't entirely doubt. I don't entirely doubt that, Mikey. I'm just saying, to the best of our knowledge so far, no one has. So to the best of our knowledge so far, the sun is an unverified light in the sky of unknown composition, since no one has directly validated the composition of it. It's just an unverified light in the sky. It's just that simple. But I mean, it's a mystery. I wonder myself all the time. I'll be honest, Mikey, if it helps you feel any better, from time to time, I look at it and I wonder, what the hell are the sun, moon, and stars? What the hell are these things in the sky? Who the hell put them there? How the hell did they get there? What the hell, really? I wonder that myself. But, I don't know what to tell you, man. It just is what it is. There's just unverified lights in the sky.
Yeah, I feel like all you're saying is you're just trying to prove us wrong, but you're not trying to prove yourself right. Like, I feel like that's the whole argument here. Like, everything we say, you're giving us the opposite of it, but you're not proving why you believe it's the opposite.
Yeah, but here's the thing: we've got a positive claim of the globe, right? We've been asking you for that radius measurement. We just go around and around. We get this gish gallop onto 100 different non sequitur topics, right? When all we needed was, how did you measure this globe in the first place? It becomes clear just by the nature of this conversation alone that there is no globe, there is no measurement for it, and only a religion about it and just endless coping when we say, this thing isn't here.
Yeah, and so you have.
Yeah, but I'm telling you. Yeah, but I'm going back to like how you guys just prove us wrong. We're telling you that the ways we measure
isn't that a problem?
How
if we can prove you wrong, if we can prove you wrong, then it's a problem, isn't it?
But you can't.
Have you proved this wrong?
There's no scientific evidence of you guys proving us wrong. So all there is scientific evidence.
Wait a minute. That's a basis assertion. We have objectively proven you wrong. The globe has objectively been falsified. Objectively. The globe has been falsified. Space, objectively been falsified. So don't say that we haven't done it. It has been done.
Okay. Show me something that's been done.
Okay. So have we already covered the second law of thermodynamics?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, so if I were going to falsify space by using the second law of thermodynamics, what would it matter to you since you don't know what that is? I can falsify space easily. Okay, so do you understand that gas pressure requires containment? Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so if gas pressure requires containment, how do we have gas pressure on the Earth?
The atmosphere.
No, what is the atmosphere? You're saying words. Those are contradictory terms. You're saying air and ball. Atmos is air, sphere is ball. What is an air ball?
Yeah, but you're also saying an invisible wall that will hit eventually. Well, what are you talking about?
No. I'm asking you objective questions here. How is air contained and pressurized on Earth? You need to give me can you have gas?
I'm giving you a question. And I'm giving you a question.
Air does not contain air. Do you understand that? Have you ever seen air contain air?
What is that?
Okay, but where's your proof that there is?
Dude, I'm giving you the proof right now. If you
you're not giving me proof. Let me answer your question. Proof would be yes, I went there, I touched that wall. That's proof. But what you're saying, you're just.
He's not claiming a wall, man.
Yeah, but
no. At least you have something to back it up. You guys are saying that you could just. You guys are saying that there's this something that is there's something that's enclosing Earth and that is creating this gas pressure. But you can't tell me what is enclosing Earth.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
Got something to back it up. What have you got to back it up?
I've got.
I'll tell you what.
What does that even mean? What isn't closing Earth? What?
I mean, he said second law of thermodynamics or whatever is that some gas pressure that has to be an enclosed area or space or whatever, right? That's how gas pressure is formed, or that's what it is.
Well, you never actually let me get there. I'm asking you questions. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you get triggered and you leave the topic. So I tell you what. You prove to me that air can contain air, and then I will show you that air needs a container to have gas pressure. Okay? So you show me air containing air. Go ahead.
I mean, I just believe in the atmosphere.
You just believe it, so you have no evidence whatsoever to prove your claim.
Well, no,
you don't have a demonstration of it ever.
Scientific. If you give me a few minutes, I could get some scientific evidence.
Please go get it. Please go get this.
Okay. While I do it, can you explain to me how your theory works?
This is not a theory. This is scientific fact. You have to have a container for air pressure.
Okay. Can you explain that? Can you explain what is what is enclosing? You know what I mean? Like what's causing the gas, like the air pressure?
Do you want me to tell you what it's made of?
Yeah. I want you to tell me everything about. I want you to tell me everything that you know about what's enclosing the pressure within our system.
Okay, so we have air pressure on Earth, so a container is containing the air pressure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. How would you expect me to go and figure out what the container is?
Yeah, that's the same thing you're asking.
Exactly. You don't have proof of it. So how are you saying that that's what it is when you don't have proof of it?
No. The air pressure is the proof of it. It's required. It's required for the gas pressure, right? So that is the proof.
If you have pressure, you have to have containment, period. There has never been a time ever where gas pressure existed where there was no container. That's solid proof. That's solid evidence.
Okay, so
if there was no container, there would be no pressure.
Okay, so what's your magical the wall the container made out of?
How do you expect me to figure out what that is? Do you want to? I tell you what. Do you have money? You want to give me some money? We'll go figure it out. We'll make a ship. Why don't you talk to the guy from Virgin Mobile? Maybe he can take you up there. Richard Branson. Can he tell you what it is? He's got money. But he won't show you that air pressure can be contained with air. He won't show you that.
It's because even the gases have like a mass, right? So, you
define
have to,
mass.
Just anything with like a mass attached to it. So anything with a weight to it.
Is weight the same as mass?
No. Sorry, I don't have the exact definition on me right now. But
it's not using what you don't know the meaning of.
No. He knows what it is. He knows what it is. He just does not explain. It's the amount of matter in whatever you're talking about.
Just 1 second. So
you're talking about density.
Okay. So that's a claim.
No.
Now we need the demonstration, right? We need the demonstration. Somebody using mass to hold air pressure in. Where's that?
Well, no, it's just based on gravity, right? So the Earth has a lot of mass in it. It holds. Sorry.
Which gravity are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Which gravity are you talking about? You said gravity. Which gravity are we talking about?
Earth's gravity. Right,
No,
like whichever planet you would be on with the gases on it. So each planet would contain the gases onto each gravity. So that's why they don't just float out to space. And actually, some do. They do escape. They're not fully contained.
Dude, he means Newtonian or Einsteinian, bro.
Yeah, we
Like,
actually
what
have
kind of
three
gravity are you
different
talking
types
about?
of gravity. Which one are you claiming? And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves in this conversation. I want to have a nice civil conversation with you.
Right, yeah.
Going well so far, right? So I want to know which gravity you're claiming.
I guess the Einsteinian one, right?
Okay, so that is the warping and the bending of space-time. Okay.
Yep.
So time is a concept, and we can have space between you and I, but space itself. Can you show me what color space is?
Okay, wait,
space is just a void.
What's space?
Space. Imagine space as a blanket, right? And if you put, let's just do our solar system just to keep it at a lower scale here.
Bro,
So,
you're like going way ahead of me. I want to we got to take this slow. You're making a bunch of claims at once. We got to take one at a time.
Okay.
So you said space, and you said space is a blanket. Can you tell me what color the blanket is?
There is no color. It's just translucent, right?
So translucent, but it's material. You can touch it.
No, you can't. It's a void. You go through it,
So
but
it's empty.
Yeah.
So emptiness bends.
Well, not literally a blanket, obviously. Like we're not covered. We're not going to go to sleep here.
Let them finish, mate. Let them finish.
He's not letting him finish.
Yeah,
he's
so
trying to explain, and he's just
We're having a one-on-one conversation.
Sorry, guys.
Do you guys not believe that masses attract each other? Like larger masses attract smaller.
That's a different gravity. You got to stick on one gravity here.
Two people were having a conversation. Let them finish the conversation. Just let them finish.
I'm just adding on to the conversation, brother.
So, anyways,
yeah.
If you're saying that space is a blanket, and then you tell me that it's emptiness, is emptiness material? Can you touch the emptiness?
No, it's a void, but like the mass of each.
Nothing.
Sorry.
It's nothing then.
It's nothing, but at the same time, it is something. So I'm not good at explaining things exactly, but each planet or each star has.
Well, hold on. Don't get ahead of yourself. I want to ask you another question. I know you want to go to something else, but you just said that something is nothing. Do you realize how contradictory that is?
Yeah. Well, I'm just not too good at explaining exactly what it is. I didn't really study up.
I'm not expecting you to know, but I'm just hoping for a second you can understand that someone told you a story about the emptiness and the void of space, that it's a fabric, but it's nothingness, and then there's time with that, right? That is also just a concept. There's no such thing as time. So, you have a non-physical concept, two non-physical concepts warping, creating something called gravity. And there is absolutely zero scientific evidence of this anywhere. Do you know that?
Can I jump in here for a second? So you guys, like I said before, you guys don't believe in masses attracting each other, right?
Well, that's a different gravity.
No, that's the blanket theory.
No, that's not. That you're talking about Newtonian gravity, and that was debunked 107 years ago.
That was burnt
by Einstein.
Oh, not debunked, but superseded.
Superseded, whatever, right? Replaced. So we're talking about something that is no longer applicable to our current conversation. So if you want to go with Einsteinian, that's fine. That is the current model, but there is no hypothesis, no experiment, no scientific evidence whatsoever for Einsteinian gravity. Are you aware of this?
Ask a quick question. So if we are in an
maybe we should ask these guys, some cause and effect questions. So Fada, do you believe that a rock falls down in the medium of air because of gravity?
Yeah.
At 9.62 meters a second squared.
All right.
Proven many times. Or 8, sorry.
Yeah. All right. Simple question. Follow-up questions.
Mm-hmm.
So, using the scientific method, can you remove the independent variable, which would be gravity, and allow me to observe the rock not falling in the medium of air, just floating there? And then can you put the independent variable back in the situation and allow the rock to fall down in order to demonstrate that the cause of the rock falling down was gravity? Can you do that?
You're trying to tell me to. So you're asking me to like prove the null hypothesis. Is that what you're trying to say? Like you're trying to.
Well, no. You don't need to make this. You don't need to. Yeah. I guess so. But just to put it in the most simplistic terms, I'm just asking if you can demonstrate gravity to be the cause for the rock falling down by removing it from the situation and putting it back in the situation by manipulating gravity.
Well, I can, but you wouldn't believe me.
What is that supposed to mean? What kind of an answer is that?
We believe that there's gravity on Earth, right? So once you leave the atmosphere of Earth, there's no gravity. So if you throw a rock in space, it will just keep floating, right? But I can't.
Except there is no. Let's be specific here. Let's be specific. You're talking about the vacuum of space. To the best of my knowledge, the vacuum of space doesn't exist. But there is such thing as space, but it's just space between you and I. Now, it's not to say that there isn't anything between you and I. There's air between you and I. So there's not nothing between you and I. But there is space. But there's not the vacuum of space above our heads the way they describe it. That does not exist. So what was your question again?
No, I'm not talking about the space between you and I. I'm talking about the space that's a vacuum that you don't believe in. The space that's outside of the atmosphere of the Earth.
Have you been there? Did you throw something in it and observe it floating?
Well, no.
Did you demonstrate that gas pressure can exist without a container?
What?
Here, let's just ask you this. No, let me rephrase the question, Fada. Let me just rephrase the question a little bit. Forget about the rock falling down. You know what gas pressure is, right? By now, right?
Yeah.
Like the 36 psi around the rim of your car, take for instance, right?
Yeah.
So, do you know of any time? The question is, do you know of any time that anyone has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because after all, that's what you and I have been taught in school. You and I were taught in school that the gas pressure exists here on the surface of the Earth due to gravity. All right. So, do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure due to gravity without a container?
Well, did you have anyone that proved that the gas pressure is contained within the Earth because of some magical wall? Like, has anyone proved that?
Well, that's natural law as we observe it, Fada. So we do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. Is the thing. So we're asking for a demonstration without it. So Fada, listen. If no one has ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity or anything else for that matter, no one has, to the best of my knowledge, then there's no logical reason for me to assume that such a thing can exist, whether we're talking about the surface of the Earth or anything else.
Okay, so you're telling me the little sphere, or not sphere, sorry, the little world, the flat Earth that we live in, the pressure is the same until you leave whatever's blocking us in, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, until you leave, you're saying that like with the... Are you making the assumption we can leave this place? Are you making that assumption?
No. Wait, you misunderstood me. So I'm saying the pressure is the same. So you're saying that there's some sort of like something holding us in, right? Which is keeping the pressure inside the same, which isn't changing, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yes, consistent gas pressure at sea level, yes.
Okay. So then why is it that planes, when they fly up, they have to pressurize the cabin? So that
because of the gradient, because the air gets thinner as you go up, because there is a gas pressure gradient inside every container, not just the one that we live in, but inside every container, even a propane tank, for instance.
There's a gradient? No.
Yes, there's a gradient inside every container that contains gas. Yes, from one the size of your thumb all the way to a blimp. And anything bigger than that, there is a gradient inside every container that contains gas. Yes.
No, I think gas is what's it called? Gas is spread out evenly within a container.
Well, they fill the available volume, but the pressure is not evenly distributed. No.
No, the pressure is evenly distributed.
Well, in a small, like, no, like, you understand, no, there's a gradient inside every container. Now, understand, the smaller the container gets, the more slight, the smaller the gradient gets. So, take, for instance, a balloon full of helium, just an ordinary party balloon full of helium. The pressure at the bottom of the balloon is technically a little bit greater than the pressure at the top. But if you were to actually measure this, it would be a very small difference, the difference in the pressure between the bottom of the balloon and the top. But, that's one example. That's the balloon. In regards to the Earth, the closed system we live inside of, which is a much bigger volume, much bigger space, with a lot more gas, the gradient is much larger. As you climb a mountain,
basically.
As you climb a mountain, as you go up in elevation, as you gain altitude or elevation, elevation is on the land, altitude is above the land. But as you get higher, the air gets thinner because that's the gradient, and that's the gradient in the larger system. So the balloon would be a small system, and the Earth would be a much larger system. But there's still a gradient nonetheless.
So there's always a gradient within whatever system to keep the pressure. Like, there's a gradient in pressure? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah.
So, like,
the pressure,
in a container.
it's a pressure gradient, yeah. I mean, there is with the ocean as well. It's not just the air, it's the ocean as well, water. There's a pressure gradient in the ocean. That's why you can't go so far down without a submarine. Otherwise, you'd be crushed by the pressure.
So, like, what proves that there's, what I believe in is, like, the ideal gas law, right? Where it has nothing to do with the gradient, or like there's no such thing as a gradient. Like, the air or like the gas fills up the container evenly. Everything is distributed evenly, right?
Well, it feels it feels that gas particles fill the available volume, but that's not to say that pressure is equally distributed all throughout the container.
But it is, though. Like, do you have a demonstration of this? Like, do you have Fada, this is the point in time in the conversation where I have to ask you for a citation or demonstration of this. Do you have any information to back up, any source material to back up what you're talking about? Do you know what the ideal, like, the ideal gas law is? PV equals nRT?
I've heard the term before. I just know how gas law works in general.
Yeah, so the equation, PV equals nRT, is pressure times volume, right? So that means there's no change in pressure, right?
It's an average.
You'll get one average of what? We're not averaging anything.
I'll be honest, man. I'm not following what you're saying.
So, like,
equation equals reality. Is that what you're saying? The equation equals reality.
Well, the equation proves that there's no gradient in like a pressure.
Equations don't prove anything.
Maybe I should specify my question.
Of course, equations prove stuff like that. Pythagoras proves.
Well, you can do the equation, but if you haven't tested it, then you can't.
But we have.
How?
The equation requires a volume. Where's the volume?
I'm a little confused on what he's arguing. Like, are you arguing that there is no gradient? Like, in which scenario? Yeah, but Fada, what container? So, are you saying the air doesn't get thinner as I climb a mountain? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it does. It does. But
it does. Okay, but you're saying that you're trying to say that there isn't a gradient, a gas pressure gradient inside of every container that contains gas. So my question is, what container are you talking about? What gas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the container that you're living in right now, that you believe you're living in right now.
But there is a gradient. You just said that there is a gradient. I just asked you, if I climb a mountain and I go up in elevation, does the air get thinner? You just said yes. So that would mean that there is a gradient.
Because what I believe in, gravity is what holds the atmosphere within, like, Earth, right?
All right. Yeah. So that's like the crux that we were trying to get to. Yeah.
So the further you go up, the less force of gravity you're feeling, right? So that means there's that gradient that you're getting. There's less atmosphere.
So again, you're under the impression that a contained atmosphere would not have a gradient. You're under the impression that gradients do not form in containers, but they do.
But how?
Well, he's under the impression it's caused by gravity. Listen to what he said. He said it's caused by gravity. So again, Fada, I would need a demonstration of gas pressure caused by gravity. Fada, we don't have that. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's why.
Do you understand what I'm asking for, though? So, like, here, wait. Fada.
Yeah,
let me be a little more specific.
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's pretend for a second you and I are standing at the beach where there's 14.7 psi air pressure. All right, let's say we're both standing 10 feet apart from each other. We're looking at each other. Now, if you could somehow, some way, this is what I'm asking for. Like, this is what it's required for me to acknowledge the gas pressure here on Earth as being potentially caused by gravity. This is where the burden of proof lies. This is where my standard of evidence lies. All right. So if you could somehow, some way demonstrate at 14, while you and I are standing at the beach and we're breathing 14.7 psi just regularly, if you could somehow demonstrate using gravity, manipulate gravity, and use gravity to demonstrate between us 1 cubic foot of volume, where you have, say, 20 psi, 20 pounds per square inch, and you and I somehow measure that with a barometer and confirm, like, yeah, okay. And maybe stick our hands in it and feel like the extra pressure or something, like, oh, my hand didn't break off, but my hand's fine. I can feel it. It's like if you could somehow have 1 cubic square foot of volume where you have consistent 20 pounds per square inch due to gravity, then, at sea level, then I would have a logical reason. Now, this sounds like Harry Potter magic that I'm describing, which it basically is, because no one's ever done this. To the best of my knowledge, no one can do this. So it basically is. But if you could somehow demonstrate this, if you could somehow do this, then I would have a logical reason to assume, without going to the vacuum of space itself, I would have a logical assumption to assume that the gas pressure here on Earth can exist due to gravity, not due to a container. And so I'm just saying,
but what I'm saying is I'm not trying to take the gravity route. Like, I'm not trying to prove myself right. I'm trying to prove you wrong. Like, and like the most respectful way. Obviously, I'm not like flaming you or anything. But like, I'm not like, because you don't believe in the concept of gravity, so I don't want to like keep drilling you with how gravity takes effect into this. I'm trying to what I'm asking, like, there's a law, right? Like, I'm going back to that, like the law, like the ideal gas law, that says there's pressure contained within a certain amount of volume. So like if you put gas within a container, you can calculate the pressure within that container, right? And you're saying that we live in a giant container. That's what you're saying, right?
Has to be.
Yes, a fixed volume, which would be inside a container, yes.
Yeah, so with that fixed volume, you can calculate how much pressure there is. Therefore, there's no pressure gradient.
No. It's a much larger scale than a tiny little box or something like that, a small container. So that's one reason why there would be more of a noticeable gradient. The other thing is it's a dynamic system as well. Most of the gas is being added into the system from the surface, right? Or not added because it's a fixed volume, but most gas is released at the surface. And also most of the heat and whatnot is at the surface too. That's where most of the heat from the sunlight goes. So it's a dynamic system. It's not analogous to just like a closed container where nothing ever changes, right?
But you did say it's a closed container. Like, that's what you guys are trying to prove.
No, I said it's dynamic, though, right? It's always changing. The sun's moving around. It's heating this part of the earth, that part of the earth. There's pressure and temperature variation all over the place for reasons like these, right? There's gas coming out of the surface all the time with all the plants and animals and everything. The ocean outgasses like 90-something% of the atmosphere's carbon dioxide, etc. So it's a dynamic system. It's not just like the static thing where you got a box and it's closed and there's nothing living in it and there's no sun and there's no temperature, fluctuations or anything like that going on, right?
But then how
we have cycles?
So you're telling me that pressure builds but never releases? Like there's a constant pressure being added? Like where's the pressure that's adding up in this earth? Where's it going? Like the pressure keeps building up?
It's not. That's why I shouldn't have said added, because, like you said, it's a fixed volume, right? But you just have, gases, being introduced at the. That's sort of the same as added, but right, the ocean outgasses, right? The plants and the animals and everything breathe, right? So you have gas coming out at the surface, right?
So
can I just try something with him? If you take a cup of hot water, you can measure the temperature of that water. Yeah. If you go to a swimming pool, a heated swimming pool, it heats and then it pumps water into one end. Can you measure the temperature of that swimming pool, or do you have to measure it from all different parts of that swimming pool? So you end up with an average. So if you change that heat into pressure, what we're talking about, you've got a small cup and a big pool. You've got a small container and a big container. So that's how, that's why it's dynamic. So you're looking at something small. You can measure the.
What, did he cut off everyone else? Hello, Bimbo? Can you hear me?
This is cycling into the system, right, from the surface. Yeah. That would be one reason. Plus, like I said, most of the heat from the sun and stuff that's being absorbed at the surface, right? Temperature equals pressure as well.
Okay, no, but I still don't understand how you guys in this system that we're in, we're building up pressure, but we're not releasing it. So there's a constant buildup of pressure.
No, it's not. It's not building up constantly. It's a fixed volume, like you said.
Yeah. So where's the pressure going?
Materials that were already within the system, just being cycled through it, right?
So that means that means there's still a set amount of pressure in the system, right? Like the pressure isn't going anywhere. It's being
recycling.
Yeah, but what's the process of its recycling? How does it start? And what are the steps of the recycling?
I don't know. I think I've already said it a few times. If somebody else
Okay, no, I understand that, but that still means there's still the same amount of pressure within that system. The pressure didn't change, right?
Well, we're not saying it does. You're what are you talking about, the gradient?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get to the gradient, but
there's many different factors involved. There's many different variables, as explained to you already. We have cycles like the hydrological cycle, nitrogen cycle. We have we have temperature variations at altitude, which is going to affect pressure. It's
but we're within a
kettle.
Yeah. But we're within a enclosed system.
If you've got a boiling kettle, right, is the pressure right at where that kettle is boiling off, is that going to be equal to the pressure maybe 10 feet above it?
Well, no, but that pressure has somewhere, right?
Yeah, it does.
So where would that pressure go?
It's going to equalize with the surrounding environment.
How can pressure just equalize itself?
That's what it's always doing, seeking equilibrium.
Yeah, but in what way? It can't just snap its fingers and go, I'm equal, right? In what way?
Gas changes, yeah. So it goes.
Not within an enclosed system, it doesn't.
So you're saying gas can't go from a gas to a liquid? Is that what you're saying?
But the pressure doesn't change.
So how can the pressure not change if the gas turns into a liquid?
Because
has it got pressure in the liquid or pressure in the gas?
No, within an enclosed system, the pressure of the system itself doesn't change.
Can gas turn into a liquid?
Yeah, I can. But
well, this is the kind of thing we're talking about with the dynamic system.
Bro, so if we're in an enclosed system, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're in an enclosed system, how can pressure change?
We're
how
in
can
a closed
pressure change within an enclosed system? That's
change as gradient? How does it thin out when we go higher in altitude? Is that specifically what you're asking?
Yeah. In an enclosed system, how does it get thinner?
We gave you all sorts of variables, but I see what you're trying to do is you're trying to beg the question of gravity with all of this, right? So this is where we need the practical demonstration of gravity and not physical containment being used to hold some air pressure in.
Well, it's proven that within an enclosed system, the pressure doesn't change, right?
It's not proven.
Well, depends.
No, it is proven. It is proven. The ideal is proven.
But again, you're comparing it to a static system, right? We're talking about a dynamic system. We're talking about a very large system as well. There are gradients in smaller containers, right? But they're just negligible. They're just so minute that, they're just disregarded for practical purposes, right? There would still be a gradient even in a bike tire, but like I said, it would be totally negligible. We're talking about the scale of the Earth, and it's all these dynamic variables, right? So it's sort of a different deal, but what you're trying to get to is that gravity is the reason why this all happens. So there is where we need the practical demonstration of gravity being used to hold a non-vacuum next to a vacuum.
You've also got things. So when things decompose, they turn into gases. Yeah. So and then you've got carbon dioxide, which is taken up by trees and turned into carbon, solid. Yeah. So you've got a system that's always cycling gases to solids. We breathe carbon dioxide out.
Yeah.
Trees breathe it in.
Yeah.
So I don't know how you don't understand that we live in a cyclical system that just reuses everything.
But we don't.
And most of the gas cycle is to do with the ocean too, like the vast majority.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But carbon dioxide and oxygen aren't the only two gases in our atmosphere.
I know that.
So what other gases are being recycled?
But it's the major one, isn't it? So oxygen and carbon dioxide. Yeah, they're the two major gases.
I can't choose what molecules my lungs inhale either. It's just whatever's in the air. No, I said I cannot.
Yeah, no, you cannot. Well, you can.
Once again, it's just it's just high to low pressure, so it's just whatever's in the air is what's going into my lungs, right?
Yeah, but that still does not answer my question on how. So, do you guys understand what the ideal gas law is?
Please explain.
So the ideal gas law is it basically says that within a system, someone put it in PV equals nRT. Within a system, within a system, the pressure changes depending on the volume. Sorry, right? So
the volume, yeah.
If the volume changes, the pressure is going to change.
Yeah.
But we're in a set volume. We're in a set volume.
T.
That's what you guys are saying.
Don't forget about T.
V?
T. Don't forget about the T temperature.
Yeah, but we're within an enclosed system, right?
Yeah. So so you're saying temperature doesn't change, or what?
No, I am. But so you're telling me when at night you experience less pressure than in the morning?
Okay, take this. You got a closed container, right? A fixed volume, right?
Yeah.
You apply heat to that fixed volume. Is the pressure going to go up?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but
everything changes. It's still the same fixed volume. Everything that was in it is still what's in it, but you added the heat to it, right?
It's like when you get a high and a low pressure with the weather. When you get a high pressure, it's normally warmer weather, correct? Warmer weather causes higher pressure.
No,
it's
but
a dynamic system.
So you're telling because we're within an enclosed system. Is that what you guys believe? We're in an enclosed system that has a set volume, right? So then PV and NR, they don't change, but T does. That's what you guys are saying, right?
Of course.
So that means if T is changing, then P is changing.
Yeah.
So that means during the night, when you feel colder, you're feeling less pressure than you are in the morning?
We're in a system where the only way to demonstrate gas pressure is by using physical containment. And it cannot be demonstrated any other way Unless you can you demonstrate it for us?
Wait, so can you repeat that?
We need the demonstration of gas pressure or any kind of pressure without the physical containment. Use gravity to create the pressure instead.
Well, pressure is releasing into the atmosphere. Like gravity is holding the atmosphere.
That's
within,
the question.
right?
This is the whole point. This is the thing in question. This is the thing that we are contending with, saying that can't be. We don't observe it working or behaving like that anywhere in nature. How can it work like that? We need to see a demo of it working like that. That's the whole point, right? So pointing again at the thing in question and saying, well, there it is. Well, that's the whole problem, right?
But I'm trying because if I was to involve gravity into this, you guys would beg the question, what is gravity, right? Because you guys don't believe in gravity.
Well, first we have to determine what it is, right? And then we need to see it manipulated, right? Shut gravity off and on. Try dropping a ball or throwing a rock or doing whatever you're going to do, both with and without gravity. That would be a scientific test, right? And then demonstrate through that, right, that it was indeed the cause of the observed effect, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you guys know?
Can I also ask you something as well, mate? Sorry. So, do you know much about weather with high and low pressures?
Yeah.
So, are you saying that gravity causes the high pressure that brings better weather? Is that what you're saying?
No.
So, how does that pressure change then?
In what I believe in, right, you have less atmosphere, so there's less pressure. Like the higher you go up, right? If you're close to the Earth,
you were saying that gravity. You were saying that gravity causes the pressure.
Yeah.
So if the gravity is always the same, then how does the high pressure change to a low pressure to change the weather?
Gravity isn't always the same. It depends on where you are.
Oh, gravity is not a constant. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's a constant on the. No. It's a constant on the surface of the Earth. That's what it's believed to be gravity. It's the constant.
So so you don't get high and low pressure on the surface of Earth that causes weather? What?
Wait, what did you say?
High and low pressure that causes weather. You don't get them on the surface of the Earth?
You do.
Yeah. So is it gravity that's causing that, or what?
Well, I'm so confused. Wait, say that again?
Is gravity causing the high and the low pressure that changes the weather?
Is gravity causing high and low pressure?
Yeah, that changes the weather. You know how it changes the weather? We have there's a high pressure coming over Miami right now. That means good weather for the next 5 days. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that gravity causing that high pressure? Because you're saying gravity brings gases to the surface of the Earth, and that should cause a high pressure. So when it turns to a low pressure, are we getting less gravity?
Well, isn't that just a completely different system? It doesn't have anything to do with gravity. Like what I'm saying is gravity.
You're saying that gravity
I'm saying that the atmosphere
and brings it down to and pressurizes our system. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that gravity, like the atmospheric pressure, changes due to gravity. So the higher you are, the less.
I can't say anymore. I don't think you're understanding. Maybe it's my accent or something, but I don't think you're understanding me.
No, but this is a belief system, though. The thing that we're trying to demonstrate here is that this is merely a belief system because we do not have the practical demonstration of this thing called gravity, whatever you want to define it as, mass attracting mass or space-time curvature or whatever. We don't have the practical demonstration of that actually causing air pressure or doing anything for that matter. It's never been demonstrated experimentally, right? All we have are these stories and assertions that it does work that way on this grand scale, right? That's all we have.
Okay. But like, I don't know, because like if I go and like, so how do you guys like explain like all of us sitting down and not floating around?
I just told you I don't need to do anything to explain gravity because it hasn't been practically demonstrated. Nobody tried sitting down both with and without gravity and went, oh, there it is. Yeah, the bending and warping of space-time. That's the reason I'm not flying off into space. Nobody ever did that. This is just a story. This is a religion, actually. It's a belief system.
So if you drop an object negligible of air friction, what speed would be falling?
It's going to go down, I think, negligible of air friction. And if you drop an object, perhaps without gravity, if that were a possibility, and demonstrated that it floated away without it, then we would go, okay, you do need the gravity to have objects falling down, but that is not something that will ever be done. Globers themselves won't tell you they can manipulate gravity for the most part.
Well, technically, do you know what the zero-G flight thing is?
That's not actually zero gravity. Like a
well, no, it's falling at the same rate. So they're going up very high, and then they start like once they.
They're just claiming that they're mimicking the effects of zero G, right? They don't. The idea isn't that they're actually going to a zero G environment, right? They're just going on a parabolic flight, right? That is supposed to mimic what they call this zero G, right?
So what is G then? Like why is it that we're just floating in it? Like why is it that we're just floating in the the plane?
Well, this is what I'm asking you, right? You want to say that there's this thing, there's this force, or it's not a force, it's space-time curvature, whichever you're going to go with, Newton or Einstein, right? There's this thing that is causing these observed phenomena, right? Of things staying on the surface of Earth and gas pressure being here on the surface of Earth, but we still don't have a practical demonstration, right, of gravity actually being used to cause any of these observed phenomena.
No, I don't know. It's like, so you're trying to prove me wrong, but you're not trying to prove yourself right.
Exactly. I don't have a positive claim. You do. You are claiming gravity. I'm saying, what's that? Let's see the demonstration, and we don't have it. Right? So
what's the null to your theory?
Well, wouldn't that? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying the burden of proof is on him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, gravity is your claim, right? That is your supposed cause here for all these things that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, but your claim is that there's no gravity, or
really. I'm just saying I don't see any experimental evidence for it whatsoever. I have no reason to take you up on your claim.
Yeah, okay, I understand that, but why is it that you guys Why is it that this entire time you guys are trying to prove us wrong, but you're not proving yourself right?
This is about the falsification of the globe model. That's what we're doing. Right, we're just saying that there's no way for any of this to work. It's not practically demonstrated. There is no measurement for the radius. The Earth is observably not dropping off over distance the way it must be on a spheroid the size that they claim, etc., etc. It's about the falsification of this cosmology that they've sold us more so than a replacement cosmology or positive claims of our own.
Can I ask my question? So, wait. Are you conceding that we proved you wrong about the globe?
No. I'm saying.
Yeah, but wait. Quick follow-up question though. So, if we did prove you wrong, the point I'm trying to make though is, all we would need to do is prove the globe wrong, and then the Earth is flat. Like. There's not really any more choices on the table, not that anyone's even talking about. The Earth is either a ball or it's flat. And so if you prove the ball wrong, what's left on the table, Fada?
Well, whether the...
There's a lot of things left on the table.
All we need to do is prove the ball wrong, and the ball doesn't exist. And then the Earth is just flat. Well,
but if the ball doesn't exist.
Well, no, if the ball doesn't exist.
No, I'm not trying to prove you guys. I'm not trying to prove you guys. I'm not trying to prove the flat Earth theory is wrong. I'm just trying to understand the concept of how, how we're stationary on the Earth and we're not floating around. Whether it's a sphere or not, I believe that it's spinning at a high rate, that we're being pulled in, the centrifugal force is pulling us in towards the core of the Earth, right?
That's not how it works.
Yeah.
That's just part of the story, Fada. It's just part of the story that most of us used to believe in.
I'll ask you a question, mate. So when you go outside, do you feel like you're moving? If no one told you we lived on a ball spinning through space, would you assume that you lived on a ball spinning through space, moving?
Uh-uh.
So why?
Because we're moving. So if a car is like if a car
don't
is
give me the
driving down
car because that's a closed system and you're going in a straight line. That's not the same.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Like if if a car's traveling at a high speed, the rims don't look like they're moving, right? It's the same thing.
It's not the same. That's not the same. That's an optical illusion. We're talking about movement.
Well, if we're moving at a very high speed, then it wouldn't look like we're moving. It's the same thing.
But you're saying us moving is an optical illusion.
Well, it's reality.
A reality is we're not moving.
The reality is that we're moving at a very high speed that we can't see it. The same way when you look at a car's rim, as the reality of it is that it's moving very fast, that it looks like it doesn't moving.
Okay, we'll move on from that. Can you demonstrate an experiment that shows axial rotation? Or can you give us anyone who's done an experiment that shows that we're moving?
Yeah.
Or measure the Earth to be moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did measure the Earth to be moving.
Yeah. Who?
You just I'll tell you to go search it up, but you wouldn't believe it. You'll just say it's a claim.
I already know it. I'm just sending you on a wild goose chase.
Well, Fada, wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me address what you just said. Fada, understand, we are not, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for everyone else here. I am not opposed to the idea of the Earth being a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. I'm not opposed to it, all right? It's just that I don't want it to be a mere blind belief. All right, I don't want faith to be involved. I want to believe it, but I also want to know it. Want to know it for sure. So when we ask you questions like, do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the axial rotation of the Earth? See, that's not like we're just going to dismiss anything you show us. It's that we would want an actual direct measurement of the axial rotation of the Earth, which no one has presented to us so far. So, there's no reason for me to believe that it's happening. And in fact, we have demonstrations to the contrary. We actually have, from a non-inertial reference frame, from away from the Earth, we have a demonstration of the Earth being stationary and the moon moving along with the stars. So we have the stars being photographed with a drone, a good 1,000 feet or more above the surface of the Earth over a course of an hour. So the moon is moving, the stars are moving, and from that non-inertial reference frame, the Earth is still. So we have evidence to the contrary, but we don't have any direct measurements of rotation. So again, but just keep in mind, it's not like we're against the idea, Fada. It's not like we're just going to hand wave anything just because you showed it to us, just because we don't want to believe it or something. It's just that we don't want to blindly believe things. We want things to be proved with absolute definity, which would be a direct measurement of axial rotation. So do you know of anyone doing that?
But how do you know that you're not in an initial frame of reference if you're still within the Earth's enclosed system? You're still within whatever effect you're feeling.
That's your burden to prove. It's your burden, man.
Yeah. Well, again, forget about reference frames, Fada. Just focus on the question of axial rotation, the rotation of the Earth on an axis, the spin of the Earth. They say it's, Fada, do you know what speed they say it is? They teach us in school. Do you know what speed they say it's spinning at the equator? What they say that speed is?
Well, I don't know by heart, but I know what you're talking about.
All right. Well, I know, Fada, because I've researched these things. In fact, I even researched it, even before I was a flat earther. Fada, it's about 1,000 miles an hour. They say that the equator is spinning, and the Earth is spinning, and the patch of dirt in Panama is moving at 1,000 miles per hour as the Earth spins. So the question is, Fada, did anyone ever directly measure the spin of the Earth and demonstrate that it's spinning to begin with?
Okay, but so what I believe in is that the reason. So you're saying that everything spins around the Earth, right? Or everything is spinning, but we're standing still, right?
Yes, the Earth is stationary, except when an earthquake happens. But that's just it shaking back and forth.
Yeah, but so when you look into space, you see a star, and then you look back into space a couple minutes later, and the star is not there. It's because the star is moving, not us.
Yeah, the stars move. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. That's what I believe in. It's that we were able to measure this because we're in such a large body of mass, right? And we're rotating at a very high speed, though, so we can't really see that we're rotating at a high speed, right?
Yep, that's what you've been told. Yep.
Yeah. But you think that we're standing still, but
isn't it more logical that it feels like you're standing still, and then things move across the sky, so they're moving? Isn't that more logical?
Yeah, it is more logical, but like, why are they moving? What's moving them?
They're just moving. We don't claim to know everything. That's your side that claims to know everything.
No, well, you're
an explanation for everything.
Well, no. If you're claiming that they're moving, you have to prove that they're moving, or you have to.
No, we're observing.
I'm just saying we're staying still.
Yeah.
Hey, whoa! We observe them moving.
Yeah, you're observing them move, but what is causing the movement? Like,
that's a whole separate question. Yeah. How would you test that?
You tell me.
Well, you'd have to have a supposed cause, right? And you'd have to be able to manipulate it somehow.
Yeah. Well, my supposed cause is gravity's moving us.
Okay, how are we going to manipulate that?
Exactly. I don't know, but I'm trying to ask you how those body or whatever you like, whatever mass is in the air, how's it moving?
We don't know. We observe them doing that. We don't have a supposed cause or any way to manipulate one.
So then who's to say that it's moving and not us?
That would be a leap from what we observe. That would be an inversion of what we observe. I think that would require an additional burden of proof.
No, that's the null hypothesis, right? It's not it that's moving. It's us that are moving, right? You have to prove both, or you have to disprove my point and prove your point.
Yeah, but that's like saying, oh, there's a jet going through the sky, but how do you know that it's not actually the ground that's moving and the jet's just stationary? I mean, the default axiomatic position is that the thing that is observed to be moving is the thing that's observed to be moving, unless you can demonstrate that it's actually the opposite. I don't know of any way to demonstrate that it's the opposite of what we observe.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary claim to claim that it's the opposite. I mean, after all, we feel the Earth is stationary. To claim that it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, that's an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Okay, so the sun, is it rotate? So the sun is within our system then?
That's unverified. It could be within the system or outside the system, because technically the definition the definition of a closed system means that light and heat can go in, so the sun may be outside.
Yeah, I believe that. That's true. But if the sun's outside, what is outside the system that we're in? Nothingness?
Unverified, just like the sun, it's unverified.
Okay, but
I mean, we could make up a fairy tale, but that's
if you're telling me it's outside the system, why is it that the stars that we see, we look at them and then like we won't see them for like they're moving very far away from us, but why is that the sun is within a stationary like circumference that it's moving around?
Like can you ask the question again?
Yeah, sorry, that was bad writing. Why is it that the sun has its stationary like path that it's moving, but the stars don't?
So well, you mean fixed path? Yeah. I think you mean to say fixed path, but it doesn't. It doesn't though. The sun doesn't have a. It has a yearly fixed path, but it doesn't have a daily fixed path.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean when I say that? So the sun moves further south. The sun moves further south in the America's winter time, and it moves further north in America's summertime.
So that's what you explain a year to be, when the sun is back as close as it was a year ago. That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, that's what all of mankind for all of recorded history has recognized the year to be, I think.
No, we recognize the year to be when the sun has fully rotated once around the Earth, right?
No, it's visual.
No, I think you mean to say when the Earth orbits the sun once, but no, that's not how mankind has always recognized a year.
How they worked it out, they visualize it rising in a certain place, yeah, and then it changes where it rises. So when it gets to the back to the place where it rises first, when they noticed it, that's the year.
Okay.
So do you think they knew that the sun went around the Earth in 365 days 10,000 years ago, or you know, like?
Well, I don't think the sun went around the Earth. I think the Earth went around the sun.
The sun is also observed directly above the tropics all year long.
Heliocentric or geocentric, so whatever.
It's always directly above the tropics, right? And it moves further south or north depending on the time of year. But the globe comes in with a story about us being a ball in space that's tilting and wobbling. And they give that as the explanation for why we observe the sun's GP changing throughout the year the way that it does. But the bottom line is all we observe, all we can confirm, all we know is that the sun is above the tropics, further south or north, depending on the time of year. That's it.
Okay, but what is it that sets the sun in its path?
Well, once again, we're back to
what's
cause.
the sun?
I don't know.
No. Okay. Okay. It doesn't matter what the sun is. Like, for all I know, it's a giant flashlight, or for all you guys know, it's just a giant flashlight. But what is making it spin on that whatever axis it's on? What is making it spin?
We don't know, man.
Who knows?
So then, how do you expect me to believe your theory?
It's not a theory. It's just an observation. It's just an observed phenomenon. This is what it does. This is what it is observed to do. Why does it do it? That's a whole other question, and I don't know.
By the way, we don't observe it to spin. We observe it to follow a pathway in the sky.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah. So, you can't expect someone to believe something if you don't have evidence of it, right? Well, you have evidence, but you can't.
Again, I'm not asking you to believe anything. We're just talking about the direct observation. This is what it seemed to do, right?
Yeah.
What's there to believe, right? I'm not asking you to believe anything.
And you're the one that's believing things without any evidence, though.
But we do have evidence.
Fada, I think it's worth pointing out, Fada, we're actually encouraging you to drop beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. Because the globe is the belief, right? I said that it comes in with this story about how the sun is observed to change positions throughout the year the way that it does. That is the belief, right? This whole story about why it's doing what it's observed to do. We're not going to that extent. We're just saying, here's what we see it doing. I don't know why it does that. We're just leaving it at the observation.
Yeah, but like you can't expect someone to like you need to have some sort of you need to go out there I don't know. You guys said leave belief, but I can't.
You want us to give you You want us to give you another story, right, to replace the globe story.
I want you to give me a reason as to why the sun is doing what it's doing.
Why would we have that? We have the same information that you have that we can gather through our senses of just watching what it does.
So you guys were just never curious as to why the sun is doing what it's doing.
No, I wouldn't say that. I am curious. Like Orion said, I wonder about it all the time. But I have to be honest and say I don't know what the mechanism is.
I want to say something before I check out tonight, and I appreciate everyone being in here. You might be under the impression. Who are we talking to? The guy that's defending the globe. Fada. You might be under the impression that we're trying to convince people that the Earth is flat.
Mm-hmm. Well, no,
that impression. Are you under that impression?
No, I'm not trying to. I'm not saying you guys are trying to convince me that the Earth is flat. I'm just trying to understand why you guys believe that or where your point of view is coming from.
It's reality.
Well, it's coming from what we observe and natural reality. Exactly right. So, I mean, you observe the same Earth that we do.
Yeah, but not everything that we observe is true, right?
No, it has nothing to do with true.
No,
dude.
Yeah,
when you walk outside and see the Earth, you see the same Earth that I do. So why there is no argument as far as all of that goes. No, it's the interpretation and who to believe, what to believe, what you might or might not believe, what you might or might not discover. Now, you're not going to discover it on a freaking chalkboard with Einstein's freaking theories and shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is the real touch is us interacting with each other. Now, like I said, we're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat because, hell, I'll tell you a little secret.
Yeah.
The Earth isn't flat, but it's also not a globe. So the Earth is a realm that we live in. It's a created. It's a level stationary plane. It's a plane. It's a realm, and it won't. It can't be proven that the extent of it. We can't find it, and should we find it? I don't know, but it's definitely not this globe that everybody's trying to defend.
Okay, but that comes back to, like you guys said, that it's something we're observing, right? And you guys are trying, like, you guys are saying that everything that we observe is reality, right?
Okay, are you saying it's not?
Yeah.
But we're not.
When you observe,
we're not trying to say that like you can't be.
Hold on. When you observe something with your naked eye and your physical experience, you're saying that's not reality.
Yeah. Like
really?
Yeah. So magicians can do tricks on stage and obviously do things that would appear to be happening that in fact aren't happening. Like the trick where a magician saw the woman in half, but he doesn't actually saw the woman in half.
Yeah. So tell me what the reality of a car moving at very high speeds and the rims aren't moving. What is the reality of it?
What do you mean? What is this? What do you mean? What is the reality of it?
Yeah. What is the reality?
Of what? Of somebody driving a car?
Yeah, what is the reality of someone driving a car, but you're observing the wheel, you're looking at the wheel, the rim of the car, the hubcap of the car, and it's not spinning. So you come to a conclusion the cars are moving, but in reality the car is moving, but it's just moving at a very high speed. So what is, so you're telling me...
all right, what you're saying, hold on, no. When you're saying when a wheel is moving very fast, it kind of looks like it's stationary, but it's really moving fast.
Yeah.
All right. What does that have to do with what does that have to do with what you see when you walk outside and see the Earth?
Well, so that's I believe that.
Who told you that the Earth?
Let him answer, Helio. Let him answer.
You're saying everything you observe is reality, right? Everything you observe, everything you watch in front of you.
Hold on. Helio, we should point out this the way that you're saying this, it sounds practically like a straw man fallacy. You know what that is?
No.
It basically, I'll just tell you, it just means that it's when you present an argument as an argument that your opponent is presenting, when in fact your opponent didn't present that argument. And then you attack that argument as if they presented it when in fact they didn't present it. It's called a straw man fallacy. So I'm not saying that's necessarily what you're doing, but what I'm saying is it's almost that. So to be a little more specific, it's not that we're saying that when a magician on stage, at least at first glance, appears to saw a woman in half. We're not saying that she actually got sawed in half. All right. We're not saying
that's not the illusion.
We are saying that the Earth is in fact flat and stationary, just as it appears to be and feels to be. So you can trust your senses as far as that goes.
Let me give an example. Me and now I can't remember his name again. Who am I talking to?
Fada.
Oh, Fada. If we went to a seashore, that was facing west. And we both, we were 100 yards apart. You know, yards. You might use meters or whatever. It's very similar. I mean, but there's be 120 meters or whatever, 100 yards.
Just imagine,
not the same. Anyway, so we're standing 100 yards apart on a seashore, watching the sunset. Now, am I seeing the sun move across the sky and setting in the west because I'm moving backwards away from it? No, I don't think that's true. But if you see the same sunset, you think you're standing on a ball moving away from it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the sun is moving. You think the earth is moving the other way. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So which one's true?
Well, we don't know.
No, I do know.
Yes, we do.
I do know.
No.
The sun is moving, not the earth.
We see the sun moving. We see the stars moving. We see the moon moving. We don't see the earth moving.
All right, okay,
So
all right.
comes
He
back
said,
to
well, now, hold
that
on.
comes back to
Now,
that comes back to where we
he said we don't know. Who is we? And now, if you think you know that the reason you see the sunset is because you're moving away from the sun, but I said, I know that I see the sunset personally. I know that. You said we. I said I know that the sun is moving away from me. But you said we know that I'm the one moving away from the sun. We know. Who's we? Which we are you referring to?
Me
Who's
and everyone else that believes in the sun being a globe and it's spinning on the earth or on the sun.
All right, where's the evidence for it? We don't have any evidence for it. We've been looking for it for years.
Yeah, but we don't have evidence of the sun moving. We don't have evidence. We can't.
How is it not self-evident? Fada, it's self-evident, isn't it? Like, isn't it obvious? Fada, do you observe the sun moving across the sky?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we both observed the same event, and
Helio, let's let him answer.
Rolling backwards.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But that doesn't come back to the same idea of where a car is moving, but it doesn't look like it's moving.
No.
What?
No, it doesn't come back.
Yeah.
It's not even related.
No,
not even
no,
related.
it does though, because that's what we're seeing. That's exactly what we're seeing. You're seeing
clearly
nothing to do with what we're talking about.
All right. So you're seeing that the sun is moving away, right?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. And then
we both saw the same thing.
All right,
you think it's because you're moving backwards away from the sun because the earth is turning away, and I just look at the sun moving away and I know that the sun is moving away, and then I can't see it anymore. You think that you're moving away from it. I'm standing still, and we're both standing still. You just think that it's because you're moving away from it, standing on earth. How much sense does that make in reality?
Okay, but how much sense does it make if a car's wheel isn't spinning but it's moving?
Oh my God!
We're not talking about cars.
No, but it's the same concept, bro. It's the same concept. Yeah, 100%. It's the exact same concept. Something you're observing is not moving, but it is. But you're observing.
No, it's not the same. Let me explain to you why. Because how is it that you know the car is moving?
Because if I'm standing still, the car would be moving away from me.
Oh, so what is it? You're saying the car looks like it's not moving?
Yeah.
But it is moving.
Does the car have a speedometer?
Well, here's the thing. You can't do that with the Earth. You're just this analogy or metaphor doesn't work.
Yeah. So see, the car has a speedometer, and the Earth doesn't have a speedometer.
My metaphor works. My metaphor works.
No,
really good.
It's not a false analogy because of that. It's a false analogy because when you say it, you're imagining yourself in a car as well, and both of them are moving, but one is moving a little bit different than the other, and you can't tell, right?
Like, he's not even talking about
car
alongside
moving
a car. He's talking
moving,
about
but you can't really tell. It sometimes even looks like it's going backwards or some shit, right?
No, but that's just initial frame reference. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying
the point is you're still in a moving car. Whereas the Earth is not a moving car. It's not moving. So you can't have two moving bodies. What we observe is just one moving body, which is the sun. Now, if you were stationary, standing on the sidewalk or something like that, and you saw a car go by, right? That would be more of an apt analogy, and you would easily see that it's actually moving.
Okay,
the car is moving.
You can tell the car is moving. This is what we're trying to prove here. Is
okay. You guys Bro, I'm not talking about the car moving, bro. Those are two different things. I'm talking about the hubcap. You see the hubcap spinning, or you don't see the hubcap spinning, but the car is moving. Why is that? Because the hubcap because the car is moving at a speed that, in relation with the size of it, it doesn't look like it's moving. And we're moving at
I'm with you, but where do you see the hubcaps moving?
It doesn't look like
you're in the car in the car right beside it, right? In a moving car.
No, see, you're talking about.
But that doesn't match the analogy.
Bro,
because the analogy here, we're not moving.
But that's not what I'm saying.
If the car is moving 2 miles an hour, you can definitely see that the wheel is turning.
Yeah, but that means.
But if it's moving 70 miles an hour, it doesn't look the same, right?
Yeah. So let's say you're moving at a speed that makes the size of that makes the car or the wheel of the car look like it's not moving. If you're moving,
but you know it is moving.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 100. If it's 100% analogous, if it's 100% analogous, if it's 100% analogous, how is it now that you know the Earth's moving?
Say you got knocked out. You woke up in the car. You look over outside, and it looks like
the only thing. Okay, I get it. I get it. Did you hear what I said?
Okay, yeah. Let me finish.
If it's happened to this guy.
If it's 100% analogous, how is it you know the Earth's moving then?
Yeah. Okay.
What if you got knocked out and they had a platform on the side of the car was traveling 80 miles an hour and you were laying down and you were looking straight at the wheel and you couldn't tell if it was moving or not. Is this what you're saying?
Let me talk, bro. Let me talk. Let's say you and another car are moving, but you don't know you're moving. Okay? You don't know you're moving. So you look at the wheel of the car.
Have you ever been in a car and know you're not moving?
Oh my days!
Unless it wasn't moving.
Listen.
Especially if you're outside looking at the rim.
If you're in an inertial frame of reference, and you look outside, you see everything else moving.
I'm pretty sure this guy doesn't know anything about.
Okay, so how is it you determined the car was moving?
Bro, okay. Can I?
Now I'm asking. It's a simple question. How did you determine the car was moving?
Because everything else is moving.
What?
Everything else is moving in the opposite direction.
So the car is not moving.
Wait. What about the speedometer? Can you use the speedometer?
What is going on here?
Are you in the car or are you outside the car? What's your frame of reference?
My favorite
you tell us. You're the one telling us the crazy story.
Yeah, and you guys aren't listening, bro.
You said frame.
Let's give him a minute, guys.
Let me finish what I'm trying to say, and then you guys jump in whatever. Like you guys.
I don't know. I think this is gonna go 20 minutes if you let it.
No, bro.
Don't let it do it. Don't let it happen.
I'm watching the clock.
I'll finish in 5 minutes.
Just let him.
You don't know you're moving. Okay, because the only way to tell you're moving is you have to observe what's going on around you.
Outside of the car or inside of the car?
What?
You're inside the car and you're looking outside. But that's not what I'm saying here. That's not okay. I'm saying if you are in a car and another car beside you is moving at the same speed, but you guys are moving at a speed that makes it look like the rim of the car is not moving. Right? Because it's directly proportional to the size.
There is no rim of a car. Are you talking about the tires?
Helio. Come on, man.
Bro, the rim, the hubcap, whatever you want to call it, bro.
So,
yeah. I call a tire a tire. I know what a car is. God damn.
So can I make what you're saying more concise? Can I just say what you're saying but make it more concise. Short?
Okay, yeah.
So So you're basically saying that sometimes appearances can be deceiving because while the hubcap appears to be stationary, it is in fact moving at a very high speed. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, and because that's because the size is proportional to the speed of rotation, right?
Yeah, Timbo knows.
So if you use that concept,
I can't believe Fado's not embarrassed by now.
Bro, I'm not because I believe I'm wrong. Or sorry, I believe I'm right. Right? Like the same
you can believe it all day.
Guys, let's not just rumpus each other. Let's just let him take this crazy, silly story or point he was making. Let's see if he can actually make a complete point with it. He hasn't made a complete point, so Fada, can you make a complete, coherent point with this?
Bro.
All right, yeah. So Helio, quiet now.
So I'm saying when it seems like the object doesn't move, but it's actually moving at a speed in relation to its size that makes it look like it's not moving, right?
Okay.
Can we all agree on that?
Yeah. Yes. And
sure. So if you're on an Earth, if you're on this planet Earth that we're on, and we're moving at a very high speed that is in relation to its size, make it look like we're not moving.
Okay.
Hold on. That analogy does not work.
The sun
at all.
move. We see the sun move.
Yeah, because the sun isn't moving with us, brother. The sun.
Wait. Hold on. I'm trying to get your analogy here. You're trying to compare the Earth to the hubcap on the car, right?
In relation to its size, respectively.
Okay, and so we're on the hubcap in this metaphor, in this analogy. I don't know which one it is in this analogy. So what are you saying should be blurring and looking uniform? Because that's what the hubcap is doing. The hubcap looks like it's stationary because it's moving so fast. It looks uniform throughout. So how is this analogous to the? How is this? How is this related to the globe Earth idea? I'm failing to see the connection here.
I think it was just a principle of relative motion. It wasn't like we're actually on the hubcap.
Yeah, because you guys.
He's trying to make an analogy though, but the analogy isn't fitting at all because we're on the hubcap in the analogy, and so are you trying to say that this? Are you trying to say that this somehow has something to do with the way that the stars look as we're on the hubcap? Like I still don't get what the.
No.
What are you trying to say?
Agreeing to say. Why are you agreeing when he said you're on the hubcap? That's dumb. Why would you?
The analogy doesn't work because the analogy doesn't work because in this example, you know for a fact the car's moving.
Okay, but.
Yeah, it doesn't work for that. Like you got a speedometer.
That's why I said it's more of just like a principle of relative motion. It's not necessarily.
So let's break this down to very simple terms.
But you can't feel it. Cool story.
Fada, does a car have a speedometer, Fada?
Yeah. But
does a car have a mechanism? Does a car have a mechanism built into it to determine the speed of it? Yes or no?
Bro, I'm not talking about the car, bro. I'm not talking about the car.
I'm not either. Fada, I'm not either. I'm trying to prove a point to you. I just need to answer the question quickly. Does it have a speedometer, a mechanism built into it to determine the speed of the car? Yes or no? It does, right?
We can do similar tests,
Helio, come on, fucking Helio. Just let him answer the fucking question so I can finish the point.
Yeah.
So it does, right? Can you say it, Fada? Can you actually say the word yes? It does, right?
The car has a speedometer.
Okay, so let's be clear on this. A car has a mechanism built into it to measure the speed of the car as it travels across the flat and stationary Earth. Now the question is, do you have any mechanism to measure the speed of the alleged globe Earth you speak of, the axial rotation, the 1,000 miles per hour at the equator? Did anyone ever measure that with any mechanism, Fada?
Yeah.
What mechanism? What mechanism?
Bro, you tell me you're asking me like I was there.
Well, why are you saying yes if you don't know?
You're the one bringing the claim. You're the one bringing the claim.
I'm not bringing the claim that we know that. Like, I'm not bringing the claim that we know the speed of the rotation. I'm just trying to. Like,
I said rotating at all.
No, you said there is a mechanism. So what's the mechanism?
What mechanism?
Yeah, what's the measuring device?
The mechanism that measures the speed of Earth.
What measuring device that's used to measure the speed of the Earth?
That's not the point that I'm trying to like.
It doesn't matter what you're trying to make.
Don't say it exists if you don't know, though. That's an argument from ignorance. You have to come correct.
Wait. Sorry, what was that?
Don't say that there's a mechanism that measures the speed of the Earth without being able to say what it is.
If you don't even know what they're doing, how can you enter it into some sort of 20-minute metaphor?
Well, there's
metaphor was bunk.
No, oh my days. Like, I'm not trying to prove, like, I'm not trying to say, like, whatever is speed of Earth or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what we're seeing can come out as two different, like, observations, you know? Like, I'm saying, like, say you're outside looking at the hubcap. That means we're not on Earth. We're outside of Earth looking at Earth.
Yes, right? It could be one of two ways. The Earth's moving or it's not.
Yeah. What?
Who's seen it from that point of view anyway?
Yeah, how do you get outside Earth to look at it from the outside?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying that I'm saying that Earth or so the sun is stationary, right?
What?
That's what.
The sun's moving, bro. We see it moving.
No, that's my point of view, right? That's what I think. Okay.
Well, no, the heliocentric model has the sun's hurtling through the void of space.
The sun is hurtling through the void of space.
And the heliocentric model sure is.
We all observe the same thing.
Yeah, you all observe the same thing, but that doesn't mean it is the same thing. Like that doesn't mean it's exactly what we're observing. Whatever you're observing.
Yeah, but it's good evidence, right?
You didn't know that the sun
if we start off with a blank slate, the fact that the sun's moving observably is good empirical evidence, right?
But if you're looking at the hubcap of a car and it's not moving, is it good empirical evidence that it's not moving? That the car itself is not moving?
Yes, it is. If that's all we knew, we're starting off at a blank slate, then yes. But the thing is, we know what a fucking car is, and we know that, that they're moving and stuff like that.
But then you understand the concept that if a car is moving...
absolutely. If you're coming from a blank slate, then you start off with empirical evidence. So the empirical evidence that we have is that the sun's moving. So it's not like a 50-50. It's either not moving or it is moving. There's more evidence leaning one way.
Okay, so
you with me?
So you're observing that the car or the hubcap of the car is not moving, right?
Bro, let me fix
the
your
only
analogy.
the only way the tires on the car can move is if the car's moving.
Let me just make a simpler analogy. Let's just say it's you have a vacuum. It's there's nothingness before the universe, like the world was created, and you have two balls falling. Okay, you have two balls falling in nothingness.
Yeah.
You don't know. You can't tell. You can't tell that they're actually falling because they're falling together in nothingness.
Yeah,
right?
There's nothing to compare them to. Yeah,
All right. What's your point then?
Wait, what? You're the one that brought up the point.
Yeah, it's that's a better analogy than
fuck
the
that.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, might as well be. Yeah, but it's just like the car's not moving, but the wheels are, right?
No, because that's what we're observing, right? You observe, you sound
retarded. Come on, fella, man. Come on, man.
No, you listen, bro. You're telling me whatever you observe is the truth, correct?
No. Sure, it could be incorrect if you have more evidence. But in the lack of any evidence,
are you happy with being wrong?
Evidence. It's good evidence. So do you have scientific evidence, to debunk the empirical evidence that we have?
There you go, Ryan.
But do you guys have scientific evidence?
Everybody trying to tell me to shut up.
We don't need scientific evidence because we have empirical evidence, and you can't science this shit.
Bro,
you can't do it. You can't do a scientific experiment to stop the sun moving or something like that. We can't science astronomy. It's not a real science.
No, you can prove that something is moving.
Hold on, he was really focused on the wheels on the car.
Tell me the scientific experiment that we're going to conduct to see if the sun is moving.
Round and round, the wheels on the bus go round and
Helio, man, you're a little too drunk.
All through the.
Can we let?
I wish this guy was drunk. He might be able to bring a better argument if he had a little couple of.
Can we let percentage? I don't know about you guys, but I liked where the discussion with percentage and photo was going. Can we hear it out, please?
Wait, what?
Sure. So yeah, he said scientific evidence, right? Because I mentioned that we have empirical evidence, which is that we observe the sun moving. Hence why we call them sunrise, sunset, right? Yeah. So now you're asking for scientific evidence, and I'm asking you because you're saying we can do science on this. We can do science to figure out which one's moving. So my question to you is, what is the scientific experiment that will show us that the sun is in fact stationary or not moving or moving, like whatever? Give us the scientific experiment.
Send a rocket out to space with a camera.
You didn't ask him a cause and effect question. You got to ask him a cause and effect question if you're going to ask him for a scientific experiment.
So hold up, we can science it by sending a rocket up in space.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll show us what?
You send a rocket up to space, you point a camera towards whatever whatever snow globe you guys are living in and see what's going on. Observe what's going on, like you said. You guys are from the Earth. You guys are observing that the sun is moving. So send a rocket out to space so that it's not in the inertial frame of reference of the Earth, and observe what's going on from up there.
Well, not being in the inertial frame of reference poses issues in and of itself. But I would agree with you that you would have definitive evidence of Earth being a globe if you sent the rocket out, kept the camera fixed on the horizon, and slowly saw that this horizon turned into a globe.
No, I wouldn't say so. That's not definitive evidence. That's subjective. That's the opposite of definitive.
What emotion is affecting?
No, if it was credible, if you had, a credible video, live streamed, not like uncut. It wasn't some deep fake or something like that. And you saw.
So how would you go about figuring that out percentage?
A globe? Then yeah, I mean, but that's never happened. And they've had how many opportunities? They have like 19,000 satellites in the sky or something like that. A number of them have cameras on them. Probably the majority.
Cameras, and using your eyes to subjectively look at the horizon and just say whether you see curvature or not. Like I know a woman who went up to the Concorde and she thought she saw a curvature of the Earth, but she didn't see curvature of the Earth. There's no curvature.
The horizon turns into a globe. I should have said horizon turns into a circle. It has to be like the full circle.
Yeah, but even that could be faked easily with CGI. I mean, haven't you ever seen that movie Gravity? That looked pretty realistic.
Yeah, that's why I said credible video. That we're sure it's not a deep fake or what have you. That would be definitive.
Yeah, but credible video. What criteria are you going to use to determine it to be credible?
Multiple angles, uncut, live streamed, high resolution.
Yeah, well, that's great for you, but that's still for me that falls under the category.
It depends on the person's individual, subjective threshold of what they consider, definitive, beyond reasonable doubt evidence.
Well, yeah, that's just it. See, for me, for where my standard lies, my standard of evidence, that still falls under the category of low standard of evidence, or unreasonable for my standard. So where what I consider a reasonable standard of evidence and also a high standard of evidence, which for this a high standard of evidence is a reasonable standard of evidence. Mine is very simple: a direct segment of direct measurement of an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth, with one rail made out of steel, just an ordinary steel rail we use for thousands of miles of train here in the United States. Just one rail on the bottom, conforming to the curvature of the Earth, and another rail above it, which would be straight, the straight edge, and a 5-mile measurement of an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth with solid materials. If someone can demonstrate that to me, hell, I'll even help them build it if a group of people even try to do it. But if anyone can demonstrate that to me, then I would acknowledge the Earth is a ball, and I would know that the Earth is a ball, and that would be definite proof, not CGI images.
How would you have the straight rail on top? How are you ensuring it's straight?
Oh, well, you see, that's a good question, but that's not for me to answer. That's for the globe earther making the positive claim to answer, because I'm not claiming that there's curvature of the Earth to begin with, and I do not doubt that the rail is straight to begin with. I have no reason to doubt that it's straight, as long as it's good old American steel made with good old manufacturing. I have no reason to doubt it.
It would be parallel to the original one, the bottom one, but this is the force the line logistical almost impossibility from Brian Mullen thing. But how we got from this, I understand how it gets there. But the spinning of the Earth is, he wasn't even talking about seeing a curve. He was just talking about seeing, I don't know what he was talking about, seeing the sun move. What were you talking about, Fada? Going up and seeing in a rocket and seeing, what were you proposing you would see?
Whatever you would see, the sun moving and the Earth moving.
Well, do you understand in the heliocentric model, they do have the sun moving too, right?
But has anyone? But from what you're saying, no one's ever been.
Yes, the sun. See that, right? Well, the sun is obviously moving, but in both in reality, the sun's moving, and in the heliocentric model, they also have it moving.
Yeah,
it's not just in a spot. Yeah, it's not just it's hurtling through the universe.
Yeah, but relative to Earth, they say it's not moving much. That the Earth is going around it. It hardly moves from its very center, which is
they say the reason why we have sunrise sunsets, they say, is because they're spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they also claim that the sun is orbiting a giant black hole in the center of the galaxy, which we have no evidence for that either. So even in that model, the false heliocentric model, the sun is moving.
Yeah, the sun is absolutely moving in the heliocentric model, but relative to the Earth, they say it's spinning.
Well, does Fada know this? Fada's the one that brought it up. That seems to think that it's stationary.
Wait, what do I know?
No, you seem to. Is the sun your? Since you've said the word belief 700 times, do you believe the sun is moving?
No. The sun is moving?
Well, you're
okay. The sun is moving. The sun is moving.
Yeah. Fada, do you realize that in your belief system, the heliocentric model, they claim that the sun is orbiting a black hole in the center of the galaxy? Do you know that's part of your belief system? Supposed to be?
That the sun is moving?
Yeah.
The sun is moving, but not in reference to Earth. I don't know why we're talking about other galaxies.
I don't know what you mean by reference to Earth. Wait, well, hold on. Stop. I don't know what you mean by that addition of words in reference to Earth. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I'm just talking about. I'm just talking about if the sun is moving. Period. All right, that's what I'm just talking about. So, is the sun moving in your belief system? Yes or no?
Well, you can't just say something is moving or not moving if there's no like frame of reference, right?
Well, yeah. Well, no, you mean no evidence of it. So the sun is moving to us because we see the sun moving. But what we're trying to say to you, Fada, is that even though most people think of in the heliocentric model the sun is being stationary, in the heliocentric model it's not actually stationary. In that model, it's orbiting a black hole in the center of the galaxy.
Yeah, place yourself in this rocket that you've sent up. Yeah. You're up in the rocket. Look at the sun. What do you believe to be happening? Is it moving?
The sun is standing. The sun is in reference to the Earth. The sun is still.
No, you're in the rocket. You're looking. What is your belief in the sun? Is it moving or is it not moving?
It's in the center of our solar system, but our solar system.
Oh, brother, dude.
Bro,
you've got some old. You've got an old idea.
Established the only thing spinning.
Yeah, it may be old, but it's credible because it's been tested many times. Like it's been proven.
Yeah, Santa Claus is credible compared to that. The thing is, the updated version of the heliocentric model has Earth corkscrewing through the void, chasing the sun.
Okay, but is this heliocentric?
Is that
model,
credible?
Is this heliocentric? Yeah, but
that's the solar system. That's your solar system.
Like, you asked me a question and then you speak over me, bro.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Like, is that heliocentric system that you guys believe in? Who's it made by?
That's you. That's the solar system.
But you guys.
Yeah, we're geocentric.
You guys believe that this heliocentric or whatever the fuck it's called, that the sun moves in it, right? Like the sun rotates around the Earth.
Yeah, it's geocentric. The sun moves around the Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on. The heliocentric model is the solar system that you've got in your head.
Okay. And what happens within this solar system?
That's what I'm asking you.
Nothing, because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, kidding.
Nothing exists within the heliocentric.
It doesn't exist.
The solar system.
No, the heliocentric model doesn't exist.
So what kind of system do you guys believe in then?
The geocentric, sunrise, sunset. The sun's moving. The stars are moving. The moon's moving.
So
lunar cycle,
let's break down
cycle, solar cycle.
Yeah, but
let's break down the terminology of this.
You guys are asking me that the sun. You guys are asking me whether the sun moves or not. But like in order to determine something is moving or not, you have to compare it to whatever's going on around it. Like you can't.
I think he was just checking to see how well versed in your own model you are, because in your model it says the sun is hurtling through space.
Yeah.
You were asked from your perspective in your rocket that you sent up. Remember, from your perspective inside that rocket. Remember, you said you've left the reference frame of Earth.
Yeah.
Right? And you're viewing the sun. Is it moving?
Bro, you can't say something is moving without having a reference point, correct? Can we all agree on that?
I agree on that, yes.
Okay, so...
that's too vague. Too vague. So what are you talking about moving being in question, and what reference frame are you talking about?
No, I'm just telling you. I'm asking you. For to determine something is moving, you need a frame of reference to compare it to, right?
So what's your reference frame from the rocket? What's your reference frame from the rocket?
So what I'm seeing from the rocket is that the sun, along with the entire solar system, is moving through the galaxy. But
is this a hypothetical? I mean, he's just talking about a hypothetical, right?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical.
Like, you didn't go up into the vacuum of space with a rocket, right, Fada? Like, what are you even talking about?
So I'm saying, if what I believe in, or what I know to be true, because you guys hate the word believe. Here's
the problem we have with the word, dude.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the word.
What, believe? It's not evident. It's just something that I believe in. Okay, then what I understand to be true is that we, like, as a solar system, we are moving through our galaxy, and within that solar system, we have the sun that's in the middle of the solar system, and the Earth is rotating around that sun. Along with all
orbiting? You mean orbiting around the sun?
Yeah.
We know this. We know this heliocentric model by heart. Almost every single one of us.
Yeah.
Like, most detailed. Like, we know this.
Mm-hmm. But you're asking me how it's true or why it's true.
Yeah, we're asking if you have any evidence to support it. Is what we're asking for.
Well, I'm telling you, bro. You can't. It's like a 1v50.
Definite evidence, to be more precise.
This guy's getting gangbanged. He's confused.
Bro. Okay. Well, the definite evidence that I know to be true, or I think to be true, is we sent rockets out to space. We sent telescopes out to space, and we figured everything out. Like the Hubble telescope.
What did they see?
Yeah, but. Let me compare this to something. Can I say something to Fada here for a second? Fada, you know the story of the Chronicles of Narnia, right? You've heard of that story? Right, Fada?
Yeah, bro.
All right, so you know how the beginning of that story, like these children or whatever walk into a wardrobe and they enter into a new world, right? Through the wardrobe, right?
Yeah.
Story? All right, so what I'm trying to say is this is a book, all right, a story written about people going through this wardrobe and going into a whole new world called Narnia, all right? So this is just a mere story, and someone might believe it to be true, and someone might claim to go to a place called the vacuum of space, which in fact is not a real place, but they might tell you a story about it. But what I'm trying to say is the vacuum of space is like Narnia in the sense of it's just a fictional setting. Nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, but the thing is, so there's like live streams, right? Like of rockets being sent to space. There's a live stream on the ISS right now.
Do you believe everything you see on TV?
Fada, wait. No, the point I was trying to give the Narnia story is, Fada, if I were to say to you, Fada, that we sent satellites to Narnia, if I were to say to you, Fada, if NASA was to say to you, if NASA was to tell you with an announcement that they sent satellites to Narnia through the wardrobe, would you believe that?
Not unless it's been proven multiple times.
Yeah, but proven with what criteria? Proven with what standard of evidence? Proven how? What do you mean proven? Like with a camera? What if they brought a camera and they showed you footage of a satellite? They just carry it in their hands and they walk with a satellite in their hands into Narnia, and there's a bunch of snow and there's a talking lion, and they showed you a video of this. Would this video be good enough for you to say, "Oh yeah, Narnia is a real place"? Would you say that then?
If there's multiple credible sources, then I'd believe it eventually. But if
well, all right then. I guess. I know, but wait, hold on. Wait. One last question, Fada. So don't you think it would be a reasonable standard of evidence to have to where you would believe in Narnia if you could walk through the wardrobe and go there yourself? But there's no logical reason for you to believe in Narnia if you can't walk through the wardrobe and go there yourself. Would you say that's a reasonable standard of evidence? Or is that unreasonable?
What? Wait.
He's basically saying
in order for you to believe in Narnia, Fada, would you have to walk through the wardrobe, or would just a videotape of Narnia be good enough for you to accept the existence of Narnia?
Well, if I received a video from you saying, "Oh my God, look, I walked through Narnia," I wouldn't believe you. But if I go on 50 different websites, 50 different credible websites, and they said, "Look, this
define credible."
So wait, well, hold on. He said 50. He said 50. Hold on. So this is an appeal to majority. So you're just saying if enough people say it's true, you will believe it to be true. Is that what you're saying?
If enough credible sources said it's true, then what other reason do I have to believe that it's
Fada, I see where you're going, and I agree with you, but you kind of put your foot in your mouth on that one. It's not whether enough credible sources say it's true. It's whether or not there's enough credible evidence or footage from a variety of sources, then it'll be.
Yeah,
I don't need to go to China. I don't need to go to China myself, right? And if I only saw one video of someone going to China and saying China is real, then I would doubt it, right? But the fact that it's openly accessible, it's independently verifiable to a number of people, and if I wanted to go, I could go, and I have all the different videos. That's how I know China is definitely true.
No, right? it's more simple than that.
Myself. If there's a number of people and it's independently open and verifiable, and I could go if I wanted to, then I would be more inclined to believe it.
Yeah, percent. Hold on. Percent. Let me address what you just said. So let's pretend for a second you're not allowed to go to China. Let's pretend China has a lockdown year and there's just no one's allowed to go there. And let's say now you're not allowed to go there in that scenario. But let me ask you, in that scenario, even in that scenario, or the scenario where you're allowed to go there, what reason, even if you're not allowed to go there, what reason do you have to doubt the existence of China?
Wait, am I allowed to go or not?
In either one.
Okay, so if I'm not allowed to go and other people aren't allowed to go and it's not independently verifiable, then yeah, I would doubt the fucking thing like nuts.
So what reason? So my question is why? Why would you doubt the existence of? You're not allowed to go to North Korea. You're not allowed to go there. So do you doubt the existence of North Korea?
No, because a lot of people do go to North Korea and make videos in North Korea. That's my point. Even though I'm not necessarily allowed, other people are. So it's not.
I'm just.
If no one's allowed, and it's only like one organization or a group of this.
No one said no one's allowed.
Group of organizations are allowed to. Then it's
the point I'm trying to make is that the vacuum of space being a real place is an extraordinary claim. The Narnia being a real place is an extraordinary claim. Making the claim that a country exists out there that you've never been to, that's not an extraordinary claim. There's lots of countries out there across the flat Earth. All right. So making a claim that there's a country out there that most people have never been to, that's not an extraordinary claim. Claiming that Narnia is a real place or that the vacuum of space is a real place, that's a freaking extraordinary claim, both of those claims, which require extraordinary evidence, otherwise they should be dismissed.
You say extraordinary claim just because it's hard to prove it, but it's not impossible to prove it. You go to NASA, ask them for a ticket, and get up there. They're doing.
Nice try.
They're doing. Nice try. What, bro? Like you're saying if you can't. So you're saying if you can't go to a country, right? But you can still believe that the country exists. You just can't go to it. You can't yourself. You can't verify that it's true, right? But you do believe that it's true because others have gone there and others have sent you video of it. It applies the same to go.
Yeah, it's openly accessible. It's independently verifiable. Going up into the low-pressure environment that they call the near-perfect vacuum of space. It's just low air pressure. Going up there is not something that's openly accessible or independently verifiable for people.
No, of course.
You have to belong to one of these space agencies, which are all inclusion.
No, you don't have to belong to anything. You just have to have the resources to get there.
Is that a fact? They will legally let you go if you had, if you built your own spaceship.
They
wouldn't stop you whatsoever. Come on.
They tell you not to go, just not to prove them right.
We can't even go to the North Pole or the South Pole.
You can't even go over a certain.
If you can't go to the North Pole, the South Pole, why do you believe that it's true, or why do you believe it exists?
Who said the South Pole does exist?
And the North Pole, I don't believe is where they say it is.
Okay, but you believe in its existence.
No,
I think it necessarily needs to exist, considering there's concentric circles from a magnetic north and a geographic north. It has to be somewhere, right? But who knows what's there? It might be Mount Meru type shit.
So you do believe that the North Pole exists or no?
Yes, I do, but not where they say it does, because I haven't
so
seen
you
any
believe
verification to that, and it can't be validated.
Okay, but its existence can be validated.
Its existence
there's
is
a place
logical
on the
necessity.
Earth that points north. There is a magnetic north that doesn't prove it.
Oh, are you talking about the force? Like, are you talking about the force of the poles? Or
No, even a geographic north is a necessity.
It's magnetic.
Right?
There's a magnetic.
You don't know
north.
what's there.
So I thought you were talking
because
about
we
like
go
a piece
east
of
and
land
west around a north. So the fact that we could go from one side of the Earth, then all the way around and wind up where we were means that you should have a north kind of pole, a geographic north in the center.
Yeah, bro, my fault. I thought you were talking about
the radius of that trip.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about the land mass known as the North Pole. I didn't realize you were talking about like that stuff. But what I'm saying is, if you can't like what he said, if many people have been to like a certain country and they say, oh look, I'm taking a video of this country, it exists, but you're not like say you're just like you're dirt broke, like you're broke, so it's not easily accessible to you, right? But it's easily accessible to someone like Elon Musk. That like getting to space is easily accessible to someone like Elon Musk because he's got the money, he's got the resources for it. He can go up there.
He's not going up
or
there.
maybe because he's
going to space.
There's no outer space, man. There's no infinite expanding vacuum of space. It's a violation of natural law, and you cannot demonstrate it.
Well, what is the natural law that it's violating?
We went through this already.
I can briefly explain it then. What exactly is the law that it's violating?
Thermodynamics.
Which is?
The second law of thermodynamics. The second part of the second law of thermodynamics. There's 3 parts. And the second part is high pressure moves to low pressure.
Yeah.
So what we're saying, Fada, is that if the vacuum of space existed the way they describe it, a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum trillions of miles across and expanding in volume, thus getting to be more powerful of a vacuum, more intense of a vacuum. What we're saying is if 14.7 psi existed at sea level on a globe Earth the way they describe it, and the vacuum of space existed above it the way they describe it, or from all directions outwards the way they describe it, then the gas pressure would find its equilibrium up there and down here, leaving very little air down here, and very little air up there, and we would all effectively suffocate in a matter of seconds or minutes. All the air would just go up into the air, up into the vacuum of space, and it would find its equilibrium, because that's what gas does. Gas pressure finds its equilibrium. It seeks its equilibrium.
Yeah, but you're saying if everything was to go to space, then there would not be any equilibrium, right?
Wait, what are you saying? What?
If everything was to go to space and then we suffocate, then that means there is no equilibrium. If it goes,
wait, can you say it again? I'm sorry, you're kind of muffled.
He said if everything was to go to space, there would be no equilibrium because everything is in space.
Well, that would be equilibrium. That would be equilibrium.
Yeah, so
equilibrium is when entropy is not occurring.
Equilibrium.
So Fada, equilibrium is when high pressure is moving to low pressure, and then equilibrium is when there is no high pressure moving to low pressure. It's just consistent pressure throughout.
Homogeneous.
Yeah, homogeneous or whatever. So yeah, you're right. There wouldn't be equilibrium for a few seconds or minutes, but after a very short period of time, the way they describe it, if it existed the way they describe it, over a short period of time, like a few minutes, yeah, the air down here would find its equilibrium up there. There'd be basically essentially the same vacuum of space up there. It wouldn't be very little different up there the way they describe it, but it'd be pretty different down here because it'd be effectively a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum down here on the surface of the Earth, which would cause us all to die. I think within, maybe half a second or something, like our bodies would just explode, literally. The lack of pressure would cause the gas inside your lungs to simply explode outside your body. Your body would literally explode.
Yeah.
But because that's what a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum would do.
Mm-hmm. That's what would happen up in space, but we're within.
Yeah, but keep in mind, it's not just that would happen to our bodies. That would happen to any space capsule that they claim to send there, or any space suit. Those things aren't designed to withstand a 10 to the negative 17 torr pressure outside while close to 14 psi inside. That differential is a very powerful differential. So the difference in pressure between the inside and outside would cause the high pressure on the inside, the higher pressure, to seek equilibrium with the low pressure outside. And those thin, tiny tin cans that they have, that they say the ISS is made out of, or the moon lander, the moon landing equipment was made out of, and their spacesuits. I mean, for God's sakes, a single piece of glass between 14 psi and a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. I mean, that's a fairy tale within itself. Like, anything created like that would simply just explode in that medium, because the gas pressure would again be trying to find its way outward, and would cause all the metal and gas to simply explode and everything to fly in all random directions instantly.
Yeah, in order for this outer space to exist, you would have to make a leap of logic. It defies logic. It defies what happens here on Earth. There are no examples of this, gravity holding gas to a ball flying through space other than the Earth.
Well, when they pressurize a cabin of a flight, I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say there's too much, it's too different. The pressure levels would be too different from here to whatever is in space. But if they have the same, if they understand the concept of pressurizing a cabin in order to for humans to be able to survive within whatever object they're encapsulated into, then they'd be able to send rockets and stuff if they put what's it called? If they pressurize the cabin of whatever they're sending out to space, then humans can.
Fada, have you checked out this? Yeah, have you checked out this footage of this tin can they dropped onto the moon's surface?
The rocket, the
tin can. Yeah, well, the rock. According to the story, they sent a thing up there, and it detached from the orbiter, and it landed on the moon, and then it shot back up and caught back up with it. If you examine the evidence that's been presented of this story, I guess apparently you haven't. It's a story, and the imagery matches the ridiculousness of the story.
In the sense of what are you trying to say? What is the story?
I'm saying everything on TV isn't reality.
Yeah, but what part of the story don't you believe?
Yo,
I just want
to
to
be
know
honest, man,
none of it.
I like you. You're a chill dude. You're respectful. Let me just break down to you real simple. They're lying to you about the sun moving. I mean, about the Earth moving. The sun is moving. We see it. We see the skies. The lights in the skies are moving. Right. The Earth is motionless. It's stationary. We don't feel it unless it's a fucking earthquake. That's the truth, man. I understand you're a globe earther, and you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball. I'm not saying you have to give up on the ball. If you want to continue believing in the ball, that's fine. There's a lot of people that do. But the fact that it's spinning, that shit that they say that it's spinning, it's not true, man. I'm trying to tell you, bro, it's not true.
Yeah,
take my word for it if you have to. It's not spinning. You could say it's geocentric. It's a ball in the center behind the right in the center, and the sun's going around, but it's not fucking spinning. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, well, I understand where you're coming from. It's mind-boggling to see to think that the Earth is spinning. But
oh no, my mind is not boggled, bro.
I know, I understand what you're trying to say. That whatever, it makes more sense that the Earth to be stationary and the sun to be spinning or whatnot. But like from what I think is like we've had like enough evidence to prove that the Earth is spinning. Like I
would disagree with you. Einstein and a number of other like famous.
But you guys said that you don't believe in what Einstein says.
Say there's no test that you could do to determine which one is the one that's moving, whether it's the Earth or the Sun. They go with heliocentrism because of a philosophical preference, and it started with in the 5th century. It started with sun worship. The first, I think his name was like Herodes or something like that, some Greek philosopher, and he believed in the sun being in the center because it was a central mystical fire. Yeah. They just believed like the sun was kind of like a god. That's how it started, man. It's a philosophical thing. They like that the orbits are neater with the sun being in the center rather than having like the sacred geometry of the orbits of the planets with Earth at the center. And then you even have other models that have the same exact, they still work, like the Tycho Brahe model, where you have the sun going around the Earth, but the planets going around the sun. And even that, Einstein agreed would, would still work, and you can't tell the difference between which one's actually true.
And that's why we're here, mate. Like, we're here because they told us a story, and we looked further into it, and none of it made sense. So we're not here. Like, most of us have been flat earthers for years because we can't come across any evidence that gives us, that makes us, convinces us that we live on a ball floating through space. We're not here because we woke up one morning and someone told us that we live on a flat earth. We're here because nothing makes sense in the model that they gave us. It's and people have been at this for years, and do you think if there was evidence that we'd all be here? Like,
no, and it can't be demonstrated.
I know, but like the thing is, like what we're doing, or like what we believe in is like a bunch of different theories that were proved. Like they weren't like, I guess you can't say they were proven to be true, but there was like it was consistent. Like the results were consistent in what I believe in, or what globe earthers believe in. Like that's like I'm not saying you're right. I'm right, you're wrong. But I'm not saying that I'm right and you're wrong. I don't know who's right and who's wrong. I'm just going by what information I'm given.
I'm fucking right and you're wrong. Earth is not spinning; it's stationary.
There's a guy who wrote some novels that confirm that the physics of superheroes, how Superman flies and how the Incredible Hulk leaps. He says it all matches up. He says the math, it's good. He goes, it's surprisingly accurate. I mean, the story, is a quilted story, but even if you look into the quilted story, the reason, black holes, when they came onto the scene, well, the black holes were just to patch up a bunch of mathematical nonsense when people.
Well, no, you're thinking of dark energy, and dark energy.
Yeah, whatever. But black holes, I think, are in the same. Whatever, dark energy. Black holes, though, are complete nonsense. I mean, I sat through a lecture in some sort of 101 astrology or astronomy just for a credit, and had to hear about how a watch goes backwards once it enters a black hole. But I would be torn limb from limb, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. It's nonsensical. The whole thing matches up, just pretty neat, but they're always patching up.
Well, I don't know.
I think they claim the watch would be torn apart too, but
I think it was
it doesn't matter. It's a stupid story.
Red to green, clocks going backwards. It's nonsensical. And the reason why they have to add to it is because people are enthusiastic about the story. I mean, I was enthusiastic about the footage from the moon. The golf, the dune buggy. I thought to myself, wow, wouldn't it be cool if F1 could put a race on the moon? If anyone can do it, it's F1. Just put, just some bubbled track. Yeah. But the whole thing, you talk about, well, all these people go to space, all these people go to, Elon Musk and his TV rocket. Well, not that many people have even gone to the moon. Not that many people have gone to space. And the footage you talk about, it's not live. The feeds are delayed. You can see the lenses are causing curvature. And even if that were the actual curvature to the Earth, what they show you, it would make the Earth much smaller than what they claim it to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
The pictures from space aren't consistent. There's a lot of fishy stuff if you look into it.
Yeah, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense that whatever his name, Elon Musk, convinced his entire crew to just make a hoax out of whatever.
Well, to quote Elon Musk, it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah, and I don't think Elon Musk convinced his crew that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. I think the American educational system did that.
I guess props to.
Yeah, it's impossible not to be indoctrinated by the solar system, the globe. It's in every cartoon. It's every globes in every classroom we get. I mean, I get it, but it's probably pretty impossible to even conceive of if you still believe the narrative. But if the narrative that you think is the evidence has a lot of holes in it, there's no simple evidence. Shouldn't there be some simple evidence? Shouldn't it be easy? If the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959, which isn't that big if you really think about it, wouldn't it be quite easy and simple to prove just that? Forget that it's moving, but that can't be done. And these long distance photography has debunked the radius. And they have to make you see what you see, and it's not. There's no point where you can say, oh, there's the geometric edge of the Earth. It's not there.
They've told us we never see that anyway.
Oh, which was very clever, in my opinion, to keep the lie alive in people's minds. So that way they wouldn't expect to ever see the curvature of the Earth, but still believe that it's there. Very clever.
Yeah, but they're inevitably digging their hole deeper.
He's gone.
Did we have a Glober in here that was listening to us?
Bad boy?
There's some guy talking about hubcaps for about an hour.
Was it like Neo in the Matrix? Like, no, it can't be.
No, it was Cypher. He likes the steak.
I commend the guy. Like, he was in here for what? 3 hours, you reckon? Like,
yeah,
he stuck around.
He was on a journey.
And then he got real.
I don't think he actually took anything in, but hopefully he's got a couple of things to think about. Anyone see that bad boy? He's been talking a bit of shit in the VC chat. Can we talk to him or
bring him in here?
He's in here.
I think it'd be ironic if when they unmute themselves, it's a girl.
Well, I like how you said that. It should be easy. It should be very easy to show. What's up, man?
Talk to Fada. He just returned.
Oh. Fada, welcome back. You want to talk to us? Say something. Earth to Fada. Come in, Fada.
You might be having some.
I think like Father.
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
What's going on, Godric?
It's your first time
in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually my first time in like a flat Earth.
Welcome. Yeah, always welcome. How did you find the server?
Honestly, pretty entertaining. like entertaining in the sense that like not like making fun of you guys, obviously, of course. Like entertaining in the sense that like I'm listening to like different points of views and like yeah, you know what I mean.
Been listening for a while.
It's just interesting to see what other people think, like in comparison to what I think, or yeah.
So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Like,
what side do you lean on?
Like, I'm still leaning towards my side, but like I see where you guys would come from, like why, like where you guys come from, but I don't know. It's just with all with all the scientific experimentation that has been like documented throughout the years and the consistency in the results that this experimentation is yielding, I just believe that like whatever NASA or whatever the fuck whoever's giving out information about Earth being round and the sun not moving and we're revolving on the sun and spinning, I just believe like that's the truth.
Do you know that scientific experiments are only for establishing cause and effect relationships? And we're not talking about cause and effect relationships. We're just talking about primarily a geometric question, in regards to the surface of the Earth, a motion question in regards to, as far as we know, it's stationary, but, we're questioning the globe model of it rotating and orbiting the sun, mainly just rotating. And then there's the physics question of gas pressure without a container. So we're mostly just talking about geometry and physics. There's technically no science involved with but anything that we're talking about here. Like I'll give you an example, biochemistry. That's science. But we're not talking about biochemistry right now, so we're not talking about science.
Yeah, but if we're talking about something that we could experiment in every different way possible, then we should. And we have experimented in every different way possible.
No. Yeah, okay, so Fada, you said that there's lots of scientific experiments that have been done to prove that the Earth is a spinning ball, right? That's what you're trying to say?
Like, would you consider, like what I believe in is that, like, what I think is that, like, would a scientific experiment be a rocket being sent out to space and, like, viewing the Earth?
Yeah, that's my point. No, like even if the Earth was a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, just sending a rocket up and taking a picture of the Earth from the vacuum of space, if you were to actually do that in that scenario, that wouldn't be a scientific experiment. That would also have nothing at all to do with science. Science has exclusively, just only this. It has to do with cause and effect relationships, establishing cause and effect relationships. Like demonstrating that heat causes water to boil. You can conduct an experiment to demonstrate that. But, so that's just, we're not saying that science isn't important. It is important, but we're saying that it's just it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
So would changes in pressure be a scientific experiment? Because
well, changes in pressure. You mean just observing changes in pressure?
Like just pressure in general. I guess observing pressure.
No, just making an observation by itself is not science. That can be part of that can be part of the scientific method, but making an observation itself is not science.
So, like, what would be
an experiment is a hypothesis test, and a hypothesis involves making an observation in nature of something occurring, a phenomenon. And then you ask a question, why or how is that happening? And then you develop a hypothesis from that. And a hypothesis involves variables.
So
independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables.
But it's like, like if we
Fada, can I explain what I was trying to say a little further? What I'm trying to say is that they've used the word science as sort of a hype term because it sounds really cool. The word science, it sounds cool. I'm not going to deny this. It sounds cool. But what I'm trying to say is they just use it as a hype word. So they'll say things like, funny ass phrases. Like I love it every time someone says this to me. It kind of makes me laugh on the inside. Sometimes I laugh right in their faces too. When they ask me, what's the matter with you? don't you believe in science? Like, science is just a method for establishing cause and effect relationships. There's no belief involved. It's just a method. There's no belief involved. Like, what I'm saying is that question, when someone asks me that stupid question, it doesn't make any sense. They're misusing the word science. Or they're misusing the word believe. They're misusing both those words when they put them together like that. And so what I'm trying to say is, just because the mainstream media and movies that we grew up with, TV shows, etc., just because they always say the word science isn't, you got the science to back that up or something like that, like, it just has to do with establishing cause and effect relationships, and any subject or any activities that involve establishing cause and effect relationships, like heat causing water to boil, take for instance, or anything else, or anything involving biochemistry. And so these would be examples of science and doing science, but that doesn't mean that things that aren't science aren't relevant. There are lots of things that are not science that are very relevant, like what we're talking about here, like geometric questions about the surface of the Earth, take for instance. Sorry, I was rambling.
So no, you can. Okay, so then, like, a scientific experiment or claim you said it has to involve cause and effect, right? Those are like the two parameters that it needs to be able to be a scientific claim.
Yeah. You have to observe a natural phenomenon, and then present a hypothesis about what you think the cause might be, and then conduct an experiment that establishes that the cause of that effect was in fact the cause of that effect, that phenomenon.
So the phenomenon of gravity would be like you'd hypothesize about the phenomenon of gravity, that it's a force that's holding you down, but then you don't know what it's causing it, right? So
hold on, you got those things mixed up a little bit. So gravity would be the cause, and then the effect would be the rock falling down. So the observed phenomenon in this would be, you let go of the rock in the medium of air, and the rock falls down on the ground. You observe that, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we both observe that, and then the question is, or your hypothesis is, let's say, that the rock falls down in the medium of air because of gravity. But then when it comes to the point where you try to conduct a scientific experiment to establish this cause and effect relationship, you have to manipulate gravity. You have to take it out of the situation and let the rock not fall down, and then put it back in the situation and watch the rock fall down in order to establish that the rock fell down due to gravity. So can you do that?
Disprove the null. Yeah, well, I guess you can't, but like what I'm saying, I don't like we've had experiments over many years that proved the rotation or the spinning of the Earth and the rotation which created, or not created, gravity, but which is the reason gravity is what it is.
An example?
The pendulum thing, a long time ago. What's his face? What's it called?
Folklore.
Folklore. Yeah.
Folklore.
Like where they folklore? No, not folklore.
It's folklore. Yeah, man. It's more than likely that we'll know what you're talking about.
No, he's talking about the folk cult, Benjamin. I was saying it's folklore.
It is folklore?
Yeah, well, if that was going on with that, then wouldn't every crane, every construction site crane, they would all be doing that too?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is it's not everything, because you can't.
Listen, I've seen one of these things. I saw one of these things in a building and walked by it often over a period of years. Sometimes it was spinning. Sometimes it was standing still. Sometimes some dude was working on it.
Yeah, well, it's an experimentation that took place a very long time ago. So it's not 100%. It's not 100%.
That's a parlor. It's a parlor trick, if anything. It's.
Yeah, well, you may think so, but I wouldn't.
Einstein said that Einstein said that that's squat because he said there's no way to prove that the Earth is moving.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not feasible because it doesn't really prove much. But I'm saying
okay.
The rotation of the Earth.
You just said there was lots of evidence. You just said there was lots of evidence that the Earth was spinning. That's all. And you would ask for
like I'm not
court.
Like if I was to go into depth, like if I don't know, just give me a couple of days to research all the types of experiments and stuff, then I don't know, I would present to you some evidence. But
guys,
what I'm saying is that I know.
Give me a minute, okay, Fada. Just recently, when you came in here, you said there's all these scientific experiments and all this evidence of what you think is a globe Earth spinning, right? But now we're talking about it, and it appears like you don't actually know any of these evidence that you thought was real, right? You have to research it.
I could use the ISS, for example.
Hang on. You confirm that you don't actually know any of this evidence for us, that you can give it to us today, correct?
Yeah, well, I don't just say here.
And you're saying you're going to research it, right? Well, check this out. Some of us in here have been researching for 7 years, and we haven't found it.
But like I'm saying, like the ISS, you guys don't believe in the ISS, but I believe that. I know. I don't want to say.
I'm going to say something. You jump into the ISS. That's called gish galloping. You couldn't do anything with the focal pendulum. So we're going to just put that aside. Instead of admitting that that's not really a thing, just jumping over the pendulum.
So forget the pendulum. Then I'll go to the ISS. I'll stick to the ISS example.
ISS. Okay, go ahead. Tell us about the ISS.
So they claim, which they said that which is true, which is what we believe is true. The way that do you know how they say the ISS moves, or how the ISS doesn't plummet to the?
Tell us how that works.
So it takes the rotation of the Earth, right? So it's basically moving at the speed of which it would be falling, but it's on the outside of the Earth. So it'd be constantly falling towards the center of the Earth. But since it's how do I explain this? So it's being pulled down by gravity, but it's moving at a speed that allows it to go around the Earth, so it doesn't fall through, doesn't fall downwards. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's say I want to be let's say I want to be critical about this. Can you confirm that that's happening? Can you confirm that?
Well, I can't confirm it myself. I don't have the resources for that.
Okay. Again, you can't confirm. You see what's happening? We've been told stories, and another guy used the word myth. Yeah, we've been told these stories that these things are happening, but when we look into it, we can't confirm any of this stuff is happening.
But
right?
Well, I can't confirm it myself, but if I do some research, there's research out there that confirms it.
There's research out there. We'll tell you what, you're welcome to research that stuff and then let us know, because the guys in here, including myself, 2 years, 5 years, 7 years, been researching it, and we find out that they're lying to us. That's what we found out. And there isn't this science proof that you think there is. I thought there would be proof too.
So, but was there proof? But was there proof that showed us that?
I found out that they use artists to draw the Earth. They use artists to draw planets in space and stuff.
Yeah, but was there proof that? Was there proof that this?
It proves that they're faking it. That's what I think. You can draw your own conclusion.
But what proof was there that showed that we're faking it? Or they're faking it?
Well, I'll show you a picture of Earth. What you think is the Earth, but then there's cloud stamped in. There's cloud repetitions, which means they use Photoshop. That's one picture I'll show you. Another one, they drew sex in the clouds backwards. Just stuff like that, But it's like these pictures you think are real pictures are artists rendering.
Yeah, well, you can't just grab any photo online and say, oh look, this is just Photoshop.
You can get whatever photo you want. And you can get whatever photo you want, and you'll find out it's actually not a photo. It's an artist rendering of what it should look like. This is from NASA, and they have an art department that these artists use computers to draw planets and draw Earth, draw these spheres. And they'll show you how they do it. They start with the base, and they add colors. This is really a thing. And I didn't know that. I was like you. I thought it was just showing us what's out there.
Is that a theory that you're is that a theory? Or
it's not. It's legit.
There's people that have gone to NASA. They went into the giant art studio and saw all the paintings.
Wait, Godric, we should let them know. Fada, just last night, there was a Glober in here. a globe believer in here who admitted to me as I was talking to him and asking him about pictures from space and whether he believed him or not. He already knew himself, even though he believed the Earth is a ball like you still do now. He already knew himself with his own research that NASA admits in their own public documents that they only claim one picture from space to be an actual photograph taken with an actual camera with photography equipment. The rest are just composites stitched together, and they all admit that. There's only one actual quote-unquote photograph from space that they claim is a legitimate photograph taken, of the Earth. I mean, they claim the ones on the moon are real too, but it was on their way to the moon. I think in the 1969, fake ass moon landing. They claim that as they were on the way to the moon and they took a picture of the Earth, that one photograph, that blue marble thing that they put on the iPhone back in 2008 or whatever, yeah, that's the only quote-unquote photograph that they even claim, Fada. So, just in case you wanted to know, they don't claim any other than that one, which by itself is, one hell of a suspicious thing if you really think about it.
It's just hard to believe that, like, people go through school.
It's very hard.
It's not. No, it's just hard to believe that people go through school.
Let me say this. I was in second grade. The teacher told me, kids, this is what you live on. She spun the globe like a toy. And I believed it. I lived on that thing. But she did that with no proof. Okay?
Yeah, but
later on, after we get out of school, we look into it, and there's really no proof for that spinning globe except for NASA artists' drawings.
Yeah, but it's just what I'm saying is it's hard to believe that people sat through college, not second grade.
Very hard to believe.
Sat the university just to go work at NASA with their degrees, just to start drawing up some fake hoax bullshit.
Can I ask you a quick question, Fada? So, did you how recently did you start to question, if you are questioning the surface of the Earth, questioning the globe? Did you how recently have you started thinking about flat Earth? Is my question.
Well, I never really I've heard about the Earth being flat for a long time now, but I never believed it and I never questioned it.
But only in the last few hours have you started to research it in any way, right? Or even come close, right?
Well, I haven't started researching your point of view. I'm coming.
Well, I mean, or researching the globe or anything. The point I'm trying to make, Fada, with these questions is that up until the age of 24, for myself, for the first 24 years of my life, I believed that the Earth was a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. I learned a lot of space facts and knew a lot about the heliocentric model while still just simply not even thinking to question it for the first 24 years of my life. And when someone finally pointed out to me that he questions it and he doesn't believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, I started to question it, and it didn't take me very long to come to realize that it's not a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. So what I'm trying to say is, did it ever occur to you that maybe you're just saying these things because you've come to this point in time in your life, whatever age you are, and up to this point in time in your life, you didn't even think to even question it? Come on, you got to admit that's true, right? Am I wrong?
Well, it's not that I didn't question it. It's that we have such we have evidence that
stop.
proves.
Stop for a moment. You admitted that you don't know about. No, stop, please. Please stop for a moment. I was speaking. Can I continue? Okay, you already. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you already conceded that you don't know enough about these experiments that you're claiming to even be able to claim that they are evidence.
Yeah, well, I didn't say that I'm not. I'm coming from a biased point of view, in that I'm not. I'm open to try to understand. I'm open to trying to understand where you guys are coming from. But at the same time, I've seen.
Yeah, you need to learn. You need to understand where you are coming from.
I don't.
You don't even understand where you are.
He's technically correct with that. You have an anchor bias. Do you know what the term anchor bias means, Fada?
What it just
means? So it just simply means when there's two different parts of a system. So in politics, an anchor bias would be you're raised in one political party or in religion. You know, you're raised in one religion, and you since you're raised in it, it's the only one you've known of. It's the only one you've ever been part of. If you grow up and become an adult and walk out in the word and advocate for that political party or advocate for that religion or whatever, that's what's known as an anchor bias. You take that position on that stance or whatever because that's the only one you've ever had. That's the only one you've ever known. So that's what's referred to as an anchor bias. So when you say you have a bias, you're right. You technically have an anchor bias. The globe, you've never been a adult flat earther. Maybe as a baby you didn't believe the earth is a ball because you were just a baby. But the point is, you have what would be known as the potential anchor bias, while all of us have demonstrated ourselves to not have anchor bias because we all believed in the globe, exception of maybe 2 or 3 people on the whole server that maybe were raised with the flat earth because their parents told them the earth was flat when they were children. But almost every single one of us were raised with the globe. We believed in the globe well into adulthood, almost all of us. And the point is, it's anchor bias.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. You guys have like you said, until you're 24, you believed in stuff. So you're like I'm only 19, right? So you guys have way more experience than I do in this stuff. And you're right. I do come from a biased perspective, but I'm saying all the information that we're given, I haven't seen hard evidence, evidence to prove that the Earth isn't a globe and the Earth doesn't rotate and whatnot.
What would your criteria be, Fada? So what would your requirement be? My question is, what would I have to show you for you to acknowledge the Earth is flat? Is there a criteria?
Well, I need credible sources. I need
Wait, credible sources. Wait, hold on. I mean, what is a source? If a credible source told you that Bigfoot's real, you wouldn't believe in Bigfoot, would you?
If multiple credible sources did.
Oh, come on, man.
You have to understand that's how information is spread. That's how people.
Yeah, hold on, Fada. You gotta understand, you see, that's a good way to run your life and run yourself when it comes to most things. But when it comes to the topic of extraordinary claims, that's not a good way to do it. And just so you know, the Earth being a ball is an extraordinary claim. The Earth spinning is an extraordinary claim. The vacuum of space, the way they describe it, is also an extraordinary claim. And claiming that Bigfoot exists is an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So just because a whole bunch of experts, even if thousands or millions of them, told you that Bigfoot's real, without you seeing a flesh and blood Bigfoot in a cage, or at least standing in front of you one way or form, or dead one in front of you, without a flesh and blood Bigfoot, it's silly to believe in Bigfoot. And without a demonstration, without a direct measurement of curvature, it's silly to believe in curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but weren't you the one that brought up the analogy of China not existing unless you see it? Unless you
No. I was trying to say that when you guys were talking about China, I was trying to say that you don't have a you don't have a good reason to doubt its existence. That's the point I was trying to make. I was trying to say you don't have a good reason to doubt the existence of China, but you do have a good reason to doubt the existence of the curvature of the Earth. You do have a good reason to doubt the existence of Bigfoot. You do have a good reason to doubt the existence of these extraordinary claims. Claiming that China exists is not an extraordinary claim. You have no good reason to doubt the existence of China.
Why not, though?
Okay, what reason do I have to doubt it? No, it's not why not. Tell me what reason I have to doubt the existence of China.
Well, nowadays you can't doubt it because we've been there before, and I believe that we've also been in space before. But because it's not easily accessible to you, doesn't mean you have to doubt it. If it's like China at one point, in history, wasn't easily accessible to everyone. So they doubted.
This is false, Fada. This is just a false equivalency.
Let me try, Fada. Here's the thing: we can all get a ticket or a train, and we believe we can go to China. We cannot get a ticket to the ISS. That's the main difference. Do you understand that?
Yeah, because it's not easily accessible to you, but it's still accessible.
500 astronauts. Supposedly, there's only 500 astronauts.
That would mean it's not accessible. It's not accessible
to you.
Okay, so it's not accessible. No, period. It's not. No, yeah, okay. So it's not accessible to any of us. That's the important part.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can throw it out the window as far as evidence goes.
We can confirm China. We cannot confirm ISS. We cannot confirm the moon or Mars or any of these places they say they've gone to. That's the difference. Cannot confirm it ourselves.
Why not?
Can you go to Mars or the moon or in the ISS?
Okay, but back in the day. Okay, but if you lived like during the 1800s, would you be able to confirm that China existed?
What reason? No. What reason would you have to doubt it? It's not a question of if you can confirm it. You're supposed to give us a reason to doubt its existence.
What reason would you have to doubt the existence of the moon, space, the rotation of the Earth?
I'll tell you, Fada. I'll tell you. The reason I have to doubt the existence of the vacuum of space is the gas pressure, the consistent gas pressure that we breathe here on Earth. The X value at sea level, 14.7 psi. In order for this to exist, we must live in a consistent, fixed volume. Now, they tell us that there's a vacuum of space above our heads. That's 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. Now, and they say it's trillions of miles across. And they also say it's expanding faster than the speed of light, for God's sakes. So this expanding volume, forget about the 10 to the negative 17 torr, just the expanding volume of the vacuum of space, that alone would rip the atmosphere, as they call it, the gas pressure, as I call it, that would rip the gas pressure off the surface of the globe Earth. That's why I don't believe in the vacuum of space. That's why I doubt it.
Yeah, and all the evidence, the visual evidence that a moon landing is under scrutiny, it doesn't hold up. I mean, you would have to look at it, but that's all there is. That and the stories that are told about it. It's a narrative.
I guess I mean to say suck, not rip.
But wouldn't also be a narrative that the sun is the thing that moves? It's just a story. We don't know that for a fact. It's something we observe, but it's not a known fact.
Oh, the sun is moving.
No, you don't know that for a fact. You're observing it, but you don't know for a fact.
Yeah. Do we have any evidence to the contrary, Fada?
No. Well, in my belief, yeah. But you don't. Just because you don't like believe it doesn't mean it's not true, right?
Oh, yeah, but again, back to the question, do you have any evidence that the sun is stationary or just not moving? Because we see it moving. I've never seen the sun not moving.
Well, in order for you to know, listen, in order for you to know for a fact that the sunrise and sunsets were caused by the Earth spinning, well, it's a dead end when you try to find any experiment or any demonstration of the Earth's rotation. No. So there is none. There is none. So the point is, in both paradigms, the sun's moving.
No.
Yes.
No. Well, like say, me and my brother decided to go outside. We look up at the sun. We go, oh, like my brother goes, oh shit, look, the sun is moving. But I could say, no, we're just spinning. The sun is stationary.
But in the heliocentric myth, in the heliocentric story, the sun is moving also. Are you making up your own cosmology or what?
No, it's moving in regards to the what's it called?
Okay, so here's the thing. We observe it. All right.
Yeah. We observe it. What?
Right. We all observe it moving, right? And then you interpret the observation.
Mm-hmm.
We're not interpreting.
Yeah. That's the word. Yeah. No,
we're not interpreting anything.
Yeah.
We're just saying what we see.
Mm-hmm. Well, no. What you see can be interpreted differently, right? Like what you see can be. It can be interpreted differently.
Well, obviously, you're interpreting it by linking it to this inventive cosmology you're creating on the spot. Apparently, that although the sun looks as if it's moving, it's stationary. It's right there. It's not moving.
Yeah. Wait. Sorry, what? Like you're saying that I interpret the sun not moving.
What evidence do you have that the Earth is spinning? Where's the evidence of that?
What evidence do you have that the Earth is not spinning?
Well, that's a revert.
Yeah. Until it's proven. Until it's proven.
It's self-evident. It's self-evident.
No, yeah, well, you can't. You can't just say self-evidence and not prove it, right? Yeah, it has to be.
Wait, hold on, Fada. Can I ask you a quick question? How is the Earth being stationary not self-evident? I would say it's self-evident. I'd say it's obvious and self-evident. How is it not self-evident?
Because gravity.
What? That doesn't make sense.
No, because if the Earth is not moving, then if the Earth is not moving, then we wouldn't.
Let him explain it. Go ahead.
Centrifugal force, bro. There's nothing to explain.
What are you basing it on? What are you basing your interpretation?
Like, what are you basing your interpretation of? Just observation? You can't base it. You can't.
I'm not interpreting anything. No, I'm not interpreting anything. No, listen, I'm not interpreting anything. I'm just stating what I observe. Now, you interpret the observation to be that it is the opposite. What are you basing your interpretation of what you observe on?
We're spinning.
Based on what?
It's just my interpretation. The same way your interpretation is that you're moving. No, what? No,
in your example, you said you and your brother go out and you both see the sun moving.
Yeah.
Okay, and then he says, oh, he's a flat earther. He says, yeah, obviously the sun's moving. We're stationary. And you say, no, it just looks like it's moving because it's far away and we're spinning. Well, where's the evidence of your story?
Where's the evidence in yours? It's just that you can't. It's just an observation that you have.
There's no. You and your brother both made the same observation. You were standing there in reality watching
each observation. Each observation has a different interpretation, right? So if you're in a car and you see another car driving past,
don't do this again. Don't do this again,
bro. Listen,
that's a fault. You can't compare.
I don't know why you're talking over me when we have a
car is moving.
I don't know why you're talking over me.
With how many Globers love these cars, I'm surprised they're not like automotive mechanics at this point.
Listen,
really.
I can address that.
Listen to what I'm trying to say. Yeah, thank you. Listen to what I'm trying to say. Me and my brother, we're both sitting in a car, right? We're observing another car moving past us. He's interpreting that we're the ones moving and the car's stationary. I'm observing that we're stationary and the car's the one that's moving.
We understand the analogy.
Who's right?
Dude, we understand the analogy. Yeah. We've heard these analogies 100,000 times. All right, it's only analogous. It's only analogous if the Earth is moving. So what is it based on? What is your idea that the Earth is moving based on?
Like all the research, all the scientific experiments that have taken place over the years?
That you've just simply heard about. Okay, now we're back to these experiments that you've just simply heard about. You don't understand them. You don't understand what they prove or if they prove anything at all. You're just appealing to something you heard. You just heard that there's experiments and you trust them and you think that they're credible because they tag science onto the end of their sentences.
Okay.
And we discussed that you don't actually know this information. You know of the information, but you need a few days to research it, right? This is like a circle being going in, right?
Well, I just believe that there's more evidence proving my point over your point.
But just confirm that you don't know what that evidence is at this moment, correct?
No.
Okay, good. That's all I want.
It would be wise for you to actually go and research the evidence that you're trying to propose and understand it. Understand what it's trying to say and not just so that you can come here with more than just, well, there's these experiments and there's science. You know, that's like nothing. Just you're not basing it on anything that we can actually bite into.
Yeah, well, you guys are not basing anything where I could buy into either. Like, I'm here.
Hold on, Fada. I'm basing off of something. You want to know what I'm basing what I'm saying off of? When I say the Earth is flat, you want to know what I'm basing that off of?
Yeah, bro, enlighten me.
All right. I see the Earth is flat. I feel it is stationary. I do not have any direct measurements of curvature. I do not have any direct measurements of axial rotation. Thus, to the best of my knowledge, it's flat and stationary.
Yeah. Yeah, now we're just going back to observation, right?
But you were going to ask me a question? You were...
No.
Go on, ask it.
No, I was going to say, why do you think that, like, why do you see that, like, why is it they say that's just flat, but it's too big to know?
Yeah,
like, it's really big.
I just said it, yeah, because
curvature. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, yeah, but Fada, just think about it. Like, if you see the Earth is flat and you feel it is stationary, then to the best of your knowledge, it is flat and stationary until someone presents to you a direct measurement of curvature, or you directly measure it yourself and detect curvature.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
It's flat until you...
Yeah, and that's what I've been presented to ever since I was a child. And that's
what do you mean? What do you mean?
In that, like, if I was like born and I was just clueless of what's going on, I'd say, yeah, the Earth is flat, it's not moving. But I've seen, like, I've been given evidence, and I've been given like what's it called, like, research.
Well, I mean, you were told a story, though. It's not that you were given evidence, though, Fada. It was that you were told a story, and I used to believe it myself. So I don't really entirely blame you for believing it. But you know, I dropped that belief like a bad habit really quickly.
Yeah, but I just want to see
I mean, that's all I can say about that.
I just want evidence proving them no. That's all I want. That's what I haven't seen yet.
Oh yeah, I know, but I mean, like, Fada, I'm just curious. Like, do you follow the logic that I'm speaking right here? Like, do you follow my train of thought? Like, if you see the Earth, let me ask you: do you see the Earth is flat?
Yeah, yeah.
And you feel it is stationary. You don't feel it spinning. You don't feel like you're on the outside of a ball spinning.
Yeah, but that comes back to observation, right? So, like, I don't believe everything I see, right?
But then, Fada, let me ask you, like, what reason do you have to doubt your senses? That's my question.
In that, if I'm sitting in a car and another car passes me, if I don't know that if I don't know who exactly is moving, I can either assume that I'm moving forward or he's moving backwards.
Fada, in regards to the Earth, let's just talk about the Earth. In regards to the surface of the Earth conforming to the shape of a sphere or spinning as a sphere, what would make you doubt your senses in regards to the Earth being flat and stationary? What would make you doubt your senses in regards to that?
Well, without research, nothing, but there is research.
Okay, so